001. Westview Town. The morning sun shone through the thin clouds and shone unsparingly on the town. According to our station's news, after 5 years of disappearance, most people are returning to the right track. The TV in the cafe broadcasts a piece of news. Lee, 5 years have passed since Awakening came. How do you feel? Receptionist Johnson withdrew his gaze from the screen and looked at the yellow-skinned young man at the opposite table. It's amazing, 5 years of change is just a matter of seconds for me. Lise put down the coffee cup upon hearing the sound, thought for a while and replied, "It's just a dream." The second half of the sentence is Lise's true inner thoughts. Everything is like a dream to him, because he is a glorious traveler. Almost a year ago, Lise traveled to this world. Time travel is already dreamy enough, but this is still a Marvel universe. And the timeline has progressed to after the Avengers Alliance 4 war, the farce of Thanos snapping his fingers has been settled, and the people who disappeared 5 years later came back and brought him here. You gain 5 years of hiatus, but you lose 5 years of shit. Johnson made a joke to ease the atmosphere. Maybe it's a good thing. See you tomorrow. Lise drank the last sip of coffee, turned around, and strode out the door. Anyway, it's been almost a year since I came, and it's not a bad thing to spend the rest of my life at Marvel. Ding. The host successfully hid for 8 months. Please continue to work hard. Just as he was thinking about the reminder sound in his mind, he interrupted his thoughts. For more months. Lise was a little distressed. As a glorious traveler, he also has the system Goldfinger. However, his system is a hidden system. As the name suggests, by hiding one's own strength, one can obtain rewards. And the longer you hide, the stronger and more rewards you get. The minimum time limit is 1 year. Lise now needs to hide for at least 1 year before he can get rewards. If it is exposed halfway, all previous efforts will be wasted. And the system will also limit the hidden range. The host must stay within the specified range. If it leaves the specified range for more than a week, it will be judged as a failure. The current system stipulates that he can only stay in Shijing Town and some surrounding areas. That's right. Advertisement Westview Town. It is the town controlled by Scarlet Witch Wanda in WandaVision. When Lise heard the news, he greeted all the 18 generations of the system's ancestors. Hiding in Shijing Town is equivalent to the opening hell mode. He doesn't want to be controlled by Wanda, because the controlled person will always live in pain and be eroded and hurt by origin magic power all the time. It is no exaggeration to describe life as worse than death. Fortunately, the system has a conscience and gave him a novice reward for self-protection. Ability: Create Magic, Grade S+ Grade, Introduction. Create magic. As the level increases, you can use it to create everything. Even create everyone's ideal utopia. Creating magic is easy to understand. In fact, it is similar to the creator's ability, which can create everything. However, currently Lise's level of creative magic is not the highest. The most high level is not SSR. Definitely this is just a novice reward, if it is a hidden reward after 1 year. I can't imagine how powerful it will be. Only, with his current strength, he doesn't have any problems dealing with Wanda definitely, but he can't solve it quietly. Be clear that Wanda at this stage is infinitely close to the existence of a single universe. Not only that, but he is also a master of magic. Lise's current level of magic creation is at most evenly divided in front of her. If it is a force shot, it will only make the hidden mission fail, and he does not want to give up the reward. After all, strength is very important if you want to survive in Marvel. But Lise can persuade Wanda before she becomes demonic and avoid the tragedy of Westview Town later. According to the development of the plot, Wanda should be in grief at this time, and the reason why she chose Westview Town is that Vision had prepared a house for her here. But the house was not finished, it was just a vacant lot. Lise intends to sit on the sidelines and wait for Wanda to come to Westview Town. As for why not use magic to find it? Using psychic magic on a magician who is good at psychic ability is simply courting death. If detected, it would still lead to exposure. So we can only wait for Wanda to appear. Unconsciously, already at the community apartment building, Shijing Town is different from ordinary small towns. It has a large area and all kinds of facilities. It is not so much a town as a small city. Advertisement Lise just walked to the stairs and met the resident Josh. A tall and thin young man with a somewhat immature appearance. He shook his bag. "Lee, I will pay you the rent later. I will go to the bank." "Well, don't wait too long." Lise didn't pay much attention. After he came here, he inexplicably inherited an apartment building in the community. The only thing he has to do every month is to collect rent. Coupled with the hidden system, he has nothing to do except lie down in a day. When he returned to his home on the top floor of the apartment, The first thing he did was to lie on the sofa and browse the news on his mobile phone, so as to live the life of the elderly in advance. The events of Spider-Man 2 haven't happened yet. Lise looked around, but didn't find any news about Night Monkey Man. It seems that the timeline has not yet reached Spider-Man 2. According to the development of the story, Peter Parker went to Venice with the school 8 or 9 months after the end of Avengers 4. According to Lise's judgment based on time travel, Peter's encounter with the mysterious guest will happen recently. It was also through the plot of Spider-Man 2 that Peter Parker's identity was exposed. 3 insects in the same frame are probably not far away. Lise thinks about the sequence of events on the timeline. Knowing that events will happen in advance, he has to make good use of them. After all, it is the second gold finger besides the system. Thinking about it, he got up from the sofa and took a bottle of iced Coke, and after a few sips, there was a slight sound of footsteps outside the door. Josh is back so soon. Lise subconsciously glanced at the time on the watch, and only 10 minutes had passed. Boom, boom, boom. At the moment the knock on the door has sounded. Not Josh. Just a light knock on the door can tell that it's definitely not Josh. Lise wondered who would come to him at this point. Wait a minute. Here we come. Click. Is there any room available? Outside the door. A perfect woman with long black hair and slender thighs was standing at the door, wearing a red coat with long black hair and a shawl. Her skin was fair, her clear eyes revealed melancholy, and her thin lips were as delicate as rose red. Lise looked at the woman outside the door and froze for a moment. Wanda looked at the dazed young man with some doubts, waved her hand, and said softly, "Hello, I'm Wanda. Maximoff, is there any room available?" 002. Yes, you came just in time, and there happens to be another room next door. At the door, Lise realized that he was a little distracted, and quickly pointed to the next room. In fact, he can't be blamed for being distracted. It's really surprising that the future Marvel female devil will come to your door by herself. Moreover, Wanda has telepathy ability, able to read the thoughts of others. Lise is a little worried that her secret will be discovered. After all, her origin magic power is extremely powerful in mind manipulation. It can even control the way of thinking of the entire universe. Fortunately, Wanda looked gloomy and didn't pay attention to him at all. What happened with Vision hit her hard. But at the end of the episode, I regained my sanity, and then I got hallucinations due to the influence of black magic. Lead to complete demonization. I want to move in today. Wanda said a little weakly. No problem, you can move in after paying the rent. Also, my name is Lise. Lise didn't refuse, because he knew that if he refused, Wanda would most likely use magic to change his mind directly. This is why medieval Europeans feared witches. They didn't even spare a sexy version of the witch. For you. Wanda was polite enough to see that the young landlord in front of her didn't have any malice, so she didn't do any mind reading, and chose to move in with her bags after paying the rent in a hurry. Obviously, Wanda, who is now immersed in grief, doesn't care about other things at all. When Lise returned home, his expression gradually became serious. Although he had expected Wanda to appear, but now that she suddenly appeared, he was a little caught off guard. He knows in his heart that there is no time indicated in the episode, but WandaVision also takes place almost a year after Avengers Alliance 4, possibly after the events of Spider-Man vs. Mysterio. It's just that a movie is a movie, and now it's reality. Accidents may happen at any time. If Wanda's thoughts are affected and such thoughts are born in advance, the town will suffer. So now Westview may be controlled by origin magic power at any time. When his Westview town hiding place is useless, he doesn't want to live in Jinsokyo. Also don't want to give up the bonus of hiding for a year. It's a little troublesome. It seems that the plan is about to start. Lise sat on the sofa and pondered for a long time, talking to himself. Advertisement whoosh. A golden light glowed between his open hands, condensing into a protective cover. During this period of time, he has been tinkering with creation magic, and the protective cover is made with creation magic. It's dangerous to walk the streets of America, let alone Marvel's America. Not to mention the World War on Earth. Even the World War in the universe is concentrated in the old and beautiful New York. It's so dangerous, so it's natural to have the whole life-saving thing. Definitely the original creation magic can protect people, but the effect is not as good as the newly created magic. And the point of creating magic is to create new things. As stated in the introduction, it can create everything. Call. Lise clenched his fist into a raging fire, wrapped his fist, and opened his hand again to instantly turn into ice. Clouds of cold air filled the space and raged around. Holding the Coke in his left hand, he could see the water molecules freezing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the touched water molecules in the surrounding air gradually turned into ice cubes and appeared in the air. It has evolved to be able to manipulate elemental molecules at will. There is no accident for Lise. This is the power of creating magic. He can control any element in the universe as he likes. All can be used to create desired objects. This time, he created many other new things, most of which are magic and ability, fire, thunder, ocean, and some special weapons, which can also be said to be artifacts. As for the ability to completely distort reality, it cannot be done for the time being. Distort reality and completely changing reality are two different things, because the former is temporary while the latter is permanent. Boom, boom, boom. A knock on the door interrupted my thoughts. Lee, I'm here to deliver the money. Don't think too much about such a heavy knock on the door. It must be Josh who just came back from the bank. This guy looks weak, but his temperament is very similar to the first thing his ancestors did when they came to this land. Cruel and vulgar. And who knows what made him look so vain. Remember to be on time next time. Lise opened the door, took the money, and gave a customary order. Lee, is there someone living next door to you? Josh glanced at the next room, a little surprised. Advertisement, leave new neighbors alone. Before closing the door, Lise saw his little eyes and asked again. He didn't want another lunatic on the street tomorrow. Wanda is not as easy to talk to as before, and no one will end well for those who provoke her. I know. Josh muttered a few words and went downstairs to go home. The other side. On the balcony, Lise basked in the sun and lived the life of an elderly person until the sun rose above his head, and he didn't go out to eat again at lunchtime. As a senior 007, he was not good at cooking in his previous life, nor did he have time to cook. There is time after crossing, but the habit remains. Every day, I choose to eat at the restaurant not far downstairs. Click. As soon as Lise went out, she saw the door of the next room opened, and a woman with a unique and sexy style of white Americans came out. Her perfect body, Duanyi, was very attractive. Wanda, are you going out too? Lise was a little surprised. Well, the gas in the room is not turned on, so go out for lunch. Wanda responded nonchalantly. Sorry, I forgot to wait 2 days for gas. Lise realized when he heard this that the gas needs to be turned off when the room is unoccupied, but he definitely doesn't believe that Wanda can't cook. For a magician, creating flames is an easy task. Not to mention Wanda, who can bend reality. At this stage of anger, Wanda can even use origin magic power to rule the entire city, distorting all reality wherever it reaches. As an apology, you can buy me a meal. What Wanda said in front of him made him deeply astonished and surprised. Don't think too much, just eat. As she spoke, she rubbed her hands uncomfortably in her pockets. No problem. Lise noticed her movements and immediately realized that Wanda probably had no money. This information did not make him nervous, but relieved. At the same time, it also intensified his desire to save the frustrated woman. Because Wanda did not choose to use magic to solve the problem, it means that Lise's previous views were somewhat biased. At this stage, Wanda still has a kind heart in her heart. At least the obsession hasn't started yet. There is still a chance to save everything. 003. Westview Town is a small town with complete facilities. It is more like a town, with a playground and a food street all the way to the end. There are several shops open at noon. There is not much passenger flow, and a few guests are sparsely sitting on chairs. Huxiao Food. The boss grew up in Huaxia and learned good cooking. Lise sat down in his usual seat, the warm autumn sunshine shining on his face outside the window. Looking at the woman who was eating food in front of her, she said slowly, I haven't eaten Huxiao Food yet, but it tastes good. Wanda ate the braised pork in the bowl with a fork, and the corners of her mouth were slightly stained with oil when she spoke. Those bewitching and beautiful eyes revealed the lingering melancholy just like in the movie. Wanda, did you move here for work? Naturally, Lise would not let go of such a good opportunity, and chose to ask directly. I have no other plans at the moment. I just want to settle down here. Wanda was slightly taken aback when she heard this, and then changed the subject. You don't know me? You are an Avenger, and I think there are very few people who don't know you. Lise replied, I'm not famous, and not all Avengers are popular. Wanda shook her head. In fact, after 5 years of precipitation, I am far less famous than before. In addition, I am not very famous, and few people know it. Definitely asking this is not narcissism, but simply wants to change the subject. But all Avengers are heroes, and sometimes they just can't help themselves. Lise watched Wanda subconsciously clench the hand of the fork in her hand, softly comforting her. Thanks. The gloomy eyes of Wanda showed that she didn't want to talk about the Avengers. The environment in Westview Town is good. I heard that many people choose to come here for vacation. Ahem, it's actually a marketing gimmick. Shijing Town is not as beautiful as imagined. Lise choked when he heard this sentence. Others can't hear other meanings. As an insider, he feels that Wanda's words are completely like an evaluation made by an emperor after choosing a city. When I was a kid, I yearned for sitcoms, where people have a happy life, they never seem to cry for life, and everything is going well. Wanda said with her beautiful eyes slightly sunken, and sighed deeply. Because they are optimistic and yearn for hope. Lise could feel the woman's depressed mood, and even feel the origin magic power in her body, and it became very strange with the mood swings, as if everything around her was being affected. As a time traveler, he knows Wanda's mood at the moment. She grew up in the flames of war, and the environment was dark and gray. Although the sitcoms on TV were black and white, they were one of the few that could bring joy in her childhood. Even Wanda's fantasy world created with origin magic power plays out in sitcom style. Some people say that it is Wanda's call for hope from the bottom of her heart, and it is also her subconscious to ask the world for help. Advertisement, that's why she finally chose to stop. Optimism. Wanda was talking to herself. When something suddenly came to her mind, she quickly wiped her mouth and stood up. Lee, thank you for your lunch. I have to leave earlier. Bye. Bye. Lise originally wanted to follow out because he hadn't figured out what Wanda was thinking. After all, judging from the current timeline, Wanda's control of Westview town may happen at any time, and he didn't expect to become someone else's fantasy town hidden away. However, if you follow out rashly, it will definitely arouse the disgust of others. Moreover, this matter will happen for a while, and it is estimated that it is impossible to happen within a few hours. So put it aside for now. And at the same time, Wanda left the restaurant and went to the deserted street and opened her hands. The strange magic of chaos appeared in the palms, wrapped her whole body, and was lifted up and flew towards the sky. In the eyes of outsiders, there are no objects in deep space. Moment. With the help of magic, Wanda came to a building. The building was heavily guarded, and men in black were everywhere patrolling outside with guns in hand. She landed and walked straight towards the interior of the building. When she came to the lobby near the elevator, someone at the front desk spotted her and hurried out to block her, saying in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, ma'am. You can't go in. Step aside." Wanda's tone was indifferent, and a faint reddish light flickered in her eyes, ready to come out. It seems as if it will be poured out in the next second. She's Wanda. Maximov, let her in. At this time, a low voice sounded in the ear of the front desk. Yes. The receptionist looked up at Wanda and said slowly, "Go in." He raised his hand and opened the elevator door. Wanda was puzzled, looking at the camera above her head with indifferent eyes. She felt that the man knew that she was coming, and also knew what she was going to do here. But the other party actually let him in. Moment. The elevator started and carried Wanda down to the underground laboratory. The heavy iron door slowly opened, and a man in a suit and leather shoes was already waiting here. Hayward, director of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Hayward held out his hand politely and smiled. What did you let me in for? Advertisement. Wanda was a little puzzled. Please follow me. Hayward did not speak directly, but pushed open the door and walked towards the central area of the laboratory. Wanda behind her was puzzled, but still followed through the special glass door and walked into the exhibition hall. Then the sound of mechanical disassembly rang in my ears. Wanda glanced down, then turned to look at Hayward. What is this? Why are you showing me this? Didn't you say before that you want to see him? Hayward responded lightly. Wanda's heart tightened when she heard this. As if realizing something, she turned around stiffly and looked down. If you look closely, you can see a robot being dismembered by the staff, using high-speed cutting tools to cut off all the thighs and arms. As the staff dispersed, the top view finally saw the robot's head clearly. It is a former Avengers member, Vision. It's just that at this moment, he lost his vitality, and the dark red of the previous body also turned gray. Stop, stop. Wanda witnessed the dismantling of her former love. Her eyes turned red unconsciously, and she asked tremblingly, "Why? What are you doing?" "We are dismantling the most sophisticated and advanced sentient weapon ever created." Hayward looked flat, as if explaining an understatement. "But Vision is not a weapon. You can't do that." Wanda defended inexplicably. "Actually, the Heavenly Sword Bureau is legally and morally obliged to do so." Hayward explained unhurriedly. "I just want to bury him properly. That's my only request." Wanda suppressed the emotions in her heart and said her request. "You sure?" Hayward continued. "Not everyone has this ability to bring their soulmate back online. Sorry, Wanda is not yours, and no one can bring him back to life. I won't let you take this vibranium worth $2 billion and bury it in the soil." Wanda looked at Vision below with a slightly dull expression. Obviously, she was not listening to Hayward. For a moment, The eyes of the beautiful eyes glowed with a faint gleam, and the dark red flowed. I don't know what to think. 004. At the same time, Westview Town, community apartment. Top floor room. The doors and windows are closed. At this moment, the starlight in the room filled the entire space, and it circulated above the head for a while and gradually converged into a river of stars. Looking at the vast expanse, there are dots of stars all over. The surrounding environment also became quiet and silent, as if in a deserted forest. Accompanied by the buzzing sound, a ball of light passed by like a meteor. Standing under the galaxy, Lise quickly grabbed the spot of light and held it urgently in his hand. He looked at the trembling ball of light in his hand with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's done. A few words, Avada Kedavra, emerged from the ball of light that spread out his trembling hands. Avada Kedavra is exactly a killing curse in Harry Potter, a black magic often used by Voldemort. It is also one of the most powerful black magic in Harry Potter and one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Those who are cursed will die without leaving any scars. Kill without a trace. Lise created this magic spell by creating magic based on the concept of magic seen in his previous life. Besides, during this period of travel, he also used creative magic to create many previous life movies, or strange abilities and certain items in other works, such as Devil Fruit, Golden Light Curse, Apparition, the defective version of the Emperor of Heaven, Huxia Zodiac Charms. These items are all stored in the carry bag. As for the storage bag, it is naturally also a product of creating magic. After coming to this world, Lise's daily life is to lie flat, so most of the time is spent creating more magic or items. Anyway, there is not too much ability, and it is even more impossible to have too much life-saving things. Advertisement at one point he even wanted to create new infinite gems, which definitely turned out to be impossible. Each infinite gems is equivalent to a part of the universe originally, containing supreme energy, and it is impossible to create it with Lise's current ability. Lise absorbed the light ball in his hand and looked at the time that several hours had passed. However, Wanda next door has remained silent. It is inevitable that people are a little worried. After all, Wanda may lose control at any time now. But fortunately, there is no perception of any threat for the time being. If it is covered by origin magic power, it is impossible to escape his perception. Lise got up and waved away the bright galaxy above his head, and the quiet and dark room returned to normal in an instant. The closed curtains and windows opened. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, the door was finally knocked. Is Lee at home? With such a heavy knock on the door, it must be that guy Josh without thinking too much. What's the matter with me? Lise pushed open the door. The vain Josh stood outside the door, gasping for breath. He seemed to have just run up from downstairs, with one hand resting on the door frame. There is something urgent. Hurry up, I'm going out to eat later. Lise glanced at the time, and it was already dinner time. Siete, Lee, it's only 6 o'clock. Aren't all Huxia people 007? The buddy who works with me is almost killing me. Josh slowed down and complained. As a principled person, you must never miss the best meal time. Lise replied lightly. I have a relative who is going to live in Shijing Town for a while, but she has no place to live and needs my help. Josh continued. She will be here in a few hours. Can you give me a temporary room? It will only take half a month. Advertisement. I remember you had 2 rooms. Lise was speechless, that's all. No, I have more gadgets, you know. Do me a favor, I don't want to live with Aunt Agnes. Josh raised his eyebrows. He usually likes to be alone, and he can't accept living with outsiders at all. That's why I rushed to rent a temporary room. Wait, what's your aunt's name? Lise caught a name keenly and said with a serious expression. Agnes. Josh froze and replied. Is there any problem? No problem. I can temporarily rent you for half a month. Lise was sure he heard it right. A dark light flashed in his eyes, and he agreed to his request. Because Agnes is the alias of Agatha Nyx, she is the witch who appeared in Wanda and Vision, lurking beside Wanda in an attempt to obtain her origin magic power. Now that I came here, there is a high probability that I came here for Wanda. As for how she came to be Aunt Josh, for one of the most powerful witches on Earth. But it was a breeze. As for agreeing to Josh's request, it was simply to keep Agatha in sight so as not to cause other troubles. After all, Agatha's strength is actually comparable to that of Wanda at this stage. Even Wanda would find it hard to detect if he wanted to do something behind his back. Lise sent Josh away, closed the door, and sat on the sofa. Hey, here comes another trouble. Shijing Town is really not a geomantic treasure. 005. Evening. Westview Town. A Huxia restaurant in Food Street. Lise was sitting by the window eating spicy hot pot, looking up from the window from time to time. Even though the autumn cold had made the glass covered with a layer of frost, it did not prevent him from enjoying the sunset. The sky is slightly bright and red, and the setting sun is gradually setting. Not far from the Hubo in Jinzi Park, the rippling lake surface under the setting sun is reflected crystal clear. Facing the evening breeze, passing passengers enjoy the short-term comfort after get-off work. It's no wonder Vision chose to settle here. In the past few months, Lise has seen this scene countless times. After experiencing the afterglow of sunset in 3 seasons, different weather and seasons give people different feelings. Maybe next year will be boring just looking at it. A hand patted on his shoulder. Hey, Lee, thank you for the rental. It's Josh. Lise turned his head to look, and the woman behind this guy caught his attention. It was a young woman with a kind face, giving her the feeling of being a good neighbor. But looking carefully at the turbidity of the vicissitudes of life in the eyes, it is also creepy and weird. The woman is none other than Agatha Harkness, one of the oldest witches on Earth today, and one of the strongest. From the Middle Ages to modern times, she used different identities to travel around the world to absorb black magic, and even took the lives of countless people, just to obtain black magic to improve her own strength. Oh, forgot to introduce, she is my Aunt Agnes. Josh noticed his landlord's gaze, and immediately patted his head, stepped aside and smiled. Hello, I'm Lise Victorly. Lise just took a glance and looked away, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. I heard Josh mention you on the way. I heard that you are from Huaxia. I thought you would be Jack Chung. Agatha didn't notice the difference, and exchanged a few words briefly. After a while, Josh took her away. The two of them were passing by to say hello and buy a huxiao meal to go back. It seemed that Agatha was planning to try a new dish. Old witch, there is something. Lise watched the two go away, sneered, and said to himself, but I have to say, Agatha's hidden ability is really strong. She is worthy of being an old witch who has lived for hundreds of years, and quietly became Josh's unnecessary aunt. And without any flaws. Advertisement, it's no wonder that in the series, even Scarlet, which Wanda didn't notice anything, and was always lurking by her side. It wasn't until Agatha revealed her identity in the end that Wanda reacted belatedly. Everything was set by Agatha. Poor Josh, he's about to become a victim of the witch war. He shook his head. In the Marvel Universe, the lives of ordinary people are the least valuable. A big battle can kill countless soldiers, not to mention unarmed ordinary people. Leaving the restaurant and walking out facing the evening wind, gusts of gentle wind brushed against my face. Wanda. Not long after Lise walked out, he caught a familiar figure in the crowd of couples. Among the hustle and bustle of the crowd, Wanda stood alone in the cold evening wind like an object left in a corner, with a dazed expression, as if she had lost her soul. Let the passing crowd push and push. She was emotionally unstable. Lise could feel that the origin magic power in her body became more and more chaotic. In fact, in the Wanda and Vision episode, the reason why Wanda would do that is largely due to the influence of origin magic power. After all, origin magic power was originally all about evil and demons. That's why Agatha Harkness would want to deprive origin magic power, because it fits perfectly with the Dark God book. Thinking, Lise had already walked to Wanda's side, pretending to be puzzled. Wanda, don't you want to go back? The nightlife in Westview town is the same as most places in America. It's not very good. Indeed, there are many tourists in Shijing town, and the area is not small. Many local gangsters like to commit crimes at night, robbing tourists or local cowardly people. I just came back from outside and was about to go back. Wanda wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, obviously not wanting to be seen by an acquaintance. It happened to be on the way back together. Lise is well aware of at the moment Wanda's feelings, and when she sees her pretending to be strong, she can't help but feel pity in her heart. At this time, he suddenly remembered one thing. It seems that the Tianjin Bureau has a base in a city near Shijing town, and Wanda left in a hurry today and came back with more emotional fluctuations. Obviously, she went to the Tianjin Bureau headquarters in the afternoon to look for Vision's body. As a traverser, Lise naturally knew that Vision's body had been broken down by the Tianjin Bureau. Wanda is the existence of the perception less than vision, and the emotions are also accelerating towards a complete collapse. Advertisement. Lise thought about finding a way to appease Wanda. Okay. Wanda glanced to see that it was late, and nodded. Just finished. She turned her head and saw Lise showing a sunny smile. Actually, it's safer to go back with you. Recently, Shijing town is not peaceful, and people often block the road and rob. Why, you are a man. Wanda made a polite remark. Because you are an Avenger, You have the ability that ordinary people don't have. Come and fight one by one." Seeing her answer, Lise was relieved. It looked like she wasn't too unwilling to chat, and the situation wasn't too bad. "I'm just lucky. My ability brought me nothing, and I still have nothing in the end." When Wanda heard this, her expression became more gloomy, and she sighed deeply. Family, lover, friends. In the end, there was nothing. Even Captain America, the only good thing ever, was old and passed away a few months ago. "No, someday you'll find the good in something," Lise said slowly. "Benefit." Wanda was slightly taken aback when she heard this. The good thing. All she is now is endless pain, unconsciously. The two had already walked to the dimly lit street. When the community apartment was first built, the location was relatively remote in order to provide a quiet living environment. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound in the alley ahead, followed by miserable cries and calls for help. "Hand over all the valuables. You better be more acquainted. Fact. Squat down." As soon as the fierce sound fell, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground followed, and someone fell down and groaned in pain. "It seems that coming back with you is the right choice." Lise was stunned, looked at Wanda beside him, and smiled. "These robbers are really unlucky." 006. These robbers are really unlucky. As he spoke, Lise's eyes fell on Wanda beside him. They didn't expect to meet the Avengers in Westview Town. "I didn't expect that Shijing Town was not peaceful. Let's go and have a look." Wanda noticed the sight, hesitated for a while before opening her mouth. "Well, teach them a lesson." Lise nodded. He knew that Wanda had made this decision, but it was actually very difficult and entangled in his heart. Before that, the Sokovia incident probably still lingers in Wanda's heart. At that time, countless people abused Scarlet Witch, thinking that the Sokovia incident in Avengers Alliance 2 was largely due to the gift of Wanda. In fact, without Wanda, even more havoc would have been wrought. Just as people condemn the destruction caused by the Avengers in the war, they forget that without the Avengers, the Great War in New York would have razed America to the ground. Soon, the two walked into the alley around the corner. In the dark and damp alley, a few unkind young people were pulling the satchels of a mother and daughter. The mother and daughter curled up in the corner and held on to the satchel tightly. Judging from the messy clothes, it was obvious that this group of people didn't just come for the satchel. Witnessing this scene, Wanda's eyes flashed with anger, and her fists were secretly clenched. "Hey, here are two more." One of them noticed the two people at the entrance of the alley and grinned obscenely. "John, tonight is really a bumper harvest, and this trip to Westview Town was not in vain. I want to make up for all the 5 years that were vacant." The big and thick will twisted his neck when he saw this, like a black bear staring at a new prey. "Brothers, let's go quickly. Don't lower the level of law and order in Shijing Town." Lise didn't feel nervous in the face of the gangsters. On the contrary, he keenly captured the conversation between the two, and they were not locals. Not all the locals dare to be so arrogant. They simply don't take the local gangsters seriously. "Boy, you don't seem to understand the current situation." There was a smile on Will's rugged face, and he whistled. Boom. Next second, at the entrance of the alley, a figure walked out behind Lise and Wanda, holding a baseball bat and blocking the way. It seemed that he was hiding in a corner to let the wind out. Well, things are a little different now. Lise glanced behind him, patted Wanda's shoulder lightly, and said in a low voice, "Wanda, it's up to you." Even the cold-tempered Wanda was a little speechless and couldn't help but give him a blank look. This guy is so weak that he dares to be so arrogant. Are you not afraid of being retaliated against in the future? At this time, Will's narrowed eyes greedily glanced at Wanda's curvy figure and sneered. "Boy, you really shouldn't have brought your girlfriend here. Sorry, what did you say?" Advertisement feeling the sight, Wanda's expression suddenly became more gloomy, and the rhythm of her fingertips glowed with a faint reddish light. "A few unlucky ones are going to die." Lise took a step back, ready to watch a magic show. "B*****ch, I said. Will didn't notice anything wrong at all, and he was still talking desperately. But the next second, I saw that Wanda's hands glowed bright red, and it intensified, illuminating the entire dark alley in an instant, reflecting the frightened faces of several gangsters. "Fact, it's mutant." Feeling the red light on Huey's face, Will and the others staggered back in horror. The mother and daughter who were originally huddled in the corner saw hope in their eyes and helped each other up. "Help us." "Shut up." Will holds a gun and is about to hold the mother and daughter hostage. Because he knew that ordinary people would never be able to resist mutant, not to mention that the woman in front of him looked extremely powerful. "You bastards deserve to die." Wanda's pupils glowed red, and she opened her arms. Rage's chest heaved violently. It seems that some people really shouldn't be saved, and some people are still stubborn when they come back, ashamed of those who died in the war. The words fell. Boom. Along with the release of anger in his heart, a mass of raging red light gushed out towards the few people in front like a tide. Wherever he went, the whole alley trembled. The red light swept across and knocked several people to the ground abruptly. The red light quickly spread throughout the body like a flame. Ah! Get out of my head. Will fell to the ground with bulging veins on his forehead, holding his head in his hands and screaming heart-piercingly. However, the magic that contains Scarlet Witch's anger and pain, after eroding the brain, no one can resist it, and it can even make people die in nightmares. The mother and daughter who were hiding in the corner hurriedly avoided for fear of being hurt by his crazy appearance. Wanda, you are so strong. Rear. Lise is also a top magician, so he can clearly feel the strength of the origin magic power. It's no wonder that Wanda, who has studied the Dark God book, was able to transcend reality and travel through the multi-universe in just a few months. Go to hell. Just as he was thinking about it, the person who was in charge of releasing the wind at the entrance of the alley came back to his senses and directly pulled out the gun at his waist and aimed at Wanda in front of him. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the fist in front of him had already fallen. Boom. What's wrong? Wanda heard the movement, turned her head, and saw the last gangster passed out on the ground. Advertisement, he made a sneak attack, but I knocked him down with a punch. Lise explained with a smile. I used to learn Kung Fu when I was in Huaxia. Everyone in Daxiao knows how. Wanda is puzzled. No. Lise didn't know how to explain it, and the stereotype problem couldn't be explained for a while. Then he walked towards the few people who were still lying on the ground moaning in pain, opened the cuffs, and found that they all had the marks of gangsters on their bodies. Secretly write down these imprints. He turned to look at Wanda. Wanda, leave it to the police. His purpose is to get Wanda out of the predicament, and it is better not to do murder. With Wanda's temperament, if she killed someone, she might be more affected by origin magic power, causing some irreparable situations. Wanda nodded. She just stunned a few people and retracted her magic. The mother and daughter who had been hiding in the corner ran out in a hurry, and the woman said gratefully, Thank you, ma'am. If it weren't for you just now, the consequences would have been disastrous. Easy to do. Wanda was very thankful and couldn't help but smile with a warm heart. Thank you, sister. The silent little girl behind the woman also poked her head out, thanking her in a childish voice. You're welcome. Hurry up and go home with Mom. It's not safe outside at night. Wanda couldn't help reaching out and pinching the little girl. She couldn't put it down. Her eyes were full of love for her pink face. See you later. After finishing speaking, the woman didn't dare to stay longer. She took her daughter and left in a hurry. Wanda stared at the backs of one big and one small, gradually disappearing at the end of the alley, and it took her a long time to look away. Wanda, look, sometimes ability can also bring some benefits to people. Lise came over and said softly. He had a perception that Wanda's mood swings were not so intense. Although it has not been fully recovered, it has at least been eased. Wanda recalled the words of thanks to the mother and daughter just now. Her eyes flashed with warmth and said slowly, Actually, few people would say thank you to me, except the Avengers and Vision, especially after the Sokovia agreement. Then she stopped talking and changed the subject. Let's go back first. The police will deal with them. Seeing that she didn't continue talking, Lise didn't pursue her further. He knew that to make Wanda make a psychological change, he should not be too hasty, but take a long-term plan and take it slowly. 007. Community apartment. Lise bid farewell to Wanda and returned home, turned on the light, and went to the balcony. The deep sky outside was completely dark, and the night was dotted with stars. The cold wind blows in the autumn night, and the curtains rustle with the wind. Occasionally, there are passenger cars passing by downstairs, heading for the entertainment venue in the center of the town. Outsiders always like the nightlife in Westview town, because they have not been beaten severely. Lise took a deep breath, went back to the house, and locked the doors and windows and drew the curtains to block the wind and moonlight outside. It was dark and windy, and he had something to do. The gangsters from other places actually came to Shijing town. With a wave of Lise's hand, several knife-wrapped tattoos appeared in front of him. They were the tattoos of those gangsters just now. Such unique tattoos probably came from a certain gangster. In the past, he didn't bother to deal with the gangsters because they didn't know each other and didn't provoke them. However, he has already offended those people tonight, and he probably will seek revenge tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. American people hold revenge very much, let alone American gangsters. Then there will be another problem. So it's better to start early. As long as the enemy is gone, there will be no more trouble. Found you. For a few seconds. Lise's divergent spiritual thinking network has already captured the people with knife tattoos in the entire Westview town. The warehouse area in the east is indeed a gangster. A dark light flashed in his eyes, which turned into golden light and disappeared out of nowhere, leaving only a few stars twinkling in the air. Westview Town East Warehouse. There are almost no people around the remote East Warehouse, and the security team also gets off work in the evening. Only the guard stays in the monitoring room. Therefore, many gang members like to trade secretly in the East Warehouse, and many of them are gangsters from out of town. And at the moment, a spacious warehouse room, brightly lit and full of noise, a dozen figures moving back and forth carrying items. Hurry up, haven't you eaten yet? Quick, move your things to the car and go back to sleep. Put things lightly. The big man with rough appearance for the head urged sharply. The deputy next to him whispered, "Boss, John hasn't come back yet." "Fake this damn guy. Just run out to play with people who are short of manpower." When Nairi heard this, he was obviously very dissatisfied with John. If Gene Bean's goods cannot be delivered on time, all of us will suffer. Bang! Just as he was speaking, a huge amounts of sound echoed in Curry. What happened? Nairi immediately heard the reputation, and it turned out that one of his subordinates accidentally dropped the goods on the ground when they were carrying them. Advertisement, it also caused a deep hole in the cargo box. He suddenly turned blue with anger, and his subordinates were more stupid than the other. "Be careful, boy. If you sprinkle a little white flour, I will throw you into the river to feed the fish." "It's not the boss. This product is wrong. This box is much heavier than the previous one." The men argued. "What's the meaning?" Rue walked up suspiciously, kicked the wooden board of the cargo box, and then it cracked, and a lot of objects fell out. However, what fell was not flour, but a pile of stones. "Fake. Boss, they actually used stones to fool us." The assistant's eyes widened when he saw this. He had never seen such a shameless person in the industry for many years. He was reluctant to buy flour, and directly used stones to fool them. Damn, the local gang is so rude. Neri grabbed a handful of stones and threw them on the ground angrily. "Boss, what should we do now?" The deputy's forehead was dripping with sweat. This was Gene Bin's goods. If something went wrong, they would all die. "Hey, are you looking for these?" At this time, a lazy voice came from the direction of the truck parked behind, also revealing contempt. "Who are you?" Rue turned his head and saw a tall and thin figure appearing on the roof of the car at some time. The man was wearing a black rune mask and was holding a large bag of white noodles, which should have been in the cargo box earlier. He was relieved when he saw by Mion, and then his eyes turned cold. "Boy, so it's in your hands. Hand it over." The words fell. More than a dozen people around raised their long guns one after another. The cold and dark muzzle pointed at the man on the roof of the car. The bullets in the gun chamber could kill him at any time. "Everyone calm down. It just so happens that I have a new thing that needs to be tested. I just want to try it with you. If I can survive, I will exchange the thing for you." The person who came was Lise. He arrived half a minute ago, so he was in no hurry to make a move. He wanted to try the newly created Avada Kedavra from the world of Harry Potter, which could kill people without leaving any traces. "Kill him." Rue didn't talk nonsense, and directly ordered to shoot. "Hey, Avada Kedavra, Avada Kedavra." Lise shook his head, conjured a magic wand out of thin air, swung it suddenly at the surrounding people, and shouted, "Hum!" Whoosh! Instantly, several bright rays of light flew out like meteors, forming a strange arc across the air, hitting several people who lowered their guns one after another. Buzz. Advertisement bang bang bang. At the moment when the light came into contact with the original living people, the breath of life in their eyes was slackened, and they fell to the ground one after another and completely lost their breath. And there are no marks left on the body, not even the slightest wrinkle on the clothes. How is it possible? Neri's eyes were full of disbelief, and he backed away tremblingly. After witnessing the instant death of his subordinates, he seemed to lose the arrogance he had just now. Now all he has in his heart is the fear of death. A little strong. Lise was also a little surprised. Just now he tried to launch multiple shots, but he didn't expect it to be successful. Perhaps the creation magic is too powerful, and the Avada Kedavra created is far more than the version used by Voldemort. After all, Harry Potter's fighting power is far from being comparable to Marvel's. Definitely, that is a very magical world. Devil. At the moment, Rue tremblingly took out his gun, wanting to sneak attack, while Lise was thinking. "Don't worry, it's your turn." Lise noticed his movement and waved his hand casually. Next second, the last person fell with it. "I almost forgot to restore the scene first." Lise waved his hand again, and the broken box returned to normal, and the bullet casings on the ground disappeared. After confirming that there were no flaws, he turned around and disappeared in place with a golden light. Not long. As the doorman passed the warehouse, he noticed the open door. After the doorman walked in suspiciously, he was horrified by the lying corpses all over the ground, and his legs almost collapsed to the ground. Help! Dead man! Soon the siren blared loudly throughout the East warehouse, and the police came to the scene quickly and searched all the bodies, but found no problems, not even any injuries. Everyone seems to die strangely. This night, the Shijing Town police station is doomed to be restless. Definitely tomorrow's newspaper headlines will also make the entire Westview town uneasy. This is going to be one of the big unsolved cases of the year. But except for one person, she saw the problem at a glance. 008. Next morning, the sky is reddish and the belly is white. The yellow leaves of the autumn trees are rustling with the wind, and the people of Shijing Town start a new day with the sunrise. But today's atmosphere is obviously more serious than before. Boom, boom, boom. Lise has a regular schedule. He gets up early, but someone knocks on the door early in the morning. It was Wanda who came, and she brought two men in suits and leather shoes who claimed to be CIA agents to investigate the murder. Lee, please explain to me. The two of us came back together last night, and we didn't go anywhere on the way. Wanda spoke first. Sorry, Wanda. Please allow me to ask questions. One of the agents interrupted Wanda, then looked at Lise in front and said in a deep voice, Mr. Lee, there were many casualties in the East warehouse, and their people had a conflict with you yesterday. Is it those little bastards? Lise was slightly taken aback. He understood that the agent who claimed to be a CIA agent in front of him was here to investigate the case of the gangster's destruction last night. As for whether the two people's true identities were members of the CIA, it was open to discussion. However, the two now suspect that Wanda was responsible for the deaths of those gang members, because she is the only one with such a weird ability in Westview Town. Kill without a trace. According to the accounts of the two, the police investigated the scene all night and found no clues, even after restoring it through professional technology. Concluded that these were all sudden deaths. Obviously some kind of supernatural power. Wanda was with me last night. She didn't go anywhere. Lise told the truth, but not quite. After all, he killed the man, but neither the CIA nor the Tianjin Bureau could possibly suspect him. Mr. Lee, you are responsible for what you say. The CIA agent stared at the young man in front of him seriously, hoping to see the suspicion of lying from his micro-expression. However, the other party did not lie. Immediately, he exchanged glances with his companions before continuing. Wanda, I would like to ask you to go and have a look at the scene. The Avengers have the responsibility to take over this task. No problem, but he's going to. Wanda pointed to Lise and asked someone to accompany her, simply because she didn't want to perform the task alone. Hearing this, Lise was also a little surprised. No problem. The CIA agent hesitated for a while and immediately nodded in agreement. Anyway, a large crowd of reporters gathered at the scene of the crime. Even though it is now blocked, many photos have actually been circulated. It doesn't hurt to have one more Lise. Advertisement. Not long. The CIA agent then drove the two to the warehouse. Once there, the warehouse was surrounded by a cordon, and the police had been patrolling back and forth. Simply show your credentials. Lise and Wanda were brought into the crime scene. Without any clues, it was a perfect crime. Detective Inspector Gordon of the police department, who was also involved in the investigation, explained from the sidelines. The CIA agents have been standing behind to observe the expressions of Wanda and Lise. For a moment he asked Wanda, who had been scouting the scene, Did you see anything? I didn't feel anything. He hit it too well. Where's the body? Wanda asked. Wanda, you seem to be on the right track. Seeing her serious appearance, Lise couldn't help but smile slightly. It seems that doing more other things can distract Wanda's attention. I just want to do my best. Wanda replied. In fact, she is very resistant to participating in any action now, but seeing such a tragic killing in the town where her family will live in the future, she couldn't just sit back and watch, intending to take it seriously. Some haven't been shipped back yet. They're in the police car outside. Inspector Gordon on the side took the call. Without delay, everyone came to the transport vehicle outside the warehouse. The door was open, and a white cloth was lifted to reveal the pale corpse. There were no scars on the body. The forensic doctor dissected the two remains and found no disease. They are all in good health, and there is even a comparable athlete. Detective Gordon was full of emotion. The surrounding surveillance did not find any problems. Perhaps a supernatural event. Lise added, looking at the CIA agent again. The CIA agent ignored him, but looked at Wanda. What did you see? No, they died like normal. Wanda shook her head. She really didn't see anything. There wasn't any dark matter or other energy bodies in the scene and in these bodies. If there is, it is impossible to escape her perception, and even the soul of the owner of the body has no reaction. The two CIA agents looked at each other. One of them said slowly, "I'm sorry to bother you too. You go back first, by the way. This is a poisoning incident. Gordon, you should understand." Advertisement clear. Inspector Gordon didn't have any hesitation, and it was the first time he encountered a supernatural event. He knew that such things should not be revealed at will. Moment. Everyone left the scene of the crime one after another. The police temporarily blocked the warehouse completely, and the surrounding roads were not allowed to pass. However, with such a tragic murder case, it is impossible for anyone to dare to pass here. So it didn't take long. Except for the police officers guarding the warehouse wall, there was no one else living in the entire East warehouse. However, no one knew that in the empty barn curry, a rabbit jumped out of the corner. Next second, the rabbit spit out a ball of black aura, and the black aura gradually condensed into a human form. "It's a woman. Poison." She looked around and took a deep breath and said with a sneer, "Oh, I'm afraid this is not the masterpiece of some necromancer." If Lizzie were in this place, she would definitely recognize this woman as Agatha Harris Nix. Unlike Wanda, Wanda has no origin magic power, but has never learned any spells, not even a decent magic book. Unlike Agatha, she read countless books, so she could tell at a glance that this was clearly done by the necromancer. But, damn it, I can't feel where you are. Agatha also couldn't feel the owner of this breath. She just felt a breath of mana and found nothing else. The other party's magic attainments are higher than hers. "Why on earth did you come, Wanda?" "Origin magic power," Agatha muttered to herself, and then her eyes turned hard. She must not let anyone take away the origin magic power. Such a powerful energy should belong to her. She was born for magic. "I'll find you and make you a puppet." Her face was a bit ferocious. Her hands gathered black energy, and with a strong wave, her whole body turned into a black aura and disappeared. Boom. Outside, noticing the strangeness, the police rushed into the warehouse, but found that there was nothing inside. "It's strange. I heard someone talking." 009. Coffee shop. "Aren't you afraid?" Wanda, who was sitting opposite, revealed doubts on her delicate and melancholy face. Few ordinary people can remain calm in the face of such a thing. "You are Scarlet Witch, the strongest Avenger. Why should I be afraid when you are here?" Lizzie asked back. "I am the strongest Avenger. Who said that?" Wanda was taken aback. No one had ever said that before. It seems like no one in the Avengers is bored enough to talk about it, except for Tony and Thor, who sometimes grapple with such childish and boring topics. For example, Thor once wanted to set the voice authentication to become the strongest Avenger. Now he's a big fat man. Witches are generally the most powerful in the organization. Lizzie opened his eyes and spoke nonsense, but the strongest Avenger told the truth. Scarlet Witch is indeed the highest combat power of the Avengers at present, and Thor is not as good as her. This is a fact. After Wanda practiced the Dark God book, she even became the top fighting force in the 9 realms. If Avengers Alliance 3 Wanda met Thanos first, how could Avengers Alliance 4 reverse the future later? Thanos, who even the big 3 couldn't do it, let Wanda alone be enough. No matter how strong ability is, I can't feel his existence. Wanda was a little absent-minded as she spoke, and she couldn't help thinking of going to the Heavenly Sword Bureau yesterday, and seeing Vision being dismantled. She tried to perceive the existence of Vision. Unfortunately, Vision is like a pile of scrap metal, without any response. "Wanda, you need to move on." Lizzie was always paying attention to her mood swings, and found that the origin magic power in her body was still extremely unstable. However, there is no trend to erupt. "Look forward." Wanda looked at the sunny young man in front of him with a serious expression. He always gave her a very comfortable feeling and took her feelings into consideration. If Lizzie knew what was going on in her heart, she would probably say bluntly, "Get out of my hiding place first. We are good friends." "Lee, I didn't expect to meet you so early. Shouldn't young people be sleeping at this time?" Advertisement at this time. The bell rang at the door, followed by a slightly surprised female voice with a friendly tone. "Good morning, Agnes." When Lizzie heard the sound and looked around, he saw the person he least wanted to meet. Agatha Nix. The old witch always had a considerate smile on her face, and no one could tell that she had killed her own mother with her own hands. Agatha's eyes fell on Wanda across the table. "Is she?" "Wanda, my resident and neighbor." Seeing this, Lizzie sneered inwardly. The old witch probably started thinking about Wanda since she arrived here yesterday. After all, origin magic power is too attractive for a witch. That is the power of the Scarlet Queen in mythology. Hello, Wanda. I just remembered you're the Avenger superhero. Agatha couldn't wait to step forward and hold Wanda's hand. Hello. The sudden intimacy made Wanda a little flattered, and she let the other party hold her at a loss, which may be the reason for the lack of care since she was a child. She admitted that this strange new neighbor gave her an inexplicable affection. And Agnes, where's Josh? Lise was a little speechless, and the old witch didn't need to be so anxious. He almost wrote the words, "I want chaos," on my face. He stayed at home. The poisoning incident this morning made him a little worried, and he dared not go out. When Agatha talked about the poisoning incident, an imperceptible glint flashed in her eyes. That guy most likely came for Wanda's origin magic power. Fortunately, she came into contact with Wanda in advance. As the saying goes, those who are close to the water get the moon first. It's all fighting between gangs, and things like this are common in America. Lise spoke intentionally or unintentionally, and at the same time, she was keenly aware of the emotion in Agatha's eyes. It seemed that the old witch probably knew it wasn't an accident, but she didn't find any clues, otherwise she wouldn't have come here in a good mood. Advertisement, those brutes don't deserve to come back from Blink. They should be gone forever. Wanda's eyes were cold, and she made sacrifices to her comrades in exchange for peace. As a result, someone destroyed the beauty of the prosperous age. Sometimes you have to admit that there are only a small number of good people in the world, and only those with dark hearts can grasp things that ordinary people can't get. Lise took 2 sips of coffee, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Agatha. Aunt Agnes, do you think so? When Agatha heard this, if she hadn't been sure that Lise was just an ordinary person. Otherwise, she really felt that the young man in front of her deliberately used these words to tease her. After all, she would do anything to obtain supreme power. Those dark histories even became a disgrace to the witch world. I almost forgot. Lee, I need your help with something. Wanda didn't talk about that topic again, but suddenly remembered something. She took out a blueprint from her pocket. Actually, I have something to do in Westview town. I have an unfinished house on the west side. I hope you can help me find a construction team, and you can mention the remuneration terms as you like. Lise took over the drawing, which contained a simple house structure diagram and a transparent love heart in the middle. Obviously, the owner of the drawing had polished it countless times by hand. Love is almost gone. May I? Wanda spoke expectantly again. Originally, she planned to use magic to build. But after thinking about it, it's not appropriate. It's too weird for ordinary people, and no one wants to be seen as a freak. Naturally, Wanda didn't want to either. No problem. But are you sure? As long as I complete the construction, any conditions can be raised? Lise couldn't help but smile. Definitely. Wanda's mind was a little pure. She didn't hear the meaning of the words. She nodded. Her beautiful blue eyes revealed clarity in melancholy. The two of you. I left beforehand and have time to chat. Agatha was left alone by the two of them, unable to get in a word, so she had to find an excuse to leave first. Wanda has now been found and successfully contacted. There are still many opportunities waiting for her in the future. Don't worry about it for a while. Origin magic power will become her pocket sooner or later. 010. West of Westview. A forest of peach blossoms grows here, but in autumn, the peach blossoms on the trees are gone, and there are only bare trees as far as the eye can see. You really plan to build the house here? Lise left the coffee shop and followed Wanda to the site where the house was built. He looked around and saw that the area was remote and sparsely populated. This place is a bit deserted. I think you should change to another place. After all, people live in groups, and neighbors will give you a sense of security. Aren't you my neighbor? I may not live in this house. Wanda looked at the open space in front of the peach grove, her melancholy eyes revealing complexities. The cold wind forced her to put her hands in her pockets and rub them to keep warm. Well, I'm also worried about losing a tenant. Lise smiled. He clearly couldn't persuade Wanda, because the address of the house was chosen together with Vision. People always like to borrow things to think about their feelings and have a thought. What's more, for Scarlet Witch now, it has only been a few months since Vision's death, and the sadness in his heart has not dissipated. Later, though, Wanda also relieved Vision. Lee, this matter will trouble you. Wanda looked at the young man beside her. The reason why Lise was asked for help was that there were not many friends left around her, and everyone left one after another. Awakening, the Avengers organization has also fallen apart. The only Hawkeye I know has also retired. The only one I know now is Lise, and he feels very good about himself. Maybe he treats everyone like this. He likes to think differently and look at problems from the perspective of others. No problem, but I hope you don't go back on my terms. Lise said in a teasing tone. He didn't find it troublesome. He had hired a construction team during the renovation of the community apartment before, but it was just a phone call. and Scarlet Witch's trust and favor could be exchanged. This is equivalent to doubling the value. Well, as long as it's not too much, Wanda replied. Since the weather was a bit cold in the morning, the two of them didn't stay any longer and soon returned to the community apartment. They did not take a car to go back on foot and returned to the block near the apartment in about 20 minutes. It may be the so-called poisoning incident, which caused no one to go out on the street today, and the tourists who gathered yesterday also disappeared today. One case hit the local tourism industry hard. Advertisement: once there was a murder case in Florida, which directly caused the local tourism industry to enter a cold winter. Lise couldn't help being a little embarrassed seeing this. After all, he was the chief culprit in the poisoning incident. But those who died were all gang members, and the poisoning case will probably be forgotten soon. Lee, you are finally back. This is the rent money from Aunt Agnes. At this time, Josh, who had just come downstairs, saw him and ran over immediately. What are you doing over there? Lise took the money bag and noticed that in the square not far from the apartment, many people were setting up the stage, with banners and colorful balloons hanging up around it. I heard that he is a big philanthropist in New York. Mr. Wilson is going to come here to do charity. The mayor couldn't wait to set up the stage. After all, the poisoning case scares many people, and Mr. Wilson's arrival can just make up for the loss. Josh said it all in one breath. But Lise obviously didn't listen to the words behind. His attention was all on Wilson, the great philanthropist Wilson from New York. There is only one person who can be called a great philanthropist in New York, and that person is the underground emperor of the New York underworld, Wilson Grant Faith, Daredevil's #1 nemesis. Lee, what's the matter? Wanda noticed that he was taken aback and asked in doubt. I was just thinking the town's luck might be on its way. Lise replied. To be honest, Jean Bing's methods in the underworld are very cruel, but he has done a good job in charity. After all, he is a real capitalist and an underground emperor who is all-powerful in the underworld. Naturally, he needs to master both black and white contacts in full strength, so as to consolidate his position. But Jean Bing's visit this time is likely to be a poisoning case. The leader of the group of gang members mentioned Jean Bin yesterday, and it was obvious that Jean Bin wanted the goods. Interesting, Shijing Town is really a place of geomantic omen. A few heavyweights are coming. Advertisement: Lise complained helplessly in his heart. It was really a chain reaction. Fortunately, Jean was not threatening. The real trouble was the old witch Agatha. Maybe I should create some puppets and let them do things for me. With this thought in mind, he immediately bid farewell to Wanda and went home. He sat on the sofa habitually and glanced at the ever-increasing time bar on the system interface. Increase bit by bit. I don't know when the triple frame will start. Lise pondered the direction of the timeline. No surprises, no butterfly effect. 3 bugs in the same frame will still happen. And he has come all the time, so he naturally doesn't want to miss the 3 insects in the same frame. As a senior Marvel fan, he also wants to witness the 3 insects in the same frame with his own eyes. Hopefully it will be a year later, otherwise I might miss it. Lise's tone was helpless. Then with a wave of his hand, the doors and windows were suddenly closed and shut, and a scene like an ocean of stars suddenly gathered above his head. It enveloped the whole person, as if in another world in an instant. Lise is not worried about being noticed by Wanda and Agatha, because the magic of creation almost isolates everything from the outside world. Even if outsiders break in, they can't see anything. Make what? For a moment, he thought of a cool organization in his previous life, Shadow Corps. An organization composed of shadows. They obey the master's orders, similar to an agent organization, and can do anything. Moreover, they come and go without a trace, so it is difficult to be found. 011. At the moment, in the living room, the endless sea of stars and stars enveloped the top of the head, as if the surging ocean contained infinite power, and there were bright stars all over the place. Call. Lise is bathed in a strange light, which is not the case with creating magic. It's just that he is personally used to this mode, and often creates an atmosphere wrapped in stars. After thinking for a moment, he slowly closed his eyes to feel the power around him, and cleared all the thoughts in his mind. Information about the Shadow Corps gradually emerged in his mind, because the film and television of the previous life did not explain too much about the Shadow Corps. Therefore, when using creation magic to conceive concepts, most of them are derived from the concepts he imagined. Create magic and the user's imagination, perseverance linked. In fact, it is somewhat similar to the Green Lantern's ring, except that creating magic is far more powerful than the ring, and it can even distort the reality of the universe. And there is no limit to what can be created: magical elements, objects, substances. Anything can be created. The clock on the wall turned and made a sound, and the time passed by every minute and every second. With Li Zay's mental manipulation, the sea of stars above his head gradually became turbulent. He couldn't help but frown. From a certain point of view, the Shadow Core is not difficult to create, because their strength is not strong enough. It's kind of insignificant in the Marvel Universe. However, the ability characteristic of the Shadow Core is enough for the moment. Whoosh. Finally, after a whole morning, the turbulent sea of stars above his head fluctuated violently, and a white ball of light emerged and flew out. It's done. When Li Zay looked up and saw it, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The ocean of stars that created magic above his head disappeared, and the living room instantly returned to its original state. Then he spread his hand, and the words appeared in the ball of light in his palm. Shadow Core. As long as you integrate this ball of light, you can have all the Shadow Core. Soldiers of the core can turn into shadows and shuttle over any object as they like. They are the embodiment of shadows. As long as shadows can exist, they will exist. There are 9 different mentalities in the Sombra, divided into 9 different warbands, so their abilities and fighting styles are also different. But one thing is always the same. The Shadow Core will always be completely obedient to the summoner. Try. Li Zay talked to himself, squeezed the ball of light in his hand to absorb it into his body. A warm current swam through his body, but he didn't feel anything else. However, when he had a thought, he waved his hand casually. Whoosh. I saw a few figures rising from the shadow of the room. Looking carefully, all of them were dressed in ninja suits, and their eyes were slightly red, like killers in the dark. Boom. A few people appeared, and they immediately stepped forward and bowed their heads to pay homage. Ninja Group. Li Zay muttered. Advertisement wearing ninja costumes in front of him is one of the 9 major core, and also the original Black Shadow Core. The strength is quite satisfactory, neither weak nor strong. But it can hide in the dark. Boom, boom, boom. Before Li Zay had time to summon other troops, he heard a knock on the door. What is Agatha doing here? His eyes shone slightly, and he saw the situation outside through the iron gate. The person outside the door is the old witch Agatha. Lee, there's something wrong with the faucet in my room. It doesn't come out. Agatha knocked on the door anxiously and shouted. Click. And Agnes, isn't Josh here? Li Zay pushed open the door and came out wondering. He's not here. Can you take a look for me? Agatha was a little powerless, as if she was really helpless. Li Zay didn't believe the old witch's words in his heart. As a senior magician, Agatha had the ability to solve problems by herself without any help. If something goes wrong, there must be a demon, and the old witch may be thinking about other things. But as a landlord, you can't ignore it. In the end, he could only nod his head. No problem. You are a good person. Agatha had a satisfied look on her face when she heard the words, but when she turned around, her eyes flashed an imperceptible dim light, revealing a little sinister. The two soon came to the second room downstairs. At the beginning, there were not many suites left, so Li Zay could only arrange Agatha on the next floor, so that it would be convenient to monitor the old witch's movements in the future. It's like it's blocked, it's not moving at all. In the kitchen, Agatha pointed to the faucet on the sink. Probably something wrong with the valve. Li Zay opened the toolbox, took out a new faucet, and planned to replace it with a new one. Lee, you and Wanda seem to have a good relationship. Agatha behind her asked happily. Actually, we just met yesterday, and we just became friends today. Li Zay was taken aback for a moment, and then realized that the reason why the old witch came to her was to use her to get close to Wanda, so as to achieve her goal. Really, but I see that you two stay together a lot. Wanda's mood is very weird. I can see that she doesn't really like being in contact with others. Agatha smiled as she stared at the young man with her back turned away. Her left fingertips were slightly bent and glowed with black aura, and she walked forward and said, You seem to be special. Actually, isn't that what friends do? Li Zay took a deep breath. The old witch really has a problem. When he was bored in the past few months, he created a lot of magic and some weird and special abilities, including a holographic eye. Advertisement able to see things at 360 degrees around him and accurately predict all threats. Therefore, he saw Agatha's movements and the black aura's left hand at a glance. Friend. Yeah, ordinary people can never imagine what kind of existence Wanda is. Agatha sneered in her heart. Wanda may have chaos force in her body, which is the energy from the god of black magic. She came here to get chaos force, so she continued. Lee, I want to ask you for a favor. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the black aura gathered in his hand roared like a ghost. The energy contained in black aura is enough to turn a person into a puppet. Agatha's purpose is very clear, which is to control the people around Wanda and help her monitor the latter. After all, She didn't dare to do anything before she caught Wanda's handle. She is not sure against origin magic power. Boom. However, just as Agatha was about to make a move, the door of the room that had been concealed was knocked open, and several ghostly shadows rushed out, then broke through the window and escaped. What happened? Lise turned around abruptly and looked at the broken window. It seems that someone rushed out just now. Agatha was also taken aback, but fortunately she stopped before being seen. All gone. But the black shadow that flashed past just now made her look solemn, and she hurried to the window. There was nothing outside, nothing at all. She was absolutely sure that the black shadow just now existed, and the broken window was also real. You know, this is the height of an 8-story building. Those shadows just disappeared. And Agnes, let's call the police first. Behind. Lise waved his hand lightly, and a few black shadows in the corners sank to the ground and disappeared. That's right, the Sombra just now was actually the Sombra core. Fortunately, there is the Shadow core, otherwise it would have been exposed. He wasn't afraid of Agatha, and that little trick couldn't hurt him. The only worry is that his strength will be exposed, and all the previous efforts in hiding during this period of time will be in vain. Agatha nodded. She was in no mood to pay attention to Lise after going through this incident. Instead, he looked out the window with gloomy eyes. Is it the main messenger of the previous poisoning incident? She didn't go to find the other party. This damn guy actually found her head. Well, offend the mightiest witch on earth, and you'll pay for it. Wanda and origin magic power, you can't get neither. 012. The efficiency of the Shijing Town Police Station was very fast. It didn't take long for the sheriff to bring people to the scene, cordon off the scene, and start collecting evidence at the scene. Lee, what happened? Upstairs, Wanda heard the movement and went downstairs, and saw the police taking notes for Lise and Agatha. Someone is lurking in Agatha's room. Lise's expression revealed fear, as if what happened just now had nothing to do with him. My God, this is too dangerous. Luckily you are not hurt. Wanda widened her eyes slightly when she heard this, and walked over worriedly. Although she is not an Avenger, she is also a girl at heart, and she will be surprised and worried when she hears such things. After all, someone can sneak into the house without their knowledge. Don't worry, those guys seem to be only robbing money. Lise smiled easily. But it means that the security measures in the apartment are too poor. It seems that we need to find time to improve the security facilities. Agatha next to her didn't answer the conversation, and she didn't bother to pay attention to the young landlord. Her mind was full of thoughts about the shadows that flashed just now. Combined with the poisoning incident, she is almost certain that the black shadow just now came from the same person, and it is very likely that he is also a black magician. Sorry to bother you, Miss Agnes. Everything you said is here, and nothing is missing. At this point, a police officer interjected. That man is not for money. Then why is he? Lise was at a loss. Maybe it didn't succeed. Since nothing was lost, let this matter pass. I won't file any lawsuits, and you don't need to investigate. Agatha knew that everything was done by another black magician. It doesn't make any sense for ordinary people to investigate. It's better to let her use backtracking magic to check the scene herself. And Agnes, are you sure? Wanda was a little worried. Well, if there is no loss, there is no need to bother. Agatha smiled generously. Wanda saw her say this all the time, and didn't persuade her anymore. She chose to respect the other person's choice. Most people in America don't like being judged. Advertisement, they yearn for freedom. The police simply cleaned up and left the scene one after another. They like to meet victims who are not held accountable. This can save a large part of the workflow. As for Lise and Agatha, the latter refused to ask the construction team to repair the windows. Agatha said that she could find someone to fix it, and she said she would take a rest so that the two of them could leave with peace of mind, and there would be no problems by themselves. Then let's go eat first. Wanda didn't see any problem, turned her head to look at Lise, and said, Please eat. You treated me at noon yesterday, and today I treat you. Good. Lise was a little surprised by the invitation. He thought it would be difficult to get the depressed Wanda to take the initiative. Looking at it now, his previous prejudice against Scarlet, which seems a bit big. Maybe Wanda wasn't as bad as he thought. The two still chose the Huxiao restaurant yesterday. On the way, Wanda thought the braised pork was delicious, so she wanted to have another meal. Come to Food Festival. It happened to be noon. In the past, there was a lot of passenger flow during this time period, but today, due to the poisoning incident, the passenger flow was much less. The owner of the restaurant is from Huaxia. He said that he will wait for Mr. Wilson to come here to hold a charity event tomorrow in order to suppress the limelight. Without Wilson's charitable activities, it is estimated that this matter will not be able to pass for a long time. Lise felt a little ashamed when he heard these words. I didn't expect one thing to cause such a chain reaction. It's a little surprising that it's true. This is simply the butterfly effect. But fortunately, the effect did not make Wanda lose control in advance. What's on your mind? Seeing him in a daze again, Wanda blinked her melancholy brows, stared at him, and said, "You seem to be in a daze often." "Because I'm good at thinking," Lise said solemnly. "You make me feel very strange. We only met yesterday, but you seem to have known me for a long time and know my situation." Advertisement. Wanda's expression turned serious. She noticed this morning, and when she thought about it carefully since they met yesterday, Lise gave her the feeling that she had known each other for a long time. But she clearly remembered that the two had never met face to face. As the owner of telepathy ability, the effect of origin magic power makes it impossible for her memory to have any confusion, and it is impossible to forget. But origin magic power gave her a feeling that the two seemed to know each other. "Wanda, I haven't been to the Avengers base. Maybe it's just fate." A natural smile formed on the corner of Lise's mouth. "I don't believe it unless you let me try it with telepathy." Saying that, Wanda didn't wait for him to refuse, stood up, and bent over to touch his temple. This is one of the reasons why she invited Lise back to dinner today? Ahem, no problem. Lise was a little surprised. He didn't expect Europeans and Americans to be so open-minded, and they actually took action directly. He felt the softness of being attached to him. The nature of a man made him look down. He can only use one word to describe it: rough waves. "I won't hurt you." After Wanda finished speaking, her slender and smooth hand was already pressing on his temple. Lise smelled the tangy aroma and slowly closed his eyes. There was a trace of scarlet light on the fingertips of those hands, constantly invading and wrapping around Lise's temples, like a pair of hands, constantly stroking his head. "Makes you feel very comfortable." Wanda on the opposite side also closed her eyes. Next second, her eyes suddenly went blank, and her soul successfully entered Lise's spiritual world. All of Lise's memories are stored here. 013. Open your eyes and look at the world in front of you is blank. The floor under your feet is as white as snow, and the sky is hazy like heaven. But for a moment, as the surrounding haze gradually dissipated, patches of gorgeous forests rose from the ground, and tall trees shot straight into the sky. Is this Lise's spiritual world? Wanda's pretty face showed surprise. She was mentally prepared before entering, knowing that Lise is an optimistic person. But after witnessing the fantasy forest in front of him, I couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion in my heart. His state of mind. Wanda strode forward, animals shuttled between the woods, and memories of Lise emerged in the woods, swaying with the wind. The content of the memory is the experience from childhood to adulthood. Every memory can be seen, even if it is hidden in the deepest part of the heart, or forgotten by the owner. Under the influence of origin magic power, it can still be unearthed. Memory has joy and makes people laugh. There is also pain, which makes the tip of the nose sore. In my memory, Lise grew up in a California orphanage. She lacked care since she was a child, and other children and friends were adopted one after another. And he could only witness his friends leave, and the people around him left one after another, but no one wanted a yellow-skinned Huaxia. It wasn't until the age of 18 that Lise was able to leave. Definitely waiting for him is still alone. It turned out that he had a bad life. Wanda's expression was touched, and the loneliness contained in the memory of the other party made her feel a little empathetic. But, as the memory deepens, what moved her even more was Lise's character, who always maintains an optimistic attitude. In the face of difficulties, he always looks forward. This optimistic personality even once affected Wanda. He had such a bad life, but he could always face everything with a smile. Because of Wanda's special spiritual ability, she clearly felt Lise's optimistic attitude, and those optimistic attitudes hidden in her memory constantly affected her. The depression that had been accumulated in her heart for a long time was gradually resolved at this moment. At the same time, in reality, Wanda frowned suddenly, and her exquisite fair face revealed complex emotions, including entanglement and confusion. Next second, call. Advertisement. She opened her eyes suddenly, took a step back, and sat back in the chair, panting heavily. "Wanda, are you okay?" Lise opened his eyes and saw Wanda with a ruddy complexion, leaning on the chair and panting, and was immediately worried. Because, before Wanda entered his spiritual world just now, he had already made precautionary preparations, and all his memories had been tampered with. Exactly. After meeting Wanda yesterday, Lise compiled a complete set of life memories. But the status of an orphan is real, and he did grow up in an orphanage in his previous life. In addition, he expected the situation today. He also used his optimistic personality as the theme of the spiritual world, hoping to change Wanda's melancholy mood. But at present, I don't know if this trick is useful for Wanda. After all, origin magic power is not vegetarian. I'm fine. Wanda breathed a sigh of relief, and the fluctuating emotions in her heart could not be calmed down for a long time. The attitude towards life that I felt just now has been echoing in my mind. She was actually affected subtly. Thinking of her looking up at the sunny young man in front of her, he always has an inexplicable appeal, as if a person who walks in a dark alley all the year round can feel the sunshine under his influence. I thought you cast a witchcraft spell wrongly. In movies, witches cast spells wrongly, and they will suffer backlash. Are you sure you're all right? Lise gestured a few times, and finally said the purpose. It's all right, and I'm not a witch. I haven't touched magic books. Doctor Strange may be more suitable for the title of necromancer. Wanda didn't say how she feels in the spiritual world, but she has to admit one thing. The optimistic attitude of Lise's spiritual world made her somewhat relieved of the current depressed situation. Perhaps she should really look forward. Let go of everything in the past and look forward. The rest of the lunchtime was spent talking between the two of them. After eating, Wanda still has doubts in her heart. She doesn't see any problems in Lise's memory, but the other party chats with her, but every time she can talk to her heart. The two have just met each other not long ago, but they seem to be friends who have known each other for many years. Because Lise can always find something to talk about. It's a pity that Wanda will never be able to understand. The Huaxia people sitting opposite understand her better than anyone else. Lunch is over. Lise had nothing to do and went home as usual, while Wanda said that she had something to do and would not stay in Westview town tonight. He thought about this for a long time, but he didn't think about what Wanda was going to do. Advertisement, after all, the span between the timeline and the events of Wanda and Vision is a bit long, and there is also a long blank period in between. It is impossible for him to take care of everything, and now Wanda's mood has gradually stabilized, and the uncertainty of the origin magic power outbreak in his body has been reduced. So now there is no need to worry too much about Wanda getting out of control. Back to the community apartment. Lise found that the windows of Agatha's suite had been fully repaired, and he could imagine that the old witch had done it with magic. He didn't care. The only thing worth caring about was the accident that happened today. Agatha tried to use black magic to control him, almost exposing his ability. If it weren't for the Shadow Core, his hiding would have ended long ago. The ticking time bomb, Agatha, must be dealt with quickly. Lise walked out of the elevator thinking about it, when a rabbit who didn't know where it came from appeared in the corridor bouncing in front of him. Da-da-da. The rabbit jumped a few times, stopped and stared at him with scarlet eyes. The atmosphere is a bit weird. Where did the rabbit come from? When Lise was in doubt, Agatha's voice came from behind. Mr. Sholich, why did you come here? Aunt Agnes, is this your rabbit? Lise suddenly remembered that Agatha had a pet. In the comics, she kept a Black Panther as a pet, but the universe kept a rabbit. Obviously, this rabbit is not simple either. Just kept staring at him. Well, sorry for letting it get out. You wouldn't suggest this little guy, would you? Agatha petted the rabbit with a kind smile on her lips. It's okay, Aunt Agnes. I'm a little sleepy. See you later. Lise is too lazy to talk nonsense with her. He has always had the habit of taking a nap, but he doesn't want to miss the nap time because of the old witch. Click, bang. See the door close. Agatha didn't stop wasting time and walked downstairs with the rabbit in her arms, stroking the rabbit constantly. You think there's something wrong with the landlordly? The rabbit in his arms moved spiritually. He's fine. I've checked, and no one can hide from my eyes. Okay, now we should look for that guy hiding in the dark. He might ruin our business if he stays here. So let's send him away first. 014. Next morning, Westview Township Community Plaza. At the moment, the time was only 8 o'clock, and there was a sea of people in the square, including locals and tourists from other places, and everyone's faces were full of joy. At the entrance directly in front of the square, there is a circular arch with the words charitable donations written on it. Many temporary camps are set up in the rear, and numerous entertainment facilities and food are provided to those who participate in charity fundraising activities. Lee, I really didn't expect Mr. Wilson to come to Westview Town for a fundraising event. He is a big shot in New York City. Josh's eyes fell on the poster not far away. The picture was a tall and mighty fat man with a pair of sharp eyes that made people awe-inspiring. Wilson seemed to be famous. A lot of people knew him. Lise got up early in the morning. As a daily lay-down salted fish, he was in a hurry, so he would naturally come to charity events near the community to join in the fun. What surprised him was that Josh, who usually slept until noon, woke up so early today to participate in the event. It seemed that he had slightly underestimated Gene Bing's influence. Lee, he is a great big shot. He has donated countless money. The company has also driven the state's economic development, and he is a perfect husband. Josh explained excitedly. I see. Lise was a little surprised. And it's no wonder that the Hawkeye drama set gold and dared to kill people in the street. With his wrist, he doesn't worry about being sanctioned at all. He doesn't look very nice. Wanda next to him looked at the poster and said slowly, she just came back from out of town and happened to be in time for a charity event. Having lived in poverty since she was a child, she planned to participate in the fundraising event. Helping other people makes her feel better. Face doesn't mean everything. You can't judge people by their appearance. Passers-by were a little displeased when they heard this. The rest of the passers-by also showed dissatisfaction. Obviously, most of the people present were in awe of the famous philanthropist Wilson. Many people came to this charity fundraising event because of Wilson's face. Otherwise, who would care about a small remote town? Sorry, my friend made a slip of the tongue. Lise smiled apologetically and hurriedly pushed Wanda away. The eyes of those people just wanted to eat them alive. The hype of Jean Bing's character set was very successful, and most people fell into the trap. Lee, my intuition has always been accurate. Wanda added dissatisfiedly that she owns telepathy, which can see all kinds of people clearly at a glance. Advertisement, you should stop talking nonsense. Mr. Wilson has a high prestige. Josh, who was following behind, muttered something, then raised his head and his eyes lit up, and exclaimed, he's coming. It really is him. Lise heard the sound and looked over the crowd to the central stage, where a tall and mighty fat man stood there. Different from ordinary fat people. He looks extremely solid, giving people a sense of standing upright, and he walks with authority every step of the way. He is indeed Wilson Fix, New York philanthropist, famous entrepreneur. At the same time, he is also the New York underworld, the underground emperor who covers the sky with one hand. As soon as Jean Bing came to the stage, countless people below applauded and cheered. Josh on the side also shouted. Sharp, Lise muttered. Jean Bing's skills are already top-notch among ordinary people. Both black and white are mixed together. You think he's great? Wanda was puzzled to hear this. No, I mean he is very good at demagoguery. This guy is not a good person. Lise was slightly taken aback. Why did the witch care about his thoughts? Wanda nodded in agreement. When I was wandering the streets with Pietro, the gang leaders gave me the impression that they were very similar to Wilson on stage. Speaking of this, she looked down. The old things are in the past. Lise comforted. He knew that Pietro was Quicksilver, Wanda's younger brother, and they had smuggled to America together, forced to participate in Hydra's experiments and gained great power. However, Quicksilver fell in Sokovia's hail of bullets. It turns out that you are all here. I thought everyone was on vacation. At this moment, Agatha came over from behind. She seemed to be in a bad state of mind. Her eye bags were slightly swollen, and she was holding a rabbit in her arms. The guy's red eyes had been locked on Lise. Aunt Agnes, does your rabbit like me very much? It keeps staring at me. Lise noticed this, reached out and rubbed the rabbit's head vigorously, making it squeaky. Mr. Scoledge is a little afraid of strangers. Advertisement seeing this, Agatha's heart ached, and she took a step back. Sorry, I just like small animals too much. Lise looked at the rabbit and smiled, pretending to be embarrassed. He prefers to eat braised rabbit heads. The rabbit in Agatha's arms noticed the sight and shrank into her arms in fear, but her master didn't care, but was a little helpless. I didn't sleep well all night because of what happened yesterday. In fact, she looked for the owner of those dark shadows all night. She is convinced that there are other magicians in town. But one night, nothing. That guy is hiding too deep. I will strengthen security as soon as possible to prevent such a thing from happening. Lise nodded to show that he took this issue very seriously. At this moment, Wilson's speech was gradually coming to an end, and most of the participants in the audience applauded excitedly. Mr. Wilson's presentation was fantastic. Josh has also been watching intently. But at this moment, no one noticed that several cars were approaching outside the square. When it was approaching, the leader's car accelerated suddenly, like an out-of-control falling rock suddenly collided and turned into an afterimage. Careful! Lise turned his head and saw the situation, and hurriedly pulled Wanda and the others away. And at the moment, whoosh! The car had already rushed to the square at an extremely fast speed, and the surrounding people were knocked to the ground. And then the car windows were opened, and several pitch-black gun barrels were exposed. Next second, boom. The cold muzzle of the gun was instantly ignited, and countless bullets flew out, sweeping towards everyone in the square indiscriminately. For a while, sudden situation. The scene was like a boulder falling into a pond, and everyone in the square fled in panic in an instant. The sense of fear spread rapidly like a virus, tearing apart the original festive atmosphere. 015. Kill Wilson. Don't let him go back to New York. In the van, a big man squatted in front of the window with a gun in his hand. He pressed the trigger like crazy and roared loudly. The people in the car all came rushing towards the gold, and all shot wildly at the big man hiding on the stage, and the mindless shooting also caused many innocent people to fall. But they don't care. F***K. Go to hell. Boom. Deafening gunshots resounded through the square. The rain of bullets swept through the dense crowd, and scarlet blood mixed with wreckage splashed. Ah, run. My God, there is a terrorist attack. In an instant, the crowd set off a wave of screaming and crying, and their fear made them flee desperately. Some people even don't care about their companions who are lying in a pool of blood. It's a member of the gang, behind a sausage vending cart. Just now, Lizzie noticed the abnormality and reacted very quickly to pull Wanda and the others to hide behind the bunker. His eyes fell on Jean Ben on the stage. They should be pretending to be Wilson. Why? Mr. Wilson didn't provoke them. Josh broke out in a cold sweat and slumped on the ground in horror. You will know later. Lizzie frowned. He is in a bad mood now. Come to participate in a charity event. Unexpectedly, you will encounter a fight between gangsters, and he was caught in the middle. You have to get out of this dangerous place quickly. I'll take care of these beasts. Wanda came back to her senses and saw several people lying in a pool of blood. Her clear eyes blazed with anger. She stood up abruptly. Her fingertips glowed with a strange scarlet light. Hide well. Don't come out. Almost forgot. The strongest Avenger is here. Lizzie was taken aback for a moment. He just remembered that Scarlet, which was still there. It seems that he hasn't gotten used to the existence of witches yet, and has actually forgotten about the strongest Avenger. Chaos Force. No one noticed from behind. Agatha stared at the scarlet light on Wanda's fingertips. The greed in her eyes was hard to conceal, and even gradually became ferocious. That is Chaos Force, the power of the god of black magic. Anyone who gets it can become the supreme magician. But now the origin magic power is in a damn girl. What a waste. She has sullied the god of black magic. You have failed those who died in the Great War. You are not worthy to live in this world. At the moment Wanda had strode out, and as she twisted her hands, an endless power burst out suddenly. Scarlet light gushed out like a tide. The billowing scarlet wave centered on her, overwhelming the surroundings. The entire square was instantly enveloped in scarlet light, immersed in a strange atmosphere. The deep space above everyone's heads was also cloudy in the blink of an eye. The bullets that had been fired from the van were also blown back by the waves. Boom! In the next second, countless bullet holes appeared on the surface of the car, wisps of white smoke filled the air, and the attackers in the car also lost their movement. What happened? Advertisement, everyone, we are saved. The fleeing crowd stopped and found that everything had returned to calm. It's the Avenger, Wanda the Witch. Wanda hail. Someone recognized the woman who came out slowly. She was obviously a member of the Avengers. They are saved. After making sure that there is no movement in the van, everyone's faces showed the joy of being alive after the catastrophe, and some people were so happy that they cheered for Wanda. It is also cheering for the rest of the life after the catastrophe. Definitely, there are also people who are still in shock, talking about sitting on the ground for a long time and unable to recover. Wanda was a little uncomfortable. She didn't expect these people to be so enthusiastic. Wanda, you saved them. Lizzie saw the surprise in her eyes, stepped forward and praised. Besides, you can manipulate magic more freely, and you will become a powerful magician in the future. She's not a magician, is she? Agatha sneered when she heard this. A person who had never even touched a magic book. How is it worthy of the title of magician? I really don't count. Wanda didn't take that to heart, and she wasn't doing magic either. Who said that you are very capable, and 1 year is better than others for 100 years? I have heard that some old witches will not make any progress in 100 years, and you guessed that they are in their 20s. When Lizzie said this, she didn't pay attention to Agatha, who was narrating, and the rabbit in her arms. Her eyes gradually became gloomy. Ma'am, thank you for your help just now, on the stage. Jean Ben stood up from behind the bunker and strode down. He who had been through the hail of bullets just now seemed to be a normal person. It seemed that what happened just now was just commonplace for him. You're welcome. I'm just doing what I have to do. Wanda is not willing to pay attention to Jean Ben. He feels very evil to her. Mr. Wilson, it is our negligence. We will never have. At this time, the sheriff arrived in a hurry with his men. The situation was urgent just now, and his men were violently attacked before they could react. The attackers were clearly prepared. They figured out the way of the police and successfully avoided all searches. Mr. Sheriff, there are no second chances. Jean Bing looked fierce. He came here to investigate the shipment. Yesterday, the people responsible for transporting the goods all died tragically in the East Warehouse, and the informants placed by the government did not provide any clues. That's why he came in person. It's just that I didn't expect someone to attack me in public. Mr. Wilson, the sheriff suddenly lost his mind, and the mayor had asked him several times before his business trip. This charity event can increase the reputation of the town and drive economic development. Now everything is messed up. When he lost his mind, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. The car door was suddenly opened, and a man covered in blood staggered out of the bread that was full of bullet holes, with a bomb wrapped around him. This scene, countless people around have noticed. Fact. What's going on? Advertisement. This guy is fine. He has a bomb on him. Everyone shouted and cast their eyes on Wanda. Hiss. Hear movement. Wanda turned her head to look and saw a dying man with a ticking time bomb on his body. Seeing this scene, she froze in place and didn't reach out to throw it away. She was a little helpless, because such a familiar scene made the memories hidden in her heart emerge again. Was on a mission with Captain America in Germany. Her misstep resulted in dozens of deaths and indirectly caused the Avengers to fall apart, leading to Captain America and Tony's parting ways. Everything was ruined by her. Wanda. Seeing this, Lise perceived her emotional fluctuations and immediately thought of the witch's previous experience. The witch is again affected by the origin magic power. Origin magic power is powerful, but not easy to control. Easily affects the mind of its owner, leading to a series of tragedies. The later Wanda is the most typical example. Never mind. Agatha will definitely not make a move. Lise took a deep breath, and with a thought, several black shadows in the shadow of the street corner turned into human figures, like ninjas under the moonlight. In full view. Whoosh. Several shadow ninjas rushed over to pick up the big man, and when the time bomb exploded, they disappeared into the darkness. Move fast. In less than 10 seconds. Who was that just now? A ninja. I didn't see clearly, but they took the bomb away. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Wanda, who came back to God. And the only one who was angry and shocked was Agatha. He's nearby? He's been there. But where did this guy hide? Agatha Nix scanned the surroundings anxiously, hoping to find suspicious persons. At the moment the rabbit in his arms struggled. Mr. Scoledge, what did you say? Agatha looked down at the rabbit in her arms, and then seemed to hear the answer. You said, the most calm person is the person behind the scenes, talking. She swept her gaze and finally landed on a person. Hosted by Lise. The handsome Oriental young man stood there with a calm face. No surprise could be seen on his face, as if everything was normal for him. 016. Someone once said that the calmest person at the scene of a murder, if he is not a law enforcement officer, then he must be the murderer, because only those who do it with their own hands will not have emotional fluctuations. Definitely this sentence only applies to professional killers. And the person who can avoid Agatha's tracking many times is naturally impossible to be an ordinary person. Mr. Strachey, you may have guessed. Agatha's eyes fell on the indifferent young man, and the rabbit in her arms was also staring there, with strange emotions in her scarlet eyes. At the moment, no one noticed their expressions. Many people at the scene hadn't recovered from the unexpected situation, and their faces were still in shock. If it weren't for those black shadow ninjas just now, this place might have been overturned by the explosion. But how did the shadow ninja appear? They disappeared into the shadows of the street corner in the blink of an eye just now, but in broad daylight they were like ghosts, coming and going without a trace, just as weird as a witch's witchcraft. For a while, everyone at the scene turned their heads to look at Wanda in unison. It was the witch Wanda who saved us. She saved us twice. My God, it's a good thing the Avengers are here. Otherwise I can't imagine what would happen. Hear what those around you are saying. Wanda was at a loss. She was affected by the origin magic power just now and couldn't concentrate at all. In an instant, several black shadow ninjas appeared and took away the big man carrying the explosion. Wanda, you also said you don't know witchcraft. Lise, the culprit next to him, pretended to be surprised when he saw this. Lee, I didn't do it. Wanda shook her head. I was distracted just now. Speaking of this, she also realized a problem, if not her own. Doesn't that mean there are other magicians in town? Or other super abilities? But from the current point of view, those people have no malicious intentions, otherwise they would not have taken action at such a critical moment to save the people in this square. Don't be modest. I said you would be a magic genius. Lise didn't give her a chance to explain. After all, the vast majority of people at the scene knew that Wanda was a witch. No matter how hard she was to argue, many people still believed that she saved everyone. Many people came to express their gratitude for this. The charity event had to be canceled due to the unexpected situation that caused countless people to be injured at the scene, and some even fell into a pool of blood. As the person in charge, Jean also said that he is willing to bear all the losses. A festive charity event ended in tragedy. Back on the road. Those Black Shadow ninjas are really not mine. Wanda took the credit inexplicably and felt a little sorry. Uh-huh. Lise nodded nonchalantly and then said, the construction team you want has already been contacted. Take them to the construction site later. Someone will help you design everything. Good. Advertisement. Seeing his casual reply, Wanda knew that this guy definitely didn't believe it and felt a little helpless. And Agnes, do you want to come with me? Lise looked at Agatha behind him and asked, I really want to go and see, but there are some things at home that haven't been dealt with, so I'll see you later, heard the words. After Agatha shook her head and said goodbye, she turned and walked towards the community apartment. And no one noticed that when she turned her back, black aura flashed across her blue pupils, like an old witch in an ancient castle. After returning to the suite of the apartment, standing in front of the window, she looked at the two figures that were gradually disappearing on the street in the distance, and her tone gradually became cold. Lee, who are you? An ordinary person or a black magician? The words fell. Agatha in front of the window disappeared, and in a blink of an eye she had arrived at Lise's suite upstairs. Looking at the ordinary decoration of the suite, she put down the rabbit in her arms. Go, Mr. Strachey, find evidence of his identity. At the same time, in the city closest to Westview town, a tall building stands in the most conspicuous position in the city center. There are no high walls around it, but few people approach it. Office on the top floor of the at the moment building. Supernatural incidents have occurred continuously in Shijing town in the past 2 days. Just now, mysterious Black Shadow ninjas appeared in the West Square. Surveillance captured them being able to hide in the shadows. The director of Tianjin Bureau, Hayward, sat on a chair and looked at the report in his hand. Since SHILD fell apart, Tianjin Bureau has gradually taken over supernatural incident cases in Daxia, and Vision is also the project that took over from SHIELD Westview. Isn't Wanda in town? Yellow-skinned Agent James Wu asked. Director, do you suspect that Wanda did it? This possibility is not ruled out, so you will go to Shijing town to investigate this matter in the next period of time. The East Warehouse inexplicable death case, and today's ninja incident in the shadows. Hayward glanced over the man and woman in front of him. No problem. James Wu is a yellow-skinned Oriental, but he prefers to challenge difficult things. I follow the organization's arrangements. Monica Rambeau also said no problem. Good luck. This is Wanda's current address. You can choose to live in the same building. Hayward dropped a file. There is a name written on it, which is Lise, landlord of Building 1 of Shijing Town Community Apartment. Afternoon. Westview Town. After Lise and Wanda finished their lunch, he returned home. Has anyone been here? However, when he walked to the door of the room, he noticed an abnormality. The strong light sensitivity made him perceive that there was a strange atmosphere inside the door. Click. Advertisement. After pushing the door and entering, the living room was empty, and everything looked as usual. But Lise smiled. Agatha, you really found the problem. That's right. He perceived Agatha's breath. The old witch had just come here not long ago, but she didn't seem to find what she wanted, so she left directly. To this, Lise was not surprised. He had noticed Agatha's unusual behavior when he was in the square before. After all, Agatha was also an old witch who had lived for centuries. If he hadn't suspected it, he would have even suspected that he had encountered a counterfeit. As for, the old hag didn't choose to expose it directly. It's because she hasn't found any evidence yet. Because so far, Lise's system has not given any prompts, which means that the other party has not proved his identity, which is not considered exposure. It seems that we have to find an opportunity to solve Agatha's trouble. Go through this thing. Lise knew that he had to find an opportunity as soon as possible to get rid of the time bomb of the old witch. I need to execute her quietly. Thinking, he started to create magic, thinking about things that could come in handy from his past life memories. Compared to Wanda, in fact, Agatha handled it better. The difference in strength between them is one origin magic power. Agatha has no origin magic power protection. It is not difficult to execute her, just find a suitable thing. By the way, the art of spiritualization. It can also kill invisible. The art of spiritualization is an S-level forbidden book that Konoha has completely lost. It can separate the caster from the body, transform into a spirit body, and manipulate long-range enemies. It can even destroy the enemy's body. It's a bit similar to Doctor Strange 2, Wanda's way of crossing the multi-universe. However, the technique of spiritualization is a weakened version. However, it is indeed an assassination book. Moreover, anything created through Lise will be greatly enhanced on the original basis, and anything created can surpass the original. For example, In the previous Avada Kedavra, the original version could not achieve multiple bursts. What he created could do it. Let's start, Lise said, waving his hands. The familiar sea of stars spread instantly and quickly occupied the space above the head. Spiritualization. A new concept started to be created with Lise's idea. 017. The sea of stars enveloped the living room with the doors and windows closed, and the stars were shining all over the place, giving off a faint gleam. All afternoon, Lise is immersed in the magic of creation, and sometimes the process is deeply miraculous, feeling the waves of elements around her, as if everything in the universe is under control. But the afternoon passed. Lise failed to complete the creation of the art of spiritualization. The technique of spiritualization is different from that of the shadow core. The concept of the former is more complicated than the latter, not to mention that in Marvel, the spirit technique created is naturally stronger than the original version. In other words, he just borrowed the concept of spiritualization technique. In fact, creation is a completely different technique. Therefore, the time to create the art of spiritualization has also been increased. Besides, what he has to deal with is Agatha Nyx, the most powerful witch on Earth who has lived for centuries. The strength should not be underestimated. It looks like it will take at least 20 days to complete. At night, Lise returned home directly after eating and took out the light ball of the spiritualization technique. After perception, he found that there are still many flaws that need to be improved, so he let go of the light ball and planned to continue tomorrow. Anyway, it can't solve the problem for a while. As a qualified salted fish, Lise can't spend all his time on it and occasionally needs to lie down. Man is born to live, not just to live. Sitting on the sofa drinking a drink and watching a favorite movie before going to bed is undoubtedly one of the best things about enjoying life. One of the 8 arts of film. It is the greatest invention of mankind in the 20th century. A good movie can guide the audience's thinking and infect the audience's emotions. Same with literature. Besides, the aesthetics of the film are also pleasing to the eye. But Lise prefers to watch movies to fall asleep. Lying on the sofa, he gradually became sleepy, his eyes were blurred, and finally fell asleep. Boom! The clock on the wall showed that it was 6 o'clock the next morning. Advertisement, a knock on the door, pulled Lise out of his sleep. He checked the time, and it was half an hour before the alarm clock rang. Early in the morning. Who is it? Click. Excuse me, is there any room available for rent? Opening the door, a man and a woman were standing outside the door with suitcases in hand, smiling. The reason why you knocked on the door so early is to rent a house. Lise's expression showed dissatisfaction. The most annoying thing in the morning is being woken up without the alarm clock ringing. Sorry, Mr. Lise, I'm James. Woo, I just arrived in town today, and I need a room urgently to disturb you so early. James Wu replied with deep apology. James Wu. Lise was slightly taken aback when he heard the name, and then he became sober. He recognized the yellow-skinned man in front of him. He was a former SHIELD agent. After the collapse of SHIELD, he joined the Heavenly Sword Bureau, become part of the investigative team. The dark-skinned woman with curly hair next to her is Monica Rambeau, who is also an agent of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Both appeared in Wanda and Vision. Good guy, now all the people from Tianjin Bureau have come to him directly, and they want to rent a room in his apartment. Does this building have gravity? First bring Scarlet Witch, then Agatha, then Agent. Don't know who will be next. But since he came, Lise would not refuse, and immediately took out a key from a cabinet at the door. There is a room. You go and put your things first, and just come back later and pay the rent. He is not short of money, but the house is empty, so it is better to rent it out. There is a high probability that the agents of the Tianjin Bureau came for the supernatural events in these 2 days. Lise didn't care too much about it. After all, they are ordinary people after all, without the slightest threat. Thanks, James. Wu took the key in a daze. This landlord is a little too talkative. Send away the 2 agents of the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Lise was no longer sleepy. After a simple wash, she went to the coffee shop for breakfast. She didn't call Wanda, and the witch hadn't woken up yet. After breakfast, return home to start creating magic. The process is not too boring. After all, doing something depends on the meaning that people give to things. Some people can get excited watching a football game, but they feel bored watching LOL video games. Advertisement, that is dislike in the heart, when a person likes to do something. No matter how boring he looks, he can still enjoy it. Lise is like this now. The morning was fleeting. In the afternoon, he didn't continue, but chose to play games for entertainment. During the period when James Wu from the Tianjin Bureau came to him to pay the rent, he asked many things around him, most of which were related to Wanda. Apparently, The Heavenly Sword Bureau believes that the supernatural event has something to do with Wanda. No one linked those two things to Lizzie. Lizzie is happy to see such a situation. Next, a month's time. There were no recreational activities in Shijing Town, so Lizzie spent the morning as usual, using creation magic to continuously improve the spirit transformation technique of the magic version. Afternoon entertainment, or being pulled out by Wanda to chat and take a walk. After getting along for more than 10 days, the witch took the initiative to find him more and more frequently. In the eyes of outsiders, the two seemed inseparable. Good news for Lizzie. Wanda's depressed mood had gradually dissipated, and it was obvious that his previous strategy had worked and his optimism had affected the witch. In a while, there should be no need to worry about her getting out of control. As for Agatha Nix, the old hag still comes to him, definitely every time he's with Wanda. The old witch still hasn't found any evidence or clues, and she didn't choose to directly test her face and reveal the bottom line. As long as Lizzie's identity is not verified, the system will not judge that the concealment has failed. However, it can be seen that Agatha has regarded Lizzie as a competitor and is worried that the other party will take away Wanda's origin magic power. Especially when she saw the two of them together, she secretly wanted to tear Lizzie apart. Time flies by. A month passed in a flash. One evening, Lizzie had just finished the game when he heard a reminder sound in his head. Ding. The host successfully hid for 9 months. Please continue to work hard. 018. Ding. The host successfully hid for 9 months. Please continue to work hard. Another month has passed. Lizzie took off his earphones and listened to the notification sound echoing in his mind. He immediately felt better. One step closer to hiding for a full year. As long as he persists for the last 3 months, he can unlock new rewards. Looking at it now, apart from the uncertain factor of Agatha, there should be no other problems. And during this period of time, Lizzie has almost perfected the spirit transformation technique of the magic revision, and it won't take long to get rid of the old witch. As for Wanda, she has stabilized recently, and her grief over Vision's passing has faded. After all, her original relationship with Vision stems more from Mind Gem. Wanda ability comes from Mind Gem, which leads to a certain kind of bond between the two, making them feel connected. It is said that it is a feeling of love, but it is not entirely counted as it. In addition, whether origin magic power will get out of control will be known later. This stuff was originally complicated. There are many theories. Some people think that origin magic power is the means used by the god of black magic to seize the body. Anyone who absorbs origin magic power will become the container of the god of black magic, and will eventually be possessed in the flesh. Some people also think that the origin magic power possessed by Wanda in the Marvel 199999 universe has nothing to do with the god of black magic. Everyone speaks their own words. This may be the charm of the Marvel multi-universe. Lizzie stood up from the computer desk, stretched his waist, and his face was full of helplessness. At this stage, Marvel has quickly evolved into a multi-universe, and the 3 insects in the same frame are one of the best representatives. Think about it. He suddenly remembered one thing. Almost forgot little Spider-Man. The Spider-Man 2 Heroes Expedition and the incident of Mysterio also happened in the recent time period. Now that Wanda controls Westview Town, there is a high probability that it will not happen again, so little Spider-Man has now become one of the objects of judgment in the direction of the timeline. Lizzie quickly sat down and searched. There are many news about the return of little Spider-Man, punishing evil and promoting good in New York. Advertisement other than that, no other big events happened. The flickering event created by Thanos made countless people disappear in Annihilation, and at the same time, it also greatly reduced crime incidents. The chaotic world rarely enters a short period of tranquility, but now it was just the tranquility before the storm. After the short period of tranquility, countless people's suppressed emotions were gradually released, lead to a series of events. Little Spider-Man's upcoming new opponent, Mysterio, just a young man oppressed by the world. Utilizing Stark's technology, he's desperate to get the world's attention in order to convince everyone that he's the next Iron Man. In order to achieve his goal, he even did not hesitate to destroy the city and kill innocent people. This was done only to enhance his aura, and he was indifferent to the life and death of others. Definitely just like this, it is also destined not to become a real superhero. Still didn't happen. Lizzie was talking to himself, and suddenly remembered something. I seem to have forgotten that high school starts in September. Little Spider-Man should go to Venice in September. He suddenly remembered that America High School started in September, and in order to reintegrate people who had disappeared for 5 years into the campus, many schools organized school trips. Let's get to know each other again. And Peter Parker's school is to let everyone go to Venice, Italy to study. The time period in which the event may occur has been straightened out from the beginning. The first thing that could happen right now is the Spider-Man Mysterio event, then to Wanda and Vision, and 3 insects in the same frame. Doctor Strange 3 is at the end, which means that the multi-universe is fully opened at that time. There should be no omissions. After sorting out the sequence of events, Lise looked at the time. It was past 6 o'clock, and it was time for lunch. He was thinking about what to eat next. Boom! There was a soft knock on the door. Lee, are you home? Advertisement, it's Wanda the Witch. Or go out to dinner together? Lise opened the door and asked habitually. In the evenings these days, the witches would take the initiative to come to the door and invite him to go out for dinner. Would you like to eat alone? The corners of Wanda's cherry-red mouth could not help but draw a curve, and her clear eyes were less melancholy and more optimistic and joyful. I'd rather be with beautiful ladies. Lise took his coat and asked, or go to a Huxiao restaurant. Except for that Huxiao restaurant, they haven't been to other restaurants, mainly because they are used to the taste and it is difficult to make changes. Moreover, the chef's cooking skills in that restaurant are very Huxia. The dishes, in one word, are authentic. No, I want to invite you to my house for dinner. Wanda hesitation said slowly for a moment. Go to your house to eat. Hearing this, Lise was slightly taken aback. Seeing this, the witch hastily added, just to thank you for taking care of me this month, especially for that house. You were the one who contacted the construction team. Lise on the opposite side was still slow for a long time. Say so much in one go. Why do I always feel that people feel guilty and are making excuses? Don't worry, my cooking skills are not bad. Seeing him stunned, Wanda hesitated for a long time before uttering a word. In fact, she didn't know why she invited Lise. Perhaps because of Lise's care during this time. Wanda felt that he should make it up to him. 019. I don't know when it started. Wanda gradually found that she seemed to have an indescribable feeling for this handsome and sunny young man in front of her. Perhaps it was his attitude towards life that affected him during the 1-month time we spent together. Especially that time at the Huxiao restaurant. The attitude towards life I felt when exploring Lise's spiritual world has always deeply influenced Wanda. This Oriental man has an inexplicable attraction to her. At the moment, Wanda saw that he didn't speak and couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Are you sure you won't come? I've already prepared all the dishes in advance. Since the witch cooks the kitchen herself, I definitely can't miss it. Lise's silence wasn't hesitation, it was purely accidental. In the past, it was normal for the sexy witch to invite him out for a meal or to take a walk and chat occasionally. Between friends, it's okay to do so. An unsolicited invitation to dinner at home is another matter entirely. Think about it. Lonely men and widows, cough, cough, cough. Lise admitted that for a moment, he thought wrongly. Wanda treats guests, which is obviously in line with the open and free personality of the country of America. Just have a meal. After a while, the two had arrived at the next suite. As Wanda said, there are several dishes on the table, including Huxia dishes, and there are bowls and chopsticks beside the table. Wanda, you are happy to be a Huxia. Lise was a little surprised to find that there was no knife and fork on the dining table. You took me to eat Huxia food for a whole month. If I don't know how to use chopsticks, don't I look stupid? Wanda gave him a blank look. After eating Huxia food for a month, she has already tamed the chopsticks. No, Wanda, you're smart. Lise sat on the chair and couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks and eat a big mouthful of braised pork. The fat but not greasy braised pork has moderate fat, and the taste blooms in the taste buds. Advertisement served with a mouthful of plump rice. It makes people want to eat more. Lise ate a few mouthfuls of meat with rice, raised his head with unsatisfied interest, and asked in surprise, "This is your first time cooking Huxia food?" "The second time. I tried it yesterday." Seeing his surprised expression, Wanda couldn't help feeling satisfied. "I was wrong just now. You are not only smart, you are also a genius." Lise recalled, as a Huxia, I have cooked braised pork a few times, but the taste was terrible. One time I didn't control the heat well, and what I got was a dry pot. But he wouldn't say it. It would be embarrassing. But I have to say that cooking really requires a little ability. How can there be so many geniuses? You say that every time. Wanda was speechless and smiled helplessly. This guy loves poison milk every time and likes to call her a genius when it comes to magic. However, she hadn't even touched any magic books. Because I like to tell the truth. Lise wasn't joking. Some people are destined to be the chosen ones in some ways, and you can't deny that. Eat more vegetables and less talk. Wanda was speechless. The guy talked a lot while eating. Wanda, who was often silent, also talked more. She looked at the handsome face who was sitting across from him eating, and seemed to think of something. Lee, you are right. 5 years have passed in the real world, and I should look forward. Have you figured it out? Lise was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He definitely knew that the witch was referring to Vision. During the month of getting along, Wanda mentioned this matter to him several times. Most of the time, halfway through the talk, they just skipped it in a few words. Now I hear Wanda say that. Lise was surprised. Although I can perceive that the witch's emotions have stabilized and gradually let go of the Vision matter, it's another matter to hear it with my own ears. Uh-huh. Advertisement. Wanda nodded. Congratulations on taking another step towards your new life. Seeing this, Lise raised his glass and took a sip of wine. Woo woo woo. He no longer has to worry about the origin magic power getting out of control. Thinking about it, he asked, so, do you have any new goals? The Avengers changed, Steve and Tony are gone, and I don't want to go back. Wanda said that she drank red wine here, her old friends are not here, and there is no point in going back. She originally didn't like to participate in the mission. Going back to participate in the mission is nothing more than becoming a tool for the government to kill. Experienced Sokovia Agreement incident. She knew that the vast majority of people above did not treat the Avengers as human beings at all, and only wanted to hold superhero in their hands. Wanda, your cooking skills are so good. You might as well open a Huxiao restaurant in the future, and I am willing to be your loyal guest. After Lise ate the last piece of braised pork, he was still a little unsatisfied. It's the first time I have eaten braised pork that is really fat, but not greasy. Seasoning and heat make the fat and lean meat. The taste of cooking makes people aftertaste. Well, actually, Lee, I invite you to dinner tonight. And there is one more thing. Wanda interrupted him, staring at him intently with her beautiful eyes glowing with a faint scarlet light. What's up? Hear the sound. Lise was puzzled, and his eyes fell on Wanda's face. She drank some wine. Her fair face was as crimson as her code name, and it seemed to be covered with a layer of pink, with an indescribable charm. For a while, in the cold room, the atmosphere seems to be getting a little strange. 020. What's up? Lise looked at the witch's melancholy eyes, and under the light orange light, her face seemed to be covered with a layer of tulle, which one couldn't help but uncover further. In particular, she exudes a light fragrance mixed with wine. At the moment, the atmosphere gradually becomes a bit strange. Ahem, it's actually not a big deal. Wanda also sensed that the atmosphere was not right, and hurriedly coughed twice and sat up straight. Do not know why. Her chest was throbbing violently, and she couldn't relieve it after taking a few deep breaths. If it's okay, I'll go back first. Lise panicked. Lonely men and widows. A fair-skinned, beautiful woman with an excellent figure and a slightly drunken appearance sat across from her, taking deep breaths. Wanda is afraid that she doesn't know her figure. It's hard for a man anyway. No, actually I just want to invite you to travel to Venice together. When Wanda heard what he said, she stopped talking immediately. You and me? Lise was dumbfounded. Before he came in just now, he felt that something was wrong with the witch today. Hearing this now, I am even more puzzled. Wanda would come to ask me to go on a trip together. Why? Lise's face was full of disbelief. Wanda, are you sure you weren't affected by origin magic power? Or are those things hit too hard? Don't talk nonsense. Don't think about it. I just want to start over and find a place to relax, so I bought a package in Venice from a travel agency. Wanda was afraid that he would misunderstand, so she explained clearly in one breath, and she did not forget to take out 2 scrolls from her pocket, on which were pictures of Venice. She continued, Lee, you are my only friend here. Can you accompany me on this trip to Venice? Okay. Lise thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Since he traveled to the Marvel Universe, he hasn't left Westview town yet. Stayed in town all the time, waiting for high time. Now the sexy Scarlet Witch invitation, accompanied by beautiful women, is not in vain. Besides, if you are lucky on this trip, you may also meet Spider-Man and Mysterio, a fledgling rookie hero, and a wily old C***T. Advertisement. The two staged a good show to save the world together. Lee, you are so kind. Heard the words. Wanda smiled on her pretty face, and against the dim light, she smiled coquettishly. This month with you is the happiest month since I came back from Twinkle. Lise bumped into Wanda's smile, and was a little confused for a while. In fact, in the 199999 universe, Wanda's appearance is different from the image seen in the previous film and television. Her appearance is more refined, full of American three-dimensional sense, but also a bit playful. It is said that the more evil and powerful the witch is, the more beautiful she is, full of charm all over her body, attracting you everywhere. Wanda Maximov is the legendary witch. Sometimes, apparently inadvertent actions can lead people to commit crimes. Cough, cough, cough. Wanda on the opposite side coughed a few times. Lise realized that he had lost his composure, and looked a little embarrassed, and said slowly, "Wanda, in fact, you are easy to be satisfied. I accompany you, and I hope you can find new goals in life. It's late, I'll go back first." After finishing speaking, he hurriedly said goodbye and left in a hurry, really afraid that if he stayed with Wanda for a while longer, he would not be able to help but commit a crime. "Good night, Lee." Seeing his embarrassed appearance, Wanda couldn't help but smile. After closing the door, I found the envelope containing the travel agency paper in my pocket, and the words "couple pass" were written on the cover. She put away the paper, her slightly drunken, beautiful eyes shimmered, and said to herself, "I forgot to say, in fact, I have found a new goal, the other side." Mexico, Tlaxcala. On the boundless desert, a black SUV was driving on the yellow mud road at high speed, and the rear of the car raised dust and fog into the sky. Looking around, the dust mist blown by the strong wind was quickly broken by the SUV and left behind. A few minutes later, the black SUV came to a ruined town, and almost all the surrounding houses were broken and collapsed. Many stumbling figures on the street came out of the ruins. Everyone had pain on their faces, and some were limping. Apparently, the town had just been through a catastrophe. Advertisement crack, bang. A black man got out of the car and looked around. Fury, every disaster can't be the end of the world. It's just one big hurricane. The hill agent of the co-pilot got out of the car and reminded, "A hurricane doesn't grow a human face." Someone mentioned that they saw a human face in a hurricane many times, and now it's happening in many places in Mexico. Nick Fury shook his head. He scanned the surroundings with a serious expression, searching for clues that might be hidden in the ruins. Boom, boom. Sudden, there was a strange noise from the originally peaceful ruins, and the earth trembled slightly, as if an earthquake was coming. Seeing this, the surrounding refugees fled in panic. Mom F***K. Nick Fury touched the gun on his waist and turned to look at the trembling ruins behind him. Boom. Next second, an incomparably huge figure broke through the ground and suddenly rose from the ground, and the tall figure instantly enveloped the surroundings. "Fury, you're right." Hill looked at the behemoth, terrified in his heart. "Shit, what is this?" Nick Fury frowned, just about to raise his gun and shoot. He heard a noise behind him. Turn around and look. A cloud of green mist emerged out of thin air, followed by a fish tank overhead, and a man in a battle uniform strode out. "Although I don't know where this is, I still want to say something. Get out of the way. I'll get rid of this guy." Mysterio took off his helmet and put it back on immediately after speaking. The feet suddenly started, sprayed out green mist, and rushed towards the huge monster in the distance. Nick Fury watched the figure wrestling with the big man, and he suddenly realized that things seemed to be far beyond expectations. Who was this guy with a fishbowl on his head? 021. Westview Town. Next morning, the sky was bright and the sun shone faintly, and the weather was slightly cool at 6 o'clock, and most people were still curled up in bed to sleep. Crack, crack, however, early in the morning, there was a knock on Lise's door. "Lee, hurry up, we still have to drive to New York to catch the afternoon flight." Wanda was carrying the suitcase, her pretty face full of anticipation for the trip. "Wanda, you are a witch. You should use magic directly to bring us to New York, so that I can sleep for half an hour longer." Lise glanced at the time. He usually gets up at 6:30, but today he was forced to get up at 5:30 to wash up and prepare his luggage. "We're traveling, not on an Avengers mission, so don't expect me to use magic." Wanda pushed him into the elevator. "Hurry up, you can sleep in the car." When we got downstairs, the taxi had been waiting for a long time. Just as the two got into the car, a window on the 8th floor of the apartment opened. Agatha leaned out half of her body and asked loudly, "Where are you going?" "Travel." Lise was still a little sleepy at first, but when he saw Agatha, he immediately regained his energy. "I actually forgot about the old witch. Now that Wanda is traveling with herself, will the old witch misunderstand the dog jumping over the wall?" But he didn't let him think about it. The taxi driver stepped on the gas pedal to the bottom, and the car slacked out like a runaway wild horse. In a flash, the car disappeared into the horizon of the street. "Mr. Strachey, this damn guy actually took Wanda away. Should we follow?" Agatha Nix stroked the rabbit in her arms. Black aura flashed in her evil eyes, and she stared straight at the direction where the car disappeared. Westview Town is located in a relatively remote area. Even if you take the high speed to New York City, it will take a whole morning, and you will not stop to rest on the way. But New York City's International Airport is the closest one to Westview Town. Other international airports can only be found in Los Angeles. That place is farther away. But along the way, Lise was sleeping almost all the time, not because he was lazy, but because the long-distance bus ride was too boring and always made people sleepy. Wanda, who was sitting next to him, didn't feel bored. He was enjoying the scenery along the way from the beginning of the car ride, and occasionally took pictures of him to watch together. It may be that Wanda's heart has been suppressed for too long, and after she was gradually released, she behaved happily like a child in certain things. But after a few hours, she also fell asleep in a daze. Advertisement, why? But Lizzie next to him woke up. Looking at the sleeping which curled up on the chair, he shook his head helplessly. Wanda didn't get out of control, and it didn't cause any tragedy. But everything seems to be going in the other direction. He couldn't figure out the direction. Anyway, he couldn't figure out Wanda's mind now. Forget it. Since you're all here, let's enjoy the trip to Venice first. Lizzie originally is an optimist. The premise of working in the previous life is to enjoy life. The same goes for coming to the Marvel Universe. Hope the next trip will not be disappointing. Afternoon. New York International Airport. Waiting area. Lee, wait here. I'm going to buy 2 bottles of water. Wanda put down the suitcase, turned hurriedly, and walked towards the convenience store. It's finally time to register. Lizzie stood there bored, watching the registration instructions, sat in the car all morning, and then went to the plane again. Suddenly I feel that traveling is not so fun. Boom. Just as he was thinking, a figure with his head lowered suddenly bumped into him from the side. Oh, sir, I'm so sorry. I just lowered my head and didn't notice you standing here. Peter Parker looked embarrassed. He was found in a Spider-Man tights during the security check just now, and that person definitely took it as a baby's pajamas. He blamed Aunt May for putting the battle suit in the suitcase without permission, so he kept lowering his hair and complaining about messages. Unexpectedly, he accidentally bumped into someone. It's okay, I can carry it with my strong muscles. Lizzie made a joke, raised his head, and was stunned. Because he recognized the boy in front of him, it was Peter Parker. I didn't expect to mention little Spider-Man just last night, but I ran into it today. Sir, I am very sorry just now. Peter Parker was relieved to see that the person hit was not angry. Peter, why are you here? At this time, Wanda, who came back from the convenience store, was a little surprised to see Peter. Wanda, can't believe it. I'll meet you here. Advertisement. Peter was surprised. He is the same Avenger as Wanda. Met at the Avengers base, and even became enemies during the Avengers Alliance Civil War. My friend and I are going on a trip to Venice, Wanda said, turning her head to explain to Lizzie. Peter is the nephew of a friend of mine. Hello, my name is Lizzie, from Huaxia. Lizzie didn't expose it. After all, little Spider-Man hides his identity for the sake of safety. He won't be idle and wreak havoc. As the boarding time was approaching, the 3 of them chatted for a while and then queued up to board the plane. Unexpectedly, they were on the same plane, and even the location is not that far apart. Do you think we will be in the same hotel as them? Lizzie couldn't help but teased. Yet his words came true. Wait until the place. When he and Wanda entered the hotel through the side door, they happened to meet Peter walking in with his classmates. Lee, your mouth is really sharp. Wanda couldn't help smiling. Faded with your friend's nephew. Lizzie didn't feel bad. On the contrary, he was very happy because he had the opportunity to see a good show put on by Mysterio, a real-life superhero movie. It's true. Movie. Wanda, what room are we in? I'm a little tired after flying all day. He stretched himself, looking tired. I'm going to say something. You have to be mentally prepared. Wanda lowered her head slightly, looked at the paper in her hand, and her face became a little ugly. She seems to have overlooked a question. You say? Lizzie looked tired and didn't notice Wanda's movements at all. Stretch your waist by yourself. However, in the next second, Wanda's words made him freeze. Because the hotel arranges hotel rooms, the 2 of us only have 1 room. 022. At the moment, the lobby on the 2nd floor of the hotel. Only 1 room. Lizzie was not the only one who was also mad. Little Spider-Man Peter immediately had a bitter face when he heard the news, full of reluctance. Peter, this is actually good news, so we can go undercover, superhero, and Scarlet, which is also good. Buddy Ned didn't care and raised an eyebrow at him. Peter Parker was slightly displeased, but in the end he could only compromise. After all, they are all in Venice, so they can't fly back. He is going to have a romantic confession with MJ. Farewell to the Water City of Venice is definitely a memorable event that must not be missed. The other side. Lizzie frowned and looked at Wanda next to him. Wanda, are you sure you're not joking with me? In fact, he knew in his heart that Wanda probably didn't do it on purpose. It is indeed a problem with the hotel. In the original book, little Spider-Man was also forced to share a room with 2 people. We can only blame the poor conditions of the hotel. Don't worry, there are 2 beds in the room, bunk beds. Wanda also just noticed that the room is for 2 people. She has feelings for Lizzie, but she is not a female hooligan. Moreover, She is a bit introverted and has a thin face, so it is impossible to do so. Forget it. I'm sleepy, and I'll catch up on sleep first, and I'll think of other ways later. Lise yawned and checked in directly with the luggage. What a coincidence. The location is actually right next door to little Spider-Man Peter. Hi, Mr. Lee. We meet again, and Wanda. Peter carried his luggage into the room. Then he poked his head out again, pointed at Lise, and looked at Wanda, who was communicating with the front desk in the distance. Mr. Lee, what is your relationship with Wanda? You two. The two of you are living together. What is the experience of falling in love with the strongest Avenger? Will she use magic to transform? I heard that there are many things in the witch society. Ned on the side couldn't wait to interject. We're not a couple. Lise is quite helpless. These two guys are really good brothers. They can chatter nonstop as soon as they meet, and they are full of chatterbox attributes. Don't worry, I understand. The Avengers' relationship is a secret. We will never tell it. Ned raised his eyebrows, solemnly expressing his seriousness. Mr. Lee, don't disappoint Wanda. Advertisement as a member of the Avengers, Peter is aware of Wanda's experience. I also know that witches are cold-tempered, and they hardly come into contact with outsiders at will, let alone travel or even live with a man. So Peter felt that Wanda was really emotional. Hey, I know you won't believe me even if I tell you. Lise was a little helpless and entered the room. But thinking back to what those two guys said just now, he couldn't help thinking about Wanda's thoughts again. What the hell is the witch going to do? Eating together every day, taking walks and chatting, even going out to travel and living together now. The two of them seem to have become an inseparable couple without knowing it. Could it be that Wanda misses me? As soon as Lise said this, he immediately denied it. How can he make Wanda like him? Don't daydream until you figure it out. Sure enough, it's not suitable for sleeping during the day. He sat up from the bed. Just now that thought came into his mind, and he became sober all of a sudden. Crack, crack. You do not sleep? Wanda pushed the door open and entered with a distressed expression. I asked the front desk, and there are no vacant rooms in the hotel now. It doesn't matter. There are 2 beds here anyway. Seeing her, Lise's previous thoughts resurfaced in his mind. He shook his head, got up, went to the window, and opened the curtains, looking at the sunny scene outside. Wanda, do you want to go out for a stroll? You do not sleep? Wanda wondered. It's not very good to dream during the day, and it's my first time in Venice. What's the point of sleeping in a hotel? Lise said, well, let's go then. Wanda is also visiting Venice for the first time, and she can't wait to enjoy the scenery of the floating city. He didn't notice Lise's mood swings either. And at the same time, advertisement in a hidden attic in Venice, a piece of equipment is built here, and the radar map is displayed on the monitor, and what data is being captured on it. In the attic, there are still a few figures. One of the one-eyed black men sat on a chair and looked at the man wearing a battle suit cloak opposite him. Mystery, you said that they escaped from the space crack with you? That is, they came from another universe together. While in Mexico yesterday, Nick Fury and Hill met Mysterio, who claimed to come to this strange universe through a space crack from another universe. And there are many elements that are harmful to the world that come together. They are hellfire, water, power of the earth, and wind. It was one of the elements that was dealt with in Mexico earlier, the power of the earth. It was also the strong performance of Mysterio yesterday that convinced Nick Fury and agreed to help him deal with the elements. Yes, they come from the multi-universe, but we can track their whereabouts through these devices, just like I found you before. Quentin Baker looked confident, but a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. At this time, Dee, the device beeps an alarm. Fury, the water elementals have appeared. Hill took off his earphones and reminded. Hear the sound. Several people cast their eyes on the big screen one after another, and a red dot on the screen was attacking Venice at high speed. Judging by the location, it's right in the middle of the water. Sure enough, they are water elements. Nick Fury's expression suddenly became solemn. First, he heard from the mysterious guest that the water elementals can control all water sources. Creating a tsunami to destroy the city is just a matter of breath. And Venice is a city built on water. Don't worry, everyone, let me handle it. Seeing this, the mysterious Quentin Baker showed no tension on his face. He picked up the helmet on the table without any hesitation and then put it on. His whole body glowed green instantly. The whole person was swallowed by the green mist and then disappeared in place. 023. Venice, the quintessence of the Renaissance, is a city that stands on water and has traveled by boat for centuries. At the moment, the weather is mild and the sun is warm. The light blue sky is like a lake covering the top of the head, and on the square where seagulls hover, many tourists are taking photos with the retro buildings. Venice is really a city without land transport. Wanda's beautiful blue eyes looked around and found that there were no vehicles on the road, only boats floating in the water. For people who often live on land, it is somewhat uncomfortable. Venice is a veritable city on the water, and travel has always been by boat. Lise next to him explained. Then their water quality is not very good. Wanda looked from the shore, her shadow reflected in the clear water. The wind-blown sponges are undulating and sparkling. It made her want to touch her body. Lise on the side stretched out his hand to hold her. I heard that the Venetians drain the bathroom water into the sea, especially when the tide is low and the water is black. Oh, Wanda was stunned when she heard the words. No wonder Venetians rarely swim in the sea. Ahushia, an American. Don't slander Venice. In fact, the waters like this are usually not drained. A flower seller passing by stopped to explain his hometown in broken English. Sorry, my friends are all listening to others. Wanda hurriedly explained for Lise. It's okay, you just need to buy a flower. Sir, are you sure you don't want to buy a bright red rose for this beautiful lady next to you? The flower seller suddenly smiled and took the opportunity to market. $5 a flower. $5? Too much. Wanda stared. The price has almost increased 5 times. Is it so profitable to sell flowers on the streets of Venice? But she just finished. One hand has already drawn out the money and handed it over. It's Lise. Thank you, sir. I wish you a happy life. The little flower seller successfully sold one and happily slipped away. Advertisement. You still buy it at such an expensive price. He is obviously cheating outsiders. Wanda frowned. In Dacia, roses are generally only given to those who like them. Lise didn't answer her words, but handed the rose to her. I'll give it to you. Oh. Wanda was stunned. Looking at the handsome Oriental man in front of her, her mind went blank for a while. What did I hear just now? The meaning of giving roses in Dacia. Is this sentence a confession to myself, or is it just a casual talk? Hi, Mr. Lee. Wanda. Just when the atmosphere between the two gradually became delicate, the appearance of 2 figures interrupted his thoughts. The person who greeted her was a mixed-race girl. Her brows revealed sunshine and majesty, giving people a very independent feeling. MJ, actually Peter Parker, who followed behind, hesitated a bit. What's wrong? Wanda was a little dissatisfied. She wanted to question the meaning of what Lise said just now, but was interrupted. Peter said the strongest Avenger is his aunt. I want to come and say hello to you. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Michelle, MJ, looked back at the hesitant Peter. You two really look alike, but I've never heard that Peter has an aunt. Peter Parker didn't know how to answer. Looks like. He doesn't look much like Aunt May, let alone Wanda. The two had met at Mr. Stark's funeral before, and they would not have bragged with MJ if they had known. If exposed, wouldn't it be suspected? After all, being friends with the Avengers, plus the fact that Spider-Man often appeared in the same place at the same time as myself. It's hard not to be suspected. Thinking about it, he hurriedly gestured to Wanda secretly. We rarely see each other, so no one wants to talk about it. Wanda froze for a moment, seeing Peter gesticulating wildly from behind. She quickly explained. Don't be surprised, I only found out today. Advertisement. Lise wanted to laugh when he saw the actions of the two of them. And what MJ said. This chick already knows that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, but it hasn't been revealed yet. From the perspective of the audience, it gives people a sense of comedy. Yeah, because we don't live in the same state, we don't see each other often, and Aunt Wanda is an Avenger who needs to save the world. You know our family is very proud of her, so we don't make too much publicity. Peter obviously couldn't lie, and said a lot of things in one go. A perfect interpretation of what is called an explanation is a cover-up. Are you nervous? Michelle was slightly puzzled. No, I just finished. Peter Parker paused, turned his head to look at the surface of the water, squinted his eyes slightly, and found that the water was surging at a very high speed, as if something was passing through the water. What's wrong? Sensing his expression, Wanda also turned her head to look. At the moment, the ship on the sea shook violently. Apparently there was something under the water, making the sea gradually rough. Next second, boom. I see. The gradually turbulent sea broke out suddenly, and a powerful force soared into the sky, and huge amounts of water shot straight into the sky. The ship on the sea capsized accordingly, and the passengers on the shore were hit and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the water column condenses into a huge amounts of figure at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like the Titan in ancient mythology, the figure covers the block. The strong sense of oppression suffocated countless people at the scene. Coming, rear. Lise looked at the huge figure and smiled slightly. The farce of the mysterious guest is coming. 024. Boom. The sparkling sea in the north of Venice is like a bomb falling into the water and suddenly exploded. Huge amounts of water splashed straight into the sky and condensed into huge amounts of water titan in the blink of an eye. Whoop! The water titan's gigantic body covered half of the street, and then he raised huge amounts of arms, swiping at the surrounding buildings. All the houses were forcibly destroyed, and even the boats on the sea surface that had no time to dodge were overturned together, and the passengers fell into the water one after another. Boom! One of the boats was washed ashore. Peter, things seemed to be getting a little exciting. Fat Ned was sitting in the boat, and he hugged his little girlfriend with a look of shock. Great gift crab. MJ, Ned, get out of here quickly. As he said that, little Spider-Man Peter immediately pulled the two of them off the boat, looking at the water titan on the sea in the distance. At the moment, the water titan has begun to attack the surrounding buildings indiscriminately. He was a little anxious and wanted to deal with the big guy, but then he thought of his identity and willingness, and immediately turned to Wanda and shouted, "Aunt Wanda, hurry up and subdue this big guy." Aunt. Ned was bewildered. "There is no time to explain. Mr. Lee, please leave immediately." Peter pushed Lise. "No problem, good luck. Come on, Wanda. As for what you said about sending flowers just now, I will explain it in the room at night." Lise waved to Wanda, then took MJ and the others and fled inland. Anyway, everything is a lie of Mysterio. This guy got a bunch of Stark Group equipment, used technology to create an illusion, and turned himself into a superhero image. The purpose is to defeat the supervillain and save the world in front of the world. Become a new generation of Iron Man. Even delusional to surpass Tony Stark. He doesn't have to do anything like this. Wanda is a real magician after all. No, to be precise. Wanda has never studied magic books, so she can only be regarded as a half-magician, but it is more than enough to deal with Mysterio, an arrogant, ordinary person. Hurry up, everyone. The water titan will catch up in a while. Lise pulled the fat Ned and fled towards the city center with the crowd. There is less water there. "Mr. Lee, aren't you going to save the world?" Panting, MJ Michelle followed behind and asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Those things should be done by Chow Ying. It's important for me to escape as an ordinary person." Lise was slightly taken aback and explained, "I'm afraid this chick thinks he's a member of Ultra Miles. After all, few people can get so close to Wanda. Where's Peter Parker?" Seeing the trick, MJ Michelle was speechless and looked left and right to find Peter. He fled elsewhere. Advertisement. Lise just finished speaking. Boom. The section of road in front of everyone collapsed suddenly, and the torn huge cracks flowed out torrents of water, blocking the way. As soon as the huge amounts of figure reached the sky, the surrounding buildings were shattered with a slap. Passers-by had no time to react to the sudden situation and were buried by the falling building wreckage. Shit, how did he catch up? Ned couldn't help cursing. Everyone stepped back. Lise was also deeply surprised, as a traveler who had read the original work. He knew it in his heart. According to Mysterio's script, the water elementals shouldn't have appeared here. What is the situation now? Could it be that Quentin Baker saw that Scarlet, which was also in Venice, so he temporarily rewrote the script and arranged the water elementals here? At the same time, the other side, the dilapidated streets were empty, and the sea was calm, only the wreckage of a few ships floating. Ran away. Wanda looked around and found that the sea water had returned to calm, and the giant water elemental crowd had disappeared without a trace. In seawater, there is no perception of any threat. Just as Lise thought, Mysterio temporarily revised the script. "Wanda, it's gone over there." Peter Parker shook his head vigorously. For some reason he was a little dizzy just now, as if something was missing. But now the perception is dangerous. He didn't care too much. "I'll go and have a look." As he spoke, he picked up the mask on the ground and put it on, then jumped up and swung towards the water elemental crowd. "Hello." Wanda wanted to stop him, but the person has disappeared. Then she looked towards the sea. It's strange, when the water elements came out just now, there was obviously no living body. Boom. At the moment, the water elementalists had already begun to destroy the city, and they pulled up waves and smashed them hard at the buildings. Buildings collapsed one after another. What should we do? Ned hid on the corner of the street with his little girlfriend in his arms, looking at the water elemental crowd who were wantonly destroying in the distance. Rao is the always calm MJ. His pretty face is also a little pale. Wait for Chow Ying. He should be here soon. On the other hand, Lise's face was indifferent, and there was even a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Because, as long as he wants. Advertisement in his eyes, the so-called water elemental crowd in front of him are just a few flight drones. What? Everyone heard the words. Some doubts. At this time, on the edge of the pure blue sky like a lake, a green figure emerged, and everywhere it went, a green mist swirled across the sky. In an instant, the figure broke through the fog and fell from the sky. He was covered in fog, with a helmet made of special glass on his head and a cloak battlesuit with medieval style. "Hey, your opponent is me." After the mysterious guest landed, he walked towards the water elements while talking. During this period, the pupils under the helmet scanned the surroundings, but he didn't see Scarlet Witch, and then secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he made a temporary modification to avoid running into Scarlet Witch. After all, the opponent is a magician, a top superhero. Might see through his tricks. Roar. At this time, the water elemental group launched an attack, and the huge arm suddenly smashed towards the mysterious. Oh. The mysterious guest gave a soft snort, and mist rose from under his feet. Stepping on the mist Yukong flight. Immediately, endless mist spewed out from both hands, wrapping around the water elemental crowd below. Although I don't know him, he is really cool. Ned's eyes lit up. A new superhero? MJ Michelle was also surprised. This mysterious man looks a bit strong, and his moves are also very cool, which almost perfectly fits the ideal superhero image of countless people. It's really cool. Lise looked at the costume of the mysterious guest and only now discovered some details. This guy's battlesuit breastplate actually looks like Thor's breastplate. No wonder some people think he is a combination of Doctor Strange and Thor. But he wants to defeat the water elemental to show off. Lise has something fun to do. Let's step back. It's too dangerous here. Lise pulled a few people back and retreated and lightly waved the hand behind him. I see. Not far from the shadow of the street corner, several huge amounts of black shadows rose from the ground. They were all dressed in black, appearing quietly at the corner of the street like black shadows. Next second, a few black shadows rushed out like beasts out of the cage, killing towards the water elemental crowd. 025. Whoosh. Several huge amounts of figures appeared on the street. They were dressed in black ninja clothes, and their tall bodies shook the ground when they were running, like a large truck driving at high speed. What is that? Ned, who was running away, looked back and was a little surprised when he saw several huge figures. Those guys are like sumo wrestlers of the Japanese pirates, even much older than them. And more flexible, speed and strength are obviously beyond human. It should be some super organization that came to subdue this big guy. Lise turned his head and saw the Shadow Corps appear. After making sure that this position would not be affected, he stopped with the crowd. That's right. Those big guys are all members of the Black Shadow Corps, but this time they are trolls with unparalleled power. Before that, it was the ninja group. My God, this trip seems to be getting more and more exciting. Ned's face showed surprise. Boom. At the same time, on the playground, the giant water elementals waved their arms and wrestled with the green figure hovering high in the sky, not to be outdone. All the surrounding buildings that were affected were completely destroyed. Damn, he's too strong. In the sky, the mysterious guest clenched his fists tightly, and endless power burst out from his fists, wrapping around the whole body of the water elementals. From an outsider's perspective, he frowned and looked extremely difficult. Actually, only he knows. All of these are phantoms, and the water elements in front of them are just the product of drone projections. And he himself is standing on the ground, and there is no royal sky flight. At the moment, in the eyes of outsiders. Fact, just finished. Mysterious guest was hit by the fists of the water elemental crowd, and his whole body lost gravity in an instant, falling backward like a kite with a broken string. Boom. The whole person is like a cannonball, smashing into the building fiercely. Damn you. The mysterious guest swayed, slowly stood up from the ruins, and was roaring at the enemy according to the previously designed script. However, the next second, the sight in front of him stunned him. I see. Several members of the troll group rushed to the water elemental crowd, raised their fists vigorously, then stepped on the ground, and smashed the water elemental crowd brutally with their bodies. Roar. Seeing this, the water elementalists retreated hastily to avoid the troll group's attack. Quentin, what's going on? These guys weren't in the script, they broke into the scene. On the other side, the secret basement of a restaurant in Venice. Everyone stayed in front of the big screen, and when they saw a few big guys popping up in the screen, their expressions suddenly changed. As a member of the mystery group, they naturally know that the so-called water elemental crowd is a scam and does not exist at all. Everything is a technological illusion created by drone projection. They are there to keep the drones running. Fake. Follow the rehearsal before. We have rehearsed before. Don't reveal the flaws, and then find a chance to let the water elementals go offline. In the scene, mysterious guest was very annoyed. According to the script originally designed, it took him more than half a minute at most to take action, defeating the plot of the water elemental crowd. At that time, I will definitely become the darling of the media and become the new superhero. The few guys who popped up now disrupted the plan. Calm down, everything is rehearsed. The mysterious guest took a deep breath and stepped out of the ruins. Hey, be careful. The water elementals control water molecules far beyond your imagination. Hey, the group of trolls didn't turn their heads and chose to ignore him. Immediately, one of them stepped on the ground and directly pulled a drone. Huge amounts of the palms tightened, and an extremely terrifying force erupted instantly. Boom. Suddenly, a drone was crushed into scrap iron like a piece of paper. Quentin, a drone has been destroyed, and these guys seem to know about the existence of drones. In the basement on the other side, the members of the organization turned their backs when they saw this. Hurry up to operate the new drone to fill the previous vacancy. How is it possible that our plan was leaked? The mystery man looked around, looking for suspicious people around him. But nothing. Not having any clues made him even more flustered and annoyed. For the sake of safety, he could only hold back his emotions and said in a deep voice, "Let the water elements go offline forcibly." On sight. Bang, bang, bang. Whoosh. The shadow core of several troll regiments chased after the water elementals. One of them even pulled up the floor tiles on the ground and smashed them. These guys are so strong, they won't be able to stand up to the water once they come to the water. The gift crab. I will train to be like them in the future. Not far from the street corner. Ned hid in the corner and chattered nonstop. His eyes were full of enthusiasm for the shadow core. Baby, I think you can do it. The little girlfriend next to him encouraged. SOSO, but Wanda is amazing. Lise looked indifferent and found a stool to sit down and admire. You are so calm. MJ Michelle squinted slightly, looked at him, and said, You too. The brave are always fearless. Lise raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly. While everyone was admiring the battle, the building above them was tall. A masked figure stood on the edge of the building watching the battle. Where do these guys come from? Peter Parker gasped. He had been here a long time. Since he didn't have a battle suit, he was worried that his identity would be exposed, and the mystery guest had already arrived, so he didn't go down to help. Peter. At this time, Scarlet Witch Wanda arrived late. She was halfway through speaking and noticed several shadow core below. She was slightly taken aback. They look a little familiar. Wanda, have you seen this organization? Peter Parker wondered. Somewhat familiar. Wanda thought about it, but couldn't remember where she saw it. They are very strong. The mysterious man looks so strong that he can't deal with the water titan. They chase after these guys as soon as they come. Peter Parker just finished speaking. Boom. Suddenly, the bodies of the water elementalists appeared abnormal, and they stood there in a daze, motionless. Immediately afterwards, next second, its huge bodies suddenly exploded, turning into a puddle of water and evaporating, and endless water stains swayed all over the sky. Oh! When a few big guys turned over the Titan, Ned rose to his feet and cheered loudly. These guys are so strong. MJ Michelle was also surprised that it was solved so quickly. Wonderful. Lise's eyes flashed teasingly. He didn't expect the mysterious guest to be willing to let the water elements go offline under the hands of others. After all, the famous work originally created for him. Defeating a supervillain in ancient Venice, the epicenter of the Renaissance, will surely bring fame. Now famous people will become a few troll regiment members of the Shadow Corps. He does not know. The mysterious guest was actually unwilling, but the Shadow Corps chased him too hard. The people in the organization didn't have time to let the drone withdraw, and they couldn't let the mysterious guest take action to defeat the water elemental crowd. In the end, it can only be forced to go offline. Damn it. The mysterious guest was so angry that he stomped on the wooden plank on the ground. However, in the presence of the crowd, he quickly smiled and strode towards the members of the troll group who eliminated the water elements. Several, thank you for what you have done. Snapped. As soon as he walked over, several members of the troll group on the opposite side bumped into him. He ran straight towards the corner of the street. In an instant, several figures turned into black shadows, merged with the shadows on the wall, and disappeared. Hateful. After the mysterious guest Quentin Baker put the mask back on, his face under the mask was distorted with anger. Who is it? Is it really here to solve a supernatural crisis, or to debunk their plans? Quentin, come back first. The person from the other organization reminded. The mysterious guest knew that the longer he stayed, the easier he would be exposed, so he turned around and hid in the darkness. An outsider's look at it. It was the green weapon that emerged from the mysterious guest's feet, jumped up, and flew towards the sky. Leave a mess. 026. On the west coast of Venice, the square became dilapidated after a great war. Many surrounding houses were not spared either, and several buildings collapsed, some of which were crumbling, if not falling. My God saved. Those guys just now, where did they come from? It should be a member of a superhero organization. Don't worry about it. If it weren't for them, the city would probably be flattened. The survivor who had been hiding in the dark came out in shock. Their faces are full of joy, and the feeling of survival after the catastrophe makes people unable to help but greedily take a big breath. Hey guys, are you all right? Peter Parker didn't care about the momentum of the clothes and immediately found Lise and the others. It's okay. Peter, we were discussing those big guys just now. They hit the water titan. Do you know any news? When Ned saw him coming, he immediately asked with winks. I don't really understand what you're talking about, but those big guys are pretty good. Peter Parker nodded back. Lee, are you injured? I didn't expect the water titan to come here just now. Later, Wanda's eyes fell on Lise for the first time, and after confirming that she was not injured, she was secretly relieved. We were lucky it didn't hurt us. Lise turned around and said that there was no injury on his body. By the way, I remembered something. After Wanda finished speaking, she immediately thought of something. Do you still remember those men in black who appeared when Wilson went to Westview town to organize a fundraising event and was attacked? Well, what's the matter? When Lise heard this, his expression was extremely calm. Those big guys just now are very similar to the men in black before. There may be some kind of connection between them. Wanda frowned. Her delicate, pretty face showed seriousness. I wanted to chase them, but they ran too fast. I don't think so. Lise pretended to be deep in thought and said for a moment, Wanda, you are worrying too much. Maybe it's just the same clothes. I may be a little tired. When the water titan appeared, I obviously didn't feel the presence of a living creature, but it may be some kind of materialization. Wanda is slightly tired. She has origin magic power, but that doesn't enhance her physique. Therefore, her physical fitness is almost the same as that of ordinary people. After sitting on the plane for more than 8 hours, I played for another afternoon. A pair of charming, beautiful eyes have long been full of fatigue. Then let's go back and rest. Lise felt a little distressed and turned to the people behind him and shouted, Everyone, let's go back and tidy up first. It's time for dinner soon. I haven't had Italian food yet. Ned raised his hand and said loudly, Does pasta count? Peter, spaghetti is already bad all over the world. It's not really Italian. Yeah, pasta is as bad as baguette. A group of people had just experienced a supervillain's attack, but they didn't feel too much fear. Instead, they chatted and returned to the hotel. The main reason is that they have been baptized by too many doomsdays, especially Thanos snapping of his fingers, which has already made them numb. Everyone went back to take a shower and tidy up and rested for more than an hour. The setting sun set in the deep sky outside the exhibition, and the darkness of night gradually occupied the sky. Today, Venice was attacked by unknown creatures. At a critical moment, several men in black appeared to assist another mysterious person and kill the water elementals. Currently, netizens call the men in black shadow trolls, thinking that they are like the former Avengers member Green Titan, possessing unparalleled power and will become a new superhero alliance. Another mysterious person was called a mystery guest by netizens. Hotel restaurant. Peter, do you think the Black Shadow Troll is a super ability user or a young man like me? Ned has always felt that he is big and has the potential to become a superhero, and he can't stop talking when he comes back. Trust me, Ned, it will do. MJ Michelle at the next table said, I knew there would always be someone with a good eye, Resby. Ned smiled. Actually, Mysterio is also very strong. Peter Parker's eyes fell on the mysterious guest, who always gave him a very strange feeling. But he couldn't tell. Moreover, since arriving in Venice, he always felt that something was missing the other side. Lise and Wanda sat face to face at the dining table, hearing the report of today's news. It seems that the Black Shadow Trolls are about to become famous, and now many people on the inn say that they are the Green Titan group. Wanda looked at the TV with a complicated expression. It's not a good thing for Chowing to be famous. There are many troubles. Lise could see that she was not in a good mood, mainly because she was here today. But no one mentioned Chowing in the news, and no one mentioned Chowing at the scene, which shows how low his presence is and how hurtful he is. I don't feel sad. Wanda heard the comforting words and looked at him stubbornly with her clear eyes. Okay, but I'm telling the truth. My good neighbor, Spider-Man, has been being interviewed recently. He is too busy to fight criminals, but he still has to be interviewed. Lise glanced at Peter Parker, who was sitting next to Ned, muttering, but the other party didn't notice this side and had been observing MJ Michelle. Do not talk. Wanda gave him a blank look. There was so much nonsense, comparable to little Spider-Man. Suddenly, She remembered something and smiled slightly. What did you mean when you gave me flowers today? Ah. Duh. 027. What did you mean when you gave me flowers today? The corners of Wanda's slightly curved mouth resembled a crescent moon, revealing expectations. Oh. Lise patted his head. Damn, forgot about it. When I was buying flowers before, I said that inexplicably. Don't be stupid. I remember clearly. Wanda put away her smile and put on a serious face. If she denied it, she wouldn't suggest going to Doctor Strange and learning backtracking magic. Take a look back at the scene at that time. Okay, I confess. Lise pondered for a moment and said simply, confession of what? Wanda stared at him with an inexplicable sense of expectation and impulse in her heart. Actually, I accidentally saw the flower seller wearing ripped shoes, so I bought that rose and gave it to you. Lise racked his brains for a long time and finally came up with this sentence. Lise. Wanda's eyes and brows were tightly frowned, and she seemed dissatisfied with the answer with a sullen face. Outsiders look at Scarlet Witch and think she is cold-tempered. In fact, under the cold appearance, the witch is just an ordinary woman. There are also 7 emotions and 6 desires. You're angry? Lise raised his eyebrows and asked the question knowingly. No, I just don't think you're honest enough. Wanda glanced away. She wouldn't admit she would be mad at something like this. Lise glanced around and saw that no one was paying attention, so he stared at the witch in front of him and asked, Wanda, let me ask you a question. You invited me to Venice for vacation. Relational? Wanda was stunned and walked around to her side while talking. Don't lie. Be frank and lenient. Lise reached out and rubbed her head and said, if you tell the truth, I will also tell the truth. Everything is equal. Wanda was stunned for a moment. She didn't know how to answer the Eastern man in front of her. Looking back on her relationship during this period, it seems that since she met her, the depression in her heart has gradually dissipated, and her personality has also been infected and become optimistic. Perhaps this is the bond of hearts, the resulting chemical reaction. And this kind of chemical reaction also made her feel very delicate about Lise's existence. A little bit. She seems to have to admit that she has become a little dependent on Lise, going to find him for dinner every day, and going for a walk together when she is in a bad mood. Really rely on him. Wanda definitely understood what it meant. She hesitated for a moment and said with hesitation, there is a saying in your Huaxia called long-term love, which means that if you get along for a long time, you will develop a good impression, and you will even become dependent in your heart. You like me? Lise admired the witch in front of her, with a beautiful face, as white as an elf in the forest. At this moment, she bowed her head shyly, but her clear and beautiful eyes were still alluring, and her tender red lips made people want to kiss forever. After Wanda heard it, she hesitated for a while to make sure that everyone ran to the bar to watch the TV, and then she nodded vigorously. Then she immediately explained, actually, it's normal to like someone. I like you because you are interesting, optimistic, and funny, and you can always be by my side. Which, I didn't say it was abnormal. Seeing her reaction, Lise couldn't help but smile. So, does what you said before sending flowers mean? Wanda stared at him and asked, why doesn't it count? That's what I said to an intellectual and sexy woman. Lise rubbed the witch's head again, her eyes full of doting. In fact, he had thought about Wanda from the beginning. But that's what men appreciate about her. Later, after getting along, his appreciation gradually changed. It was not until today in Venice that he figured out what he was thinking. SHHHHHHH. At the bar, MJ Michelle blew to little Spider-Man. Peter, your Aunt Wanda has fallen. Oh, Mr. Lee is really my idol. He won the strongest Avenger. There are many things from the Witch Council. Ned opened his mouth wide, and his eyes almost burst into love. Both of their faces were full of disbelief. Stop rubbing. Those kids are still here. Wanda slapped the hands on her head, feeling a little embarrassed for being an introvert. Then let's go back to our room. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, without waiting for her to answer, Lise grabbed her hand and ran straight upstairs, leaving only the sound of footsteps for a moment. Thank you so much. He will really win the strongest Avenger. Ned murmured stupidly to himself. I wish them happiness. Peter Parker was not surprised. Although he was a child, he had already guessed when Lise and Wanda appeared at the same time. The two will sooner or later. Because his Aunt May and Happy are in this state. Room on the second floor. Crack, crack. The door opens. Lise was stopped when he was about to walk in. Lee, there is something I want to tell you. Wanda behind her blushed softly. What's up? Lise was puzzled. Can you give me some time? I'll talk about it later, because this is my first time. I want to be more holy. Wanda's voice was like a mosquito, and her lowered head almost fell to the ground. Is this your first time? Lise realized that he had said the wrong thing and immediately changed his words. I respect your choice, but it was the first time I heard of a witch. He was naturally ecstatic in his heart, but it was normal to think about it carefully. Wanda and Vision are only bonded because of mind gem, not real love, and the latter doesn't have ability at all. Since it was the first time for the witch, he would choose to respect it even more. Definitely not the first time and will. However, you have to reward me in other ways. Lise pulled her into the room. What aspect? No, why should I reward you? Wanda always felt that something was wrong. This guy didn't seem to be doing anything good. Where did the reward come from? Don't ask. Men can give rewards anytime they want. Lise thought of the stalk before time travel and smiled slightly. Don't want. Wanda shyly refused. Unlike most people who grew up in America, she was ruthless and couldn't let go of such things. Even wearing revealing clothes feels weird and uncomfortable. Wanda. Lise looked at Wanda with her head down. How could she not have noticed that witches are so shy when they get along with each other before? However, when he was about to reach out, sudden, whoosh, the witch who had been standing there suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were glowing scarlet, and the temperature around her seemed to drop suddenly. Before Lise could react, next second, she turned into an afterimage and passed Lise, coming behind her. Boom. What are you up to? Wanda's cold voice came from behind, completely different from the voice just now. What happened to Wanda? Lise was puzzled, turned around, and saw a person pinched by Wanda's hand. It turned out to be Nick Fury, who had disappeared for a long time. And beside him dropped a tranquilizer gun. Cough, cough, cough. Struggling, Nick Fury struggled to explain. Wanda's sorry, I didn't mean to hurt him, I just wanted him to sleep. As a super agent, he is very confused. Because there is an urgent task to find Wanda, and worried about being discovered by outsiders, he planned to let Lise sleep, but he was caught in the blink of an eye. You'd better be careful next time. At the moment, Wanda's eyes were extremely cold, and the temperature all over her body plummeted. Wanda let him go. Lise was surprised that Wanda lost control of his emotions, and he didn't want Wanda to accidentally kill someone, so he said hastily, boom. Wanda was very obedient, and realized that she was a little out of control, and immediately let go of Nick Fury. She panted heavily, and explained with reddish eyes, Lee, I'm sorry for losing my composure just now. I didn't know what happened just now, but when she saw Nick Fury pointing a gun at Lise, her heart suddenly tightened, and she subconsciously shot. Maybe it's the fear of losing someone close to me, and it's the only one. 028. It's okay, he should be lucky to have survived under the hands of the strongest Avenger. Lise rubbed Wanda's head, then looked at Nick Fury, who was a little embarrassed on the sofa. He remembers the current Nick Fury, not the real Nick Fury. But the Skrulls have changed. The real Nick Fury is in outer space, probably lying on a chair for vacation at the moment. You are calm. Nick Fury met his gaze, and his years of intuition immediately allowed him to see those deep eyes, revealing a different indifference from ordinary people. If an ordinary person saw him, he would feel more or less oppressed. This guy seems so calm. Has a problem. Fury, Lise doesn't know you. Wanda heard the sound, and protected Lise behind her, staring at the one-eyed black man vigilantly like a kitten protecting food. Sorry, I lost my temper. Nick Fury was taken aback when he saw this. It was the first time he saw Wanda protecting others like this, and it was a man. Except Vision, that guy is not human. But he didn't have time now, so he hurriedly stated the purpose of his trip. Wanda, I'm here to ask for your help. I need a superhero. I don't want to participate in any more missions. You can find someone else. Wanda shook her head decisively. The most recent mission was the one in Germany before the extinction. And that mission is still impressive. She missed and killed countless people. Wanda, I used to cover the sky with only one hand and know everything on the global intelligence network. But 5 years later, the intelligence network that I once established fell apart, and my eyes and ears were closed. I need your help, the help of a top superhero. Nick Fury said with a serious expression. Lise next to him didn't interrupt, nor would he dissuade Wanda. Instead, choose to respect her choice. I can't do it. The super ability organization that emerged today, aren't they also dealing with a new crisis? Wanda still shook her head and refused. Lise, who was sitting on the chair, coughed lightly. Why he kept mentioning him for nothing. It is currently impossible to determine their camp, and they may be organizations from other universes, or they may pose a threat to this universe. Nick Fury said in a deep voice. After the Black Shadow Troll group appeared today, he immediately investigated all the cameras, hoping to find clues. But the Black Shadow Troll group appeared and disappeared completely out of thin air. He couldn't find any traces, And with the mysterious guest as a multi-universe visitor, he temporarily judged the Black Shadow Troll group as a multi-universe visitor. But they knocked down the Water Titan in a few hits. A joke flashed in Lise's eyes, and he joked, "That's not a Water Titan, it's a group of water elements." In addition, without the offensive in front of the mysterious guest, the Black Shadow Troll can't do it at all. "Boy, I told you, but you didn't understand." Nick Fury was a little speechless when he heard what an ordinary person said, and answered from a professional perspective. After seeing the strength of the mysterious guest, he is more willing to believe that the mysterious guest severely injured the water elemental crowd, which contributed to the end of the Black Shadow Troll. Afterwards, Nick ignored Lise, an ordinary person, and looked at Wanda and said in a deep voice, "Wanda, listen to me. What happened this time threatened the world. Tony Stark, the Iron Man who deserves the respect of countless people." He snapped his fingers. "It is not to let the world experience another devastation, but to protect him well." The previous words had no effect, so I had to move out the dead Tony. Apparently it worked. Wanda recalled the comrades who died in the war, and after a moment of silence, she nodded. "Okay, you can send the mission information to my mailbox." "Thank you, Wanda." Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. The strength of the elemental crowd is strong. With Scarlet Witch on board, everything would be a lot easier. So I witnessed the secret meeting of the two Avengers. Am I considered to be half an Avenger? Lise was not surprised by the result. But before coming here, he thought it was just a simple trip to Venice. In the end, he was able to return to Westview town, but now he encountered a mysterious guest incident. Then he will have fun with the mystery guest. Well, you can be regarded as half an Avenger, because the Avenger has a condition that the race must be human, and you are lucky to have one of them. You too. I will arrange a new trip tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Having completed the purpose of this trip, Nick Fury didn't want to stay for a long time, so he got up and shook off his cloak, walked to the window, and pulled down the window forcefully. Didn't tear it apart. Twice or not torn apart. This window. Nick Fury found the window stuck. Crack, crack. Boom. At this time, a hand suddenly opened the window, and the iron bar that was stuck on the window suddenly broke. Turning around to see Lise with a smile on the corner of his mouth, he said to him, "Don't be surprised. You have pulled it a few times before, so that I can pull it away so easily." Ahem, cough. That's exactly the truth. Nick Fury was slightly embarrassed, jumped out of the window, and crawled along the side to the little Spider-Man's room next door. Boom. Aren't you worried? After closing the window, Wanda wondered. Worry about what? Lise pulled her to sit on the sofa and asked back. The new doomsday. Wanda recalled. I perceived Nick Fury's emotions. He was very nervous and worried. This crisis is probably not small. With you, don't worry too much. Lee, where are your hands touching? You said you would reward me. Don't worry, I won't cross the line. Actually, there are other places that can be used. Wanda. Omitted here. However, when Lise and Wanda were in Venice, they had a sweet trip. Far away in Westview, America, in front of the TV, Agatha sat on the chair with a livid face, watching the content presented on the screen, especially when seeing the figure of the Black Shadow Troll. Her face became more gloomy. She stroked the rabbit in her arms and said coldly, Mr. Strachey, it seems that you guessed correctly. It seems that we may go to Venice. We must not let this guy get ahead. 029. Night fell. The deep space shrouded in darkness is full of stars, and the water city of Venice has gradually fallen into tranquility with the rustling sound of the sea breeze blowing. At the same time, somewhere in a dank basement, take off the hood. Everyone here knows your true face. It's useless to pretend to be mysterious. Breathing through a layer of chemical fiber cloth is thankless. Nick Fury walks through the dark passage, leading little Spider-Man into the makeshift underground base. Have you looked for Wanda? Peter Parker took off his hood, remembering that Wanda was here when Fury came to him for help. There is a top superhero living next door. What else do you need to do with him? She should be having a tryst with her little boyfriend now, but she has agreed to join our operation. This is Mitty Try, and this is Maria Hill. Nick Fury walked in front and introduced two agents one after another, a big man holding a gun, and his right-hand man, Agent Hill. The last one is Mr. Baker. Finally, Nick Fury points to a man wearing a cape battlesuit. Mystery guest? Peter Parker naturally recognized that the person in front of him was the mysterious person who fought against the water elementals today, but he didn't expect him to be with Nick Fury. What? Quentin, the mysterious man, was stunned. It's nothing. That's the nickname my friend gave you. Peter Parker was a little nervous and casually mentioned in order to ease his emotions. You know, they all like to nickname superheroes, like those big guys are called the Black Shadow Trolls. Netizens now feel that the Black Shadow Troll will become the new Green Titan. Hear this. Quentin clenched his hands under the table. The gloom in his eyes was fleeting, and a smile appeared on his face. Not a bad name. Fury, are the Black Shadow Trolls also ours? If they are here, I think everything will be much easier. Peter Parker was too innocent, didn't see anything unusual, and said to himself, "No." Quentin spoke first, with a slightly gloomy tone. "Peter, everything depends on us. Don't count on others." It's the Shadow Troll again. He has heard this name countless times since last night. Although some people mentioned the mysterious guest, there were only a few of them. Damn, originally all the glory belonged to him alone. In the end, a wedding dress was made for the unknown Joker of the Black Shadow Trolls. If you expect other people to be useful, my world will not be destroyed. But he couldn't show it. On the surface, there was depression between his brows, and he spoke slowly. "What? You said your world." Peter Parker keenly grasped the key points and said with a puzzled expression, "Mr. Baker is also an Earthling, but he is from his 663 universe." Nick Fury paused and continued, "It's just that his universe was destroyed by the elements, and he was forced to escape here through the crack, and what you saw today is the elements. There were 4 of them, and now 2 have been wiped out, and there are 2 more. Their existence is enough to destroy the world, which is why I asked you to participate in the mission." After hearing this, Peter Parker felt dizzy and had a bitter face. "I don't want to participate in any action. I just want to have a good summer vacation, and Wanda will help you." "Speaking of Wanda, there is one thing I need your help with. Tomorrow you will be in the same car, heading to Prague together. At that time, help me pay attention to a person, Lise." Nick Fury thought of that unusually calm Oriental man, and he always felt something was wrong in his heart. That is derived from the sixth sense brought about by years of agent career. "No, I refuse. Wanda cares about Mr. Lee very much. They just held hands today. I refuse to do this kind of thing, and I have to go back." Peter Parker was decisive, turned around, and walked back. Passing by Quentin, he said apologetically, "Sorry, I can't go to Prague with you." "It doesn't matter." Quentin patted him on the shoulder, watched him leave before looking away. "Fury, what now?" He'll worried. "Don't worry. He will go to Prague obediently tomorrow." Nick Fury wasn't worried at all. He leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes to meditate, as if everything is under control. And Quentin said he had to leave in advance. Next morning, hotel entrance. A black minivan was parked on the side of the road. The students came out one after another and were stunned when they saw the buses at the door, because the design of these 2 buses seemed too avant-garde. It's a bit like a transport van for escorting prisoners. "Wanda, it seems that black marinated eggs are quite innovative." Lise looked at the shape of the bus and joked. "Black marinated eggs?" Wanda was startled and realized who it was. "Nick Fury, don't you think he looks alike?" Lise reminded with a smile. "Oh, you'd better not say that. His temper is actually not very good." After Wanda finished speaking, she felt that it was inappropriate and added in a low voice, "Because he often said that F***K. Then he must be F***G Fockexia?" Lise thought of Nick Fury's nickname in his previous life. "Haha, Lee, you are so funny, but he may not like this nickname even more." Wanda listened. The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile that couldn't be suppressed. At this time, in the hotel, Mr. Linton, who accompanied Peter's school, strode out. His face was full of joy. He held up the documents in his hands and shouted, "Everyone, we are going to Prague." "What?" Peter Parker, who was whispering to Ned, was suddenly dumbfounded. "Yes, we got lucky. The travel agency just called, and we upgraded to Prague." Teacher Linton said loudly. "It's over." Peter Parker is stupid. "What's wrong?" Ned wondered. "Our vacation might be hijacked by Nick Fury." Peter Parker has never been loveless in his life. Nick Fury said before that the mission location is Prague, and Wanda and Lise are also going to Prague. He thought he could escape this time. As a result, he underestimated the strongest agent in the world. Even after Shuamyo came back 5 years later, he could still easily control the affairs of most ordinary people. Changing the destination of a tour group is just a piece of cake. 030. The deep sky is as pure as a lake. The blue sky is like washing, and it is boundless. A road runs through the forest among the dense forests. Looking at the modern village at the bottom of the mountain, the European-style house structure is like a scene in a fairy tale. Another enjoyable trip. Lise sat by the window, stretched out and leaned on the chair, admiring the beautiful scenery along the way. "Aren't you happy every day?" Seeing his contented expression, Wanda smiled. "Happiness is also graded, not to mention it's different now." As Lise said, He turned his head and looked over. His eyes softened a lot. Wanda met his gaze and naturally knew what this guy was referring to. Is it really that good? Liking and being liked is a beautiful thing. Lise touched her little hand and nodded. Ahem. Peter Parker, who was sitting behind, coughed lightly and looked away. Lying down can be force-fed a lot of dog food. Then he picked up a pair of translucent sunglasses and put them on, only to see that his good brother Ned, not far from next door, was exchanging messages with his little girlfriend on the mobile phone to talk about love. Cough, cough, cough. I agreed on the Nordic Bachelor program, but now the people around me are basically in pairs. Peter, do you have a cold? Wanda noticed that he kept coughing, so she asked concerned. In these 2 days of contact, she quite likes little Spider-Man. At least he is a rare pure boy in the Avengers, unlike others who are all wily and calculating. No, I'm just a little motion sick. Peter hastened to defend himself. Wanda, he is in good health. Young people don't get sick easily, let alone a young man like him. There was something in Lise's words, and when he turned his head, he also noticed little Spider-Man's pair of sunglasses. The shade is Edith, a super artificial intelligence who controls several Avengers satellites under the Star Corporation. As well as a powerful network system, it can almost invade any network that is not a state agency. The glasses were given by Nick Fury, and its real owner is the deceased Tony Stark. He said a word, wearing a crown, must bear its weight. Take up the responsibility and carry on the mantle of Iron Man. Apparently, he overestimated little Spider-Man a bit. Mr. Lee is right. I am in better health than the average person. Peter Parker had a simple mind, with an awkward smile on his immature face. However, he also looked at the Oriental man in front of him again, remembering what Nick Fury said yesterday, and asked himself to pay more attention to Lise. Peter Parker, what are you thinking? You're only going to break Wanda's heart. Peter thought about it and shook his head immediately. For a long time, it was rare for Wanda to have someone who cared. He couldn't do that, as it would destroy the relationship between the two. At that time, wouldn't he become the chief culprit, a sinner? So Peter put Nick Fury's words behind him, and Lise in front frowned slightly, because he felt that little Spider-Man's mood swings were very strange. Are all adolescent children in America like this? A moment of entanglement, a moment of shame, but he didn't care too much. If he trusted Wanda the most in the Avengers organization, then the second person must be little Spider-Man Peter. This kid has a simple mind. Otherwise, how could he be brushed around by the mysterious guest? After all, I have never been beaten by society. For the rest of the journey, except for the fact that Peter Parker used Edith to almost cause the vehicle to roll over, the rest of the time was calm and the journey was safe. Definitely only Lise and Wanda know about this matter. It also made Wanda a little angry. If the driver hadn't been good at driving, the bus would have rolled down the mountainside long ago. As night fell, the bus finally drove into the bustling city of Prague, where countless people sang and celebrated the festival on the bustling streets. The bus brought everyone to the hotel. The resplendent hotel lobby and the dazzling ceiling lights made countless people exclaim, "Oh, Peter, it's so cool here. The super agent is awesome." Ned couldn't help exclaiming, "That's not a good thing." Peter Parker looked distressed. Half of his plans were disrupted. But it's all over here. He could only obey and follow his classmates to listen to the teacher's arrangement. It's just that there is a high probability that it is Nick Fury's handwriting. The other side, the black stewed egg, is still a bit sincere. Lise looked around the hotel environment. Sure enough, a super agent is absolutely greedy. Even if he is away for 5 years, he can do things that countless people can't do in a lifetime with just the financial resources in his hands. Actually, I don't have much affection for him either. Wanda thinks that Nick Fury is a man with a very deep city, and like HYDRA, he does not compromise the means to achieve the goal. But a lot of the time it's about the world. No, I think he's not bad now, and Black Braised Egg has prepared a double room for us. Lise checked the information on the app and found that the single room was upgraded to a double room. Wanda rolled his eyes at him speechlessly. I really want to pry your head open and see what you're thinking. No, I'm afraid you can't help it. Lise looked a little ambiguous. I want to know what is going on in the mind of a man facing a sexy woman or a woman he cares about. All I can say is that it was exciting. At this time, Peter Parker walked over quietly and whispered like a thief. Wanda, Fury asked me to inform you that we have to gather for a meeting later, and the time is tight. No problem. Knowing that her expression was serious, Wanda didn't think about delaying it, so she turned her head and kissed Lise, and then said softly, Lee, you go back first. Listen to me obediently and don't go out at night. I will take care of everything. Lise was stunned for a moment. The softness of the lips just now was reminiscent of the beautiful figure in front of her, and she was already walking out of the hotel. "Come on, Wanda, moment." He came to the hotel room. After putting all the luggage away and creating the illusion that someone is taking a shower in the bathroom, with a wave of his hand, he changed into a set of fuchsia ancient chivalrous clothes. How can it be possible to stay in the room obediently? It's so boring. A mask conjured up in Lise's hand, and he put it on slowly. Coming to the Marvel Universe to lie flat for months is just plain boring. Now it's hard to come to a mystery guest to play. How could he easily let go of his playful nature? "Mystery, let me borrow your script this time to make my shadow group famous all over the world." The words fell. Lise's figure merged with the shadow behind him and disappeared into the room. If it weren't for the clothes and luggage on the bed, it would have been as if no one had ever been in the room. 031. A hidden warehouse outside of Bugara. Inside the warehouse, numerous drones hovered in midair, and from time to time, they mapped a piece of realistic flame image, which made people feel like they were there. Boom. As more drones were activated, a huge amounts of fire elemental monster appeared, wantonly destroying surrounding buildings. Guys, no equipment went wrong tonight. No shadow troll group. Tonight is laying the groundwork for the final scene. The mysterious guest Quentin stood under the drone, with a serious expression on his brows, and his sharp eyes swept over everyone, to pave the way for a brand new savior to be born into the world soon. So there must be absolutely no mistakes. The last time he fought against the water elemental crowd was originally a superhero drama prepared for him alone. The result was interrupted by the sudden appearance of the Black Shadow Troll group. Today's plan must be successful no matter what. Otherwise, his lies would stop there. Quentin, but Scarlet, which is here too, and her ability is real magic. Wilhelm, who is in charge of the background data of the drone, reminded. Damn it. As long as the Hellfire elementals are taken offline before Scarlet Witch arrives, there won't be any problems. The mysterious guest Quentin frowned. The appearance of Scarlet Witch was completely unexpected. After all, he investigated all the information of the Avengers before and knew where everyone was, in order not to have any accidents. It turned out that the day before the plan, Scarlet Witch actually bought a Venice package at a travel agency. Well, we'll do our best to find a way to stop Scarlet Witch from going to the scene. Wilhelm nodded. Okay everyone, a good show is about to debut. Get ready to watch it. The mysterious guest Quentin opened his hands, and the drone around him reflected a layer of light on his body. In the blink of an eye, the light covered a brand new battle suit. With the battle suit completely covered, a cloud of dark green mist wrapped around his body, and Quentin Baker's figure was completely swallowed in the next second. At the moment, the playground in Bugara is brightly lit. This ancient European city is holding a grand festival of lights. Some people think that the Festival of Lights is the biggest party in the world, where countless people gather in entertainment venues for carnival. The square is crowded with people, and countless people gather here to feel the festive atmosphere. Whoosh! On the roof of the house, a figure as flexible as a spider flitted past and landed steadily on the top of the tower, overlooking the scene below. Peter, are you there yet? Don't tell me you haven't left yet. Under the mask, Peter listened to Nick Fury's nagging and replied with some helplessness. I've arrived, but I haven't found anything unusual so far. His task tonight is to detect the enemy's situation, because the exact location of the enemy's appearance is not yet known. Boom. Just as Peter was investigating the situation, a figure suddenly fell beside him. Hey, who are you? The young little Spider-Man was startled and hurriedly backed away. With the help of the light below, he could see the person in front of him clearly. It is a man dressed in oriental retro black clothes. He wears a mask with gold patterns, and his deep and majestic eyes are full of mystery. It was Lise who came, and he said slowly, Don't be nervous, I won't hurt you. Peter, is there someone next to you? A puzzled voice came from Peter Parker's ear. He paused and replied, Well, but I don't know him. No, you know me, Black Shadow Troll Group. Lise is too lazy to beat around the bush. Anyway, the netizen outside has already given him a new vest, so he doesn't recommend using it. What? You are from the Black Shadow Trolls. When Peter Parker heard the words, his eyes lit up and he immediately leaned over. He is no stranger to the Black Shadow Troll group. Those big guys just eliminated the water elemental group yesterday. To be precise, I am the leader of the Black Shadow Troll group, and I am here today to deal with the Hellfire elemental crowd. Lise said slowly. Originally, little Spider-Man and Nick Fury didn't believe that Lise was a member of the Black Shadow Trolls, but when they heard about the Hellfire elemental queen, they believed it. Because the matter about the elements was not spread because the time was too short. Only a few people in the world know about it. Other than that, the only one who could know was the Black Shadow Troll group. Their actions yesterday were obviously aimed at the water elemental crowd. With you here, it will be very easy to deal with the Hellfire elementals. Peter Parker witnessed the powerful strength of the Black Shadow Troll group, and those big guys could even tear apart the water elemental group. Not to mention their boss. The strength is definitely not weak. I do my best. Under the mask, Lizzie smiled speechlessly. The little Spider-Man is too innocent, too easy to trust others. A word or two will convince him. No wonder he was played around by Lao Inbi mystery guest. Chi. When the two communicated, not far from the playground square, a statue stands above the fountain. Suddenly, the whole body of the statue began to turn red, and the high temperature emitted caused the surrounding air to condense water vapor visible to the naked eye. Coo coo coo. Accompanied by bursts of grunts, the water in the fountain pool gradually boiled, and hot water splashed out. There's something wrong with the statue. The statue is getting hot. Tourists passing by naturally noticed the changes in the statue, and the temperature in the surrounding air climbed, making people sweat on their foreheads. Eerie vibe. Let many people back to the rear, with a look of fear on their faces. Next second, boom, I saw the red and hot statue suddenly burst open, and the endless flames shone for a moment, and hot magma spewed from it. Cracks were visible to the naked eye on the floor, and magma flowed out of the torn hole. Roar! A huge lava titan that looks like a surdy rises from the ground, and the moment it appears, the air temperature rises sharply. Under the influence of high temperature, countless light bulbs around them shattered and burst one after another. Bang bang bang. Gift crab, the Hellfire elementals are here. Peter Parker hurriedly pressed the Bluetooth headset. Mystery, the Hellfire elementals have appeared. Coming. In the sky, a green mist that covered the sky swept up. In an instant, a figure broke through the fog and descended from the sky, punching huge amounts of lava titan on the head. Huge amounts of impact caused the lava titan to roll over, destroying several buildings. Peter Parker, help me evacuate people. Under the illusion, the mysterious Quentin did not fly in the air to fight against the Hellfire elementals. Instead, wearing a device helmet, stood on the ground and looked around, searching for little Spider-Man. Then he noticed a strange figure. His expression changed slightly, and he asked, Peter, who is that person? He is the boss of the Black Shadow Troll group. With his help, we will be more relaxed. 032. He is the boss of the Black Shadow Troll group. With his help, we will be more relaxed. Little Spider-Man Peter was afraid that the mysterious guest would not hear him, so he shouted loudly, Don't worry, you too. I, Sombra, won't let the elements go unnoticed. Seeing this, Lizzie also yelled, Shadow. It was a code name he thought of on the spur of the moment, and it just fits with the Shadow core and the image style of the organization. Damn, it's the Black Shadow Troll group again. In the illusion, the mysterious guest's face was ashen, and he gritted his teeth angrily, and the veins on his forehead popped out. I thought it was just an accidental coincidence that the Black Shadow Troll group appeared to destroy my plan. However, I didn't expect to run into a member of the Black Shadow Troll group again. Does it mean his plans were leaked? For a while, the mystery guest panicked. He was worried that things would be revealed and all previous efforts would be in vain. At the same time, boom, at the scene, the lava titan, which was projected by countless drones, shot up into the sky with a big hand and swallowed up all the surrounding metal substances. Quentin, now is not the time to be in a daze. Hurry up and find a way to get the Hellfire elements offline. A reminder from his companion sounded in the ear of the mysterious guest, bringing him back to reality, so he hurriedly manipulated the drone to create the scene of a big battle. I saw, in the huge playground. After the huge lava titan devoured the metal substance, its body began to grow constantly, and the temperature it radiated also gradually increased. In the surrounding air, there is a billowing heat wave. The bright flames from its body light up the dark playground before, like a meteorite falling in the night. You too, don't watch since you're here, and help me lead the Hellfire elementals into an open place. Otherwise it will devour all metal around it. In the eyes of outsiders, the mysterious guest stepped on the green mist and walked in the sky, turned his head and shouted at the two of them. Just finished. Boom. The lava titan stepped on the floor, and the earth's crust trembled instantly, bursting into countless cracks. The impact force brought by the movement of the earth's crust directly caused the thick floor to rise into the sky along with the hot magma. The affected houses were instantly surrounded by a sea of flames. Well, thanks, Nick. Where's Wanda? We need her help. Peter Parker was startled when he saw this. Hastily jumped up, swinging his body in front of the lava titan. The high temperature made him gasp for breath. Whoosh. Boom. Fortunately, The lava titan noticed him and chased after him with big strides, dancing with his incomparably huge fists, wishing to hammer the weak figure in midair to death. Night Monkey Man, be careful, let me help you. Lise stood up from the ground and flew towards the direction of the hellfire elements. The hands exude a faint white light, which is eye-catching. Hey, Sombra, don't get close to it. This guy is very angry now. Just take it to an open area. When the mysterious guest saw the menacing man in black high in the sky, he panicked for a moment. After all, that is not the real hellfire elemental crowd. Just a bunch of drones. Just rushing up like this, I am afraid that the drone will be smashed. At this time, Wilhelm's voice came from his ear. Quentin, I have prepared a flame bomb. I'm worried that something will happen. He seems to know our plan. The mysterious guest looked worried. He was a little uncertain about the mind of the Black Shadow Troll group, whether the other party really knew about his plan. Now that you know it, why not expose it directly? Thinking about it, he decisively called out the drone's flame bomb. Automatically lock on to Lise flying in. Boom. A flame bomb with bright flames flew straight in the direction of Lise. In the eyes of outsiders, it was just a huge amount of flame ball. Shadow beware, little Spider-Man yelled loudly. Really? Lise frowned slightly in surprise. It seemed that the mystery guest had already begun to doubt himself. Otherwise, they would not directly use flame bombs to test. But obviously, he underestimated the opponent. When the flame bomb was about to touch the figure in midair, a huge frozen wall emerged, and the cold air was overwhelming, blocking the fireball abruptly. Boom. The moment the fireball touched the frozen wall, the burst of air waves frantically raged around, making bursts of neighing. Countless debris and wreckage on the ground splashed into the sky. This guy, the mysterious guest, blocked the raging wind with difficulty, swallowed, and his handsome face moved this time. He really panicked, because the other party is a real magician. Freezing is also real freezing, not special effects projection. It was only a matter of time before a magician saw that there was something wrong with the hellfire elementals. Unexpectedly, she racked her brains with great difficulty to lure Scarlet Witch away. Now there is another one. At the same time, the other side of the city, in a dark alley. No one. Wanda looked around at the dark and humid environment. Her brows revealed seriousness. Half a minute ago, when the hellfire elemental crowd appeared, as soon as she was notified by Nick Fury, she saw something like a ghost appearing on the street corner. Previously, when she was looking for Doctor Strange in New York City, she had seen illustrations in books of Ghost, an ancient and murderous embodiment of evil that likes to suck people's souls. So she followed Ghost first, and didn't go to deal with the hellfire elementals immediately. But now I followed the alley and found that there was nothing there, only a few trash cans, and rats scurrying into the sewer. What happened? Wanda, who originally planned to continue walking in, suddenly constricted her pupils, and suddenly raised her head to look in the direction of the flames. Someone over there has a mysterious attraction to her. It's a breath of magic. That magic breath just resonated with the origin magic power in her body. The two are inseparable. Who is it? Feeling the strong magical atmosphere, Wanda resolutely gave up chasing Ghost. The whole person soared into the air and flew towards the direction of the hellfire elements. Moment. A figure appeared at the corner of the street. He lowered his head and said in a deep voice, Quentin, Scarlet Witch is heading to your side. 033. Prague Playground. The lava titan made up of hellfire elements. The monstrous fire that radiates from its body is becoming more and more vigorous, and the soaring flames shroud the dim urban area. The high temperature distorted the air, and the billowing heat wave raged and churned. However, it is in such an extreme high-temperature environment. But there is a 10-meter-long frozen wall standing in the center, and the substantive cold gradually engulfs the heat wave. Shet. Mysterious guest Quentin's scalp tingled for a while. There was a super magician at the scene, and Scarlet Witch was on his way. He angrily kicked away the stones beside his feet. The plan fell through again. The Hellfire Elemental crowd is the last elemental crowd written in his previous script. Originally, according to the script and plan, if he solved it by himself, his popularity would also push to the top. At that time, execute the last script. He will become a brand new superhero, the successor of Iron Man. Now it's clearly going to fail. Quentin, don't worry, the script in London will still make Mysterio go down in history. The mysterious guest Quentin heard Wilhelm's prompt in his ear. Mum Wilhelm, get the Hellfire Elementals offline. Mysterio knows that this is the only way things can go now, and he won't be able to leave when Wanda comes. After all, Wanda has a very strong telepathy ability. No matter how strong the technology of Stark Industries is, it cannot escape her perception. As soon as his voice fell, boom, I saw that the huge lava titan suddenly roared to the sky, and its open mouth formed a vortex, constantly absorbing the surrounding substances. The sand grains on the ground trembled violently and flew up, and metal fragments were also involved. Mystery. It has changed again. Little Spider-Man Peter swung around and found that the Hellfire elementals hadn't kept up. When he turned his head, he was pulled by the head-on suction force, and the cobweb wrapped around the wall collapsed. I'm going to fall. He was so frightened that his expression became tense, and he quickly threw out the cobweb, and the cobweb seemed to be glued with an invisible object. But he didn't have time to notice. The cobweb collapsed again, and his whole body fell to the ground. After the lava titan absorbed countless substances, the fire emanating from its body has gradually threatened the surrounding environment, and the grass on the roadside ignited a raging fire. Sombra, use your ice ability to deal with it. Your ability just restrains it. High in the sky, the mysterious guest shouted with difficulty against the flames. No problem, you two stay away. Lise lamented that Mysterio is really a qualified actor. Even at this point, he can still act calmly in times of crisis. It's no wonder that he has been working hard in Tony's company for many years, and only now has he begun to reveal his ambition. Thinking about it, his hands glowed white. The original frozen wall turned into water and spewed out suddenly, like an ancient water dragon, entangled the lava titan across the sky. Next second, the water dragon splits and turns into a water polo, completely devouring the lava titan. Whoosh! Just for a split second, the lava titan disappears. Huh? Fly away. Through the projection illusion, Lise saw several drones flying out of the city taking advantage of the gap. It seemed that Mysterio was really afraid of being exposed, so he almost removed all the drones at once. Only a few planes were left circling around. It's over. Peter Parker got up from the ground and found that the playground had become dark again, and the previous lava titan had disappeared. All that was left was a mess. The slate bricks were scorched black. There was a pungent smell in the air. It's over. Your friend helped us. The mysterious guest landed slowly, took off his helmet, and said with a complicated expression. Although he felt that he might have been exposed, but the play had to be a full set, so he didn't leave directly. The elements of Hellfire are all the same, and they don't seem to be strong. After a while, Lise also fell from the sky, patting away the dust that didn't exist on his body, and said in an understatement, No, Sombra is because you are too powerful. You solved the crisis from the multi-universe with just one move. Don't be surprised. I was also surprised by the multi-universe at first, but this is indeed real. As soon as little Spider-Man meets someone he can talk to, he will automatically trigger the chatterbox mode, and he can't stop talking when he is angry. The main reason is that Lise is too strong. He can easily deal with the Hellfire elementals that Mysterio is difficult to deal with by himself. And the whole thing is, to put it mildly, way too cool for a high school kid. Stop, you talk too much. Lise hurriedly told him to shut up, then looked at the nervous, mysterious guest next to him, and said with a smile, Are you nervous? No. The mystery guest just spoke. Standing opposite, Lise stretched out his hand, patted him on the shoulder like an elder, and said in an affirmative tone, Don't be nervous, I know I'm strong, and the Black Shadow Troll is a popular superhero now, but you also not bad. Thanks for the recognition. When the mysterious guest said this, he almost gritted his teeth. I can't wait to bite my teeth into pieces. Because of the Black Shadow Troll group, the popular superhero, and the savior superhero who defeated the elements. It should have been his mystery guest. As a result, all the other people have been fulfilled now, and the person who was fulfilled is still standing in front of him, showing off his might, pretending to be unpredictable. But at this moment, Wilhelm's words brought him back to his senses. Quentin, he didn't expose you, and he didn't seem to find any problems. These words brought the mysterious guest back to his senses, as if it was true. He doesn't seem to be exposed. Whoosh. While thinking about it, horizon, under the moonlight, a beautiful figure emerged. She was wearing a scarlet windbreaker, and her cold white skin looked as white as jade under the moonlight. Like a queen in the frozen age, but those glowing red pupils are like a sexy medieval witch. It's Wanda. Peter Parker raised his head and noticed Qianying, and was pleasantly surprised. Lise looked at the beautiful figure in the sky, and took a deep breath. Why didn't he realize that Wanda under the moonlight is so beautiful that it's breathtaking? Whoosh. In the next second, Wanda had already fallen from the sky and landed gracefully in front of everyone, with her beautiful eyes glowing scarlet and extremely charming. Lise, the man in black among the three, was immediately locked. Who are you? 034. Who are you? The moonlight shines on Wanda's face like a tool, but it can't hide the doubt revealed between her brows. He is Sombra, the leader of the Sombra troll group yesterday. You know, they are also dealing with the elementals, so he also appeared in Prague and subdued the Hellfire elementals with only 2 moves. Peter Parker opened the blindfold on the headgear and saw that it was an acquaintance who automatically triggered the chattering mode. The speed of speech was so fast that he spit out a long paragraph in a few seconds. Peter, stop. I'm a little dizzy from what you're talking about. Lise patted little Spider-Man on the shoulder, then politely extended his hand to Wanda. Hi, my name is Sombra. Hi, I'm Wanda, Scarlet Witch. Wanda responded politely, but at the moment of shaking hands, she always felt that the two seemed to know each other. But she was sure that she had never seen anyone from the Black Shadow group. Moreover, the magic breath she had just perceived made her feel very subtle. Scarlet Witch, I know you are the strongest Avenger. Seeing is believing. Lise responded calmly. He wasn't worried that Wanda's telepathy ability would discover his true identity, even if the two had been together for so long. Perhaps Wanda, who is a telepathy, has had some kind of connection with him. But his magic attainments are not weak, and it is more than enough to resist Wanda's telepathy. Thank you for the compliment, and thank you for helping us defeat the Hellfire Elementalists. I'm sorry for what happened just now. I should have arrived earlier. Wanda heard the strongest Avenger and thought of Lise, so she couldn't help but want to go back quickly. I don't know what he is doing in the hotel. At this moment, several black SUVs rushed over, and a one-eyed black man with a bald head got out of the front car. He strode forward and said slowly, Wanda, you don't have to blame yourself. Ghost is also a threat. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Lise. Sir, thank you for everything you have done. You stopped the disaster in time. What our world lacks most now is talents like you, unlike some people who just want to escape. Peter Parker on the side stepped back. He knew in his heart that these words were alluding to himself. I think about going to play during the holidays all day long, and don't take the superhero missions to heart at all. But that's the truth. He just wants to live the life of an ordinary person. You're welcome. It's a little effort. Lise said modestly. No, your strength is obvious to all. I sincerely hope to join SHIELD, and we will work together to protect the fragile world. Nick Fury had a smile on his lips. Forget it. Lise was speechless. The black stewed egg was really an old fox, and he said for a long time that this was what he wanted to say the most. Say what you say to join SHIELD. In other words, it is actually joining SHIELD so that it can be monitored. Sir, I very much hope that you can seriously consider it, and we can maintain a cooperative relationship. Seeing this, Nick Fury wanted to continue to dissuade him. Fury, SHIELD has been in decline for 5 years, and it can't even compare to the Heavenly Sword game. So don't mention this matter again. Lise was a little impatient and interrupted him directly. Director Nick Fury, in fact, just wants to better maintain the world. The mysterious guest, who was left alone for a long time and ignored by no one, had an extremely gloomy, handsome face. Because all the treatment should be his. He is the one who deserves the most attention. But now everyone is turning around the shadow. And he was like air. No one took the initiative to say a word to him during the whole process. Sorry, it's late. It's time to go to bed. The early bird gets the worm the next day. Lise glanced at the non-existent watch and snapped his fingers. Goodbye, everyone. The words fell. Whoosh. Before the others could react, his whole body turned into a cloud of white mist, and when the white mist dissipated, the figure had already disappeared. Cool. Peter Parker stepped forward and stepped on it. There was nothing there. His eyes filled with amazement. A true magician. The mysterious guest Quentin also had to admit that he was jealous. At this time, Wilhelm's voice sounded again. Quentin, he didn't expose you in front of Nick Fury. It seems that he didn't know the truth. Bring Peter Parker to the bar, and the plan can continue. Quentin took a deep breath and looked at Peter pretending to be tired. Peter, are you interested in having a drink? I have something I want to talk to you about. Well, but I'm underage, so I can only drink juice. Peter Parker did not refuse, mainly because he felt that Mysterio was also a good teacher and helpful friend, a real superhero. To avenge his own universe, he is willing to give everything. Seeing that everyone was leaving, Wanda turned around and prepared to leave. It's so late, I don't know if Lise is asleep. Wanda, do you see the problem with Sombra? Seeing this, Nick Fury hurried over. He is a super agent. The most cautious person in the world naturally cannot trust anyone easily. He has no evil intentions. What else do you have? Wanda frowned slightly, a little impatient. She has to go back to accompany Lise. There is one thing that needs your participation. There will be a meeting in Germany in 2 days. I hope you can participate. You are the only Avenger who can participate now, Nick Fury said slowly. Fury, I said I'd help you deal with the elementals for the last time. Wanda shook her head. I swear, the meeting in Germany will also be the last time you will attend the meeting. Unless it is the end of the world, I will not look for you again for other things. Nick Fury pleaded. Come on, as the head of the Avengers, but I can't even summon a single Avenger right now. If only Tony and Steve knew the current. One last time, and there will be no next time, Fury. Wanda got a headache when she heard him mentioning the two old friends and playing emotional cards. Think of it as Captain America and Tony, the two former spiritual leaders of the Avengers, attending the Avengers meeting for the last time. Wait a minute and the SHIELD plane will take you to Germany. I think you and your little boyfriend will like their rigor and football. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. If you can't find any Avengers, I don't know how many people are watching SHIELD jokes. Wanda ignored him. Scarlet light wrapped around his body, lifted him up, and flew towards the hotel. 035. A 5-star, resplendent hotel in Prague. The door to the third-floor room opened. Lee, are you asleep? Wanda opened the door expectantly and walked through the hallway, only to find that there was no one on the big bed, only a few pieces of clothing randomly placed on it. Crack, crack. Sorry, I was taking a shower just now, and I haven't cleaned the room yet. Lise wiped her wet hair, and her delicate face after bathing was foggy in the low temperature of autumn. You didn't sneak out just now, did you? Wanda picked up the messy clothes on the bed and asked casually. She doesn't want to restrict Lise's freedom, but tonight's Prague is too dangerous. The appearance of hellfire elements almost destroys the playground, and there is still a mysterious ghost that has not been dealt with. No, I've been staying in the room. Lise walked over calmly, put his arms around her waist, buried his head on her neck, and asked softly, Are you tired from the mission? I'm not tired. I didn't make any effort at all. They were all taken care of by the Sombra. That person is very powerful. Nick Fury shouldn't have to worry about the fact that there won't be a new superhero in the world. Feeling the warmth in her arms, Wanda briefly recounted what happened tonight. She didn't notice, however. Lise, who was buried in his neck, didn't listen at all. His voice gradually became hoarse and dangerous. Well, you are so tired from the mission. This time it's my turn to reward you. I'm not tired, just let go. Wanda gradually realized that something was wrong, and she stuck out her tongue as soon as she spoke. Thinking of how tossed this guy was yesterday, definitely mainly because I believed in his nonsense, saying that he did not cross the line, the result was, in addition to not crossing the line, there is really only not crossing the line. Wanda quickly pushed and pulled him away. Don't mess around. We're going to fly to Germany later. What? Lise was stunned. Aren't you going back to Xijing Town? Lee, I forgot to discuss with you in advance. The plan has changed temporarily. I have to attend a security meeting. Wanda was afraid that he would be angry, so she quickly explained. Nick Fury said, This is the last time. After this time, I will no longer be an Avenger. Lise's eyes were dark and gloomy. He originally didn't care. Anyway, it would take a week at most to leave the hiding place. It's only been 2 days now, and he's not in a hurry to go back. After all, after staying in Xijing Town for so long, it is not recommended to go out more. Only, Black Braised Egg is afraid that this is his Wanda being used as a tool man. And this time, without thinking too much, Captain America and Tony must be kidnapped morally again. The former is one of Wanda's few heart-to-heart friends, and the latter is the hero who saves the world. I have to say, I can handle Wanda very well. It seems necessary to teach Nick Fury a lesson and let him improve his memory. You'll love that. Fury said the football atmosphere in Germany is great. Don't you love football too? Seeing his silence, Wanda sat down in a panic and persuaded softly. I didn't say no, but there is one thing you have to remember. I don't like German football as much as Dacia's national football team, as well as Bayern Munich football. Lise complained secretly in his heart. His home team's eternal enemy, the evil German, has made him have tragic memories both in the club and the national team. Well, we don't go there to watch football. Hearing this, Wanda was relieved knowing that Lise was not angry. Afterwards, the two of them didn't delay anymore, simply packed up their clothes, said goodbye to Peter Parker in the dormitory next door, and headed to the pickup location. Not long after, a high-tech Quinjet appeared in the dark and picked them up. In the cabin, Black Marinated Egg, we meet again. Sitting on the sofa, Lise looked up and saw the one-eyed black man coming out of the cabin. Boy, you are lucky to be able to fly on this plane. Quinjet is the most advanced fighter jet in S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury sat across the table and said proudly. But it has been used for more than 10 years, or even longer, hasn't it? Lise interrupted him with a word. How do you know? Danger flashed across Nick Fury's eyes. Sure enough, this guy has a problem. Old guy, I saw the Avengers using it more than 10 years ago. Now it's 2024. Quinjet is already an old thing. Lise said unhurriedly. Fact. Nick Fury was at a loss for words for a moment, and he suddenly realized that Quinjet had appeared during the New York War. 12 years have now passed. Lee, you are the first person who can shut his mouth. Wanda, who had been laughing and not saying a word, leaned forward and whispered in Lise's ear. Wanda, I can hear, but he's second, Tony Stark first. Nick Fury shook his head and added, unfortunately, you can't be Tony Stark. According to our reporter's report, a supernatural attack occurred in Prague tonight, and the attacker was finally solved by members of the Black Shadow Corps. At this time, news came from the wall-mounted TV, interrupting the conversation of several people. It's the Black Shadow Group. They've been big celebrities these 2 days. Lise pretended to be surprised. This organization is very powerful, and so far, we have not found any clues about them. Nick Fury looked at the screen, and the figure in midair raised his hand and released the frozen wall. He said in a low voice unwillingly, if it was 5 years ago, I would have turned the Shadow Group upside down. Not necessarily. After all, he is right in front of your eyes, and you can't find any clues. Lise took a sip of wine and said quietly, the investigation is not as simple as you think, Siete. I am actually trying to explain the idea of a super agent to an ordinary person. I am really crazy. Nick Fury waved his hand, complained, and got up and walked towards the cockpit. Don't pay attention to him. Lee, your life is already what countless people yearn for. Wanda frowned slightly, comforting. It's okay, my life is perfect. Staring at the beautiful face in front of her, Lise slowly moved closer and kissed her. You? Lee, don't. A few minutes later, Wanda covered her rosy lips, curled up in the corner of the sofa with an aggrieved face, looked at the Oriental man in front of her red eyes, and her eyes were full of complaints. Lee, have you ever heard of Vixen? What's the meaning? I mean, are you going to suck me dry? At the same time, 5-star hotel in Prague. In the corner of the monitoring blind spot, a cloud of black mist emerged out of thin air, and for a moment the black mist condensed into a human form. A woman with a kind face but evil eyes strode out. She took a deep breath, her expression suddenly gloomy. They actually left again. Agatha was angry. She had just arrived in Venice before, but Lise and Wanda came to Prague. Now she came to Prague, and the two of them left again. Okay, Lise, you dare to run around the world with my stuff. Don't let me catch you. Word off. Her figure turned into a black mist. Only a black feather was left on the spot, slowly falling down. 036. 036. Moonlight Night. Mark Spector. Berlin, Germany. In the 1940s, there was a human demon living here, and now Berlin has become one of the world's important economic and trade cities. The Berlin Film Festival has become the world's 3 major film festivals, awards that countless film and television practitioners are eager to get. Late at night, after Lise and Wanda arrived at the hotel prepared by SHIELD, they were too tired to participate in any activities and fell asleep when they arrived at the hotel. After going through the events of the Hellfire Elementals, Wanda was tired and fell asleep. Safe night, slacker, don't fall asleep and get up. In the early morning of the next day, Wanda felt the light suddenly brighten in front of her eyes while she was sleeping. She frowned slightly and pulled off the quilt to cover her head, wrapped herself tightly, and said weakly and softly, "Don't disturb me. Let me sleep for a while." But it's 8 o'clock now. Lise sat by the bed, looking at the woman who was curled up under the quilt and refused to come out, feeling a little helpless. But I usually get up at 9 o'clock. Wanda showed her head with a bitter face, with a look of reluctance. Her schedule is not as good as Lise's, getting up on time at 6:30 every day. Comrade Witch, you can't waste the best time in your life on sleeping. The great Lionel da Vinci, he only sleeps 4 hours a day. Lise couldn't help pinching her face. Maybe it was because of the weather. The witch's fair face looked a little flushed in the morning. People can't help but want to lean down and kiss lightly. So I choose to be a salted fish, Wanda said and rolled to the other side of the bed, wanting to continue sleeping and go back to the cage. But she got up in the end, because she found that she couldn't fall asleep after waking up, so she was forced to get up and wash her face with displeasure. Witch, what is your expression? Lise leaned on the bathroom threshold and smiled. Don't call me a witch, you're taking an hour off my sleep. Wanda did the math. She got up early these 3 days, which made her less energetic than before. You have to strive to be a hard-working witch. A great ability cannot be wasted. Lise said solemnly. I don't care about you. Wanda rolled her eyes, coaxing her with such words every time. That's exactly what happened. What Lise said is the truth. Wanda's magical ability is even much better than Doctor Strange, mainly because of the blessing of origin magic power. In a short time, I found out the Dark Divine book. Think about it. Lise suddenly remembered that he forgot someone. Agatha. That old hag is still in Westview town. I don't know if she will come after her. After all, the old witch doubts her identity, and she is probably afraid that Wanda will be taken away. After we go back, we have to get rid of her quickly and bring the Dark God book by the way. Lise pondered in his heart, to get rid of Agatha, isn't the Book of Darkness just in his pocket? At that time, after he learns by himself, he can let Wanda learn too. In the catastrophic Marvel universe, there are too many skills to avoid the end of the world like Thanos in the future. Why are you in a daze? At this time, Wanda had already changed into a Scarlet windbreaker and waved her hand in front of his eyes a few times. Let's go. The museum is about to open. When I passed the museum last night, I saw the ancient treasures of Egypt being exhibited. The two felt that it was novel and planned to go and see it today. Although it is not a local specialty of Germany, the ancient Egyptian culture is also very attractive. Besides, there seems to be nothing worth visiting in the local area. And the meeting Nick Fury mentioned didn't happen so soon. As for the mystery guest's last farce in London, it is not yet known whether it will happen. After all, the appearance of Lise has caused a butterfly effect. Whether Quentin can get Stark's Edith glasses is a question. Without the Edith glasses, with his current drone equipment, it is impossible to achieve the catastrophic performance of the end of the world. Museum. Since it is a weekday, there is very little traffic in the museum. Lise and Wanda followed the group of tourists and walked in the cold hall. The guide in front pointed to a mural and said, "Everyone, as early as in ancient times, people liked to depict the gods they saw into the mural. It's so boring, I think I've come to the wrong place." Wanda glanced around boredly and found that several people were yawning. "It's so boring, it's better to stay in the hotel and sleep." It seems that the museum's business is not very good, and young people don't like these things. Lise shook his head. Some things are gradually being eliminated. Times have changed, and young people are now more willing to stay at home and browse the internet, resulting in fewer people visiting museums. Not just museums, but sports as well. The Real Madrid chairman of the La Liga Super League once announced that fewer and fewer young people are playing football, and they are more willing to stay at home or participate in esports activities. The truth is, times change and some things are being phased out. Looking at a few old-fashioned things in the museum seems to gradually become less important. "Lee, why don't we go to other places to see?" Wanda took his hand and said, "Wait, look at that." Lise stood where he was, pointing to a tall statue in the distance. It was a statue holding a sickle and wearing a helmet inlaid with a crow's long beak. His empty eyes were as unpredictable as an abyss. "What's wrong?" Wanda didn't see any problem. "Sir, that is the statue of Khonsu, the moon god. The museum made it based on document records and mural images." The tour guide noticed Lise's behavior. Seeing someone interested in Egyptian culture, he immediately explained with a smile. "Khonsu, the moon god." Lise was surprised, not that he was a lover of Egyptian culture. It was the statue of Khonsu, the moon god, who reminded him of a man. Moon Knight. Seeing this scene, Lise has a strong sixth sense, always feeling as if something terrible is about to happen. He's a pathetic fellow. Just as he was thinking, a person walked by at some point, wearing a hood and putting his hands in his pockets, looking at the statue and saying slowly. Lise heard the sound and looked. His expression was startled. "Mark? You know me?" Mark Spector said cautiously. "Your tourist sign has your name on it." Lise pointed to his sightseeing board. "It's better that way." Mark Spector didn't pay much attention to it, turned around and left holding the sightseeing card, and walked towards the depths of the museum. "You know him?" Wanda looked at the tugging Du Maunan and asked suspiciously. "Do not know." Lise squinted slightly, staring at the figure that disappeared at the end of the corridor. He definitely knows. The man in the hood is the moon god's bender, the Moonlight Knight, Mark Spector. Lise wonders if it is because he has his own attributes that he can always meet key figures in the Marvel Universe. Just superhero has Wanda, then Peter Parker, and now Moonlight Knight. Judging from the hostility in Mark's eyes just now, it is now the protagonist Mark Spector, who may be performing a mercenary mission. Something to do with Luna? But Lise is too lazy to meddle in other things, and he doesn't like Luna's things. Might as well hang out with Wanda. "Hurry up, it's too boring here." Wanda next to her was a little impatient, and she was afraid of hurting the tour guide. After all, the uncle seemed to like these cultures very much, so she had to pull Lise to urge her in a low voice. Lise let himself be dragged away. However, What they didn't know was that after the two left, the eyes of the statue of the moon god Kongsu moved slightly, as if it had been watching them all the time. A majestic triumphal arch is located on the east side of the avenue, and many foreign tourists gather under the gate of the building to take pictures. It is the Brandenburg Gate, built in the 17th century. My God, it's much grander than it looks in the pictures. Wanda looked up at the Arc de Triomphe, filled with emotion. After leaving the museum just now, the two went directly to nearby attractions. Wilhelm II probably didn't expect it to survive into the 21st century. However, Huaxia also has many magnificent buildings. I have the opportunity to show you. Lise took out the camera and posted Wanda. Don't move. Take a photo. Click. Just a moment after the shutter drops. A familiar female voice came from behind the two of them, with a very surprised tone. Lise? Wanda? I didn't expect to meet you here. Agnes, why are you here? 037. And Agnes, why are you here? When Wanda heard the sound, she turned around and saw the person who was greeting her. It was actually Josh's aunt, Agnes. She was surprised to meet acquaintances as far away as Northern Europe. Aunt Agnes, long time no see. Lise was taken aback for a moment. He was still thinking about finding a chance to get rid of the old witch this morning. Unexpectedly, the old witch came to the door in the afternoon. It seemed that she was really worried that he would take Wanda away. After all, in the eyes of black magicians, the temptation of origin magic power is not so great. I'm here to visit a relative. Agatha showed a kind smile, raised the bag in her hand. I just came out and bought some desserts. Do you want to try some? Sorry, I really want to eat it, but I just had breakfast not long ago and haven't digested it yet. Wanda rubbed her belly, glanced at Lise, and said speechlessly, It's Li's fault. He ordered too much early. I'm worried that you won't have enough to eat. With an innocent face, Lise touched Wanda's soft belly. I think you're going to fatten me up and dump me. Wanda couldn't help complaining when she thought of the breakfast full of people who had attracted a lot of strange looks earlier. Who said that? I feel fatter and more voluptuous. Lise lowered his head in her ear and said softly, I'm preparing for the future. Stay away. Wanda felt the heat coming from her ears. Her face instantly turned red like a boiled lobster. She buried her head on his shoulder, gritted her teeth, and said, Lise, there are still outsiders here. Can you stop talking nonsense? No more talking nonsense. I bit you. You? Agatha, who was standing opposite, was stunned when she saw this scene. Her vicissitudes of eyes revealed both confusion and shock. The two of us are now boyfriend and girlfriend. Lise clasped Wanda's hand tightly and explained. What? Agatha exclaimed in disbelief. And Agnes, you don't have to be so surprised, do you? Wanda twitched the corner of her mouth. Josh's aunt reacted more than she was confessed. I'm just amazed how fast young people are progressing. Agatha realized her gaffe and hurriedly explained. It's mainly due to fate. Seeing this, Lise's mouth curled up into a playful smile. The old witch probably missed this point. Uh-huh. Agatha noticed his expression and nodded fiercely. Very good. She underestimated Lise. This guy actually captured Wanda directly in order to get the origin magic power. This is the rhythm that both origin magic power and Wanda want. Thinking about it, Agatha came up with a new strategy. She knew that Lise couldn't be exposed. After all, if Lise joined forces with Wanda, she absolutely can't bear to walk around. Judging from the events reported in the news before, Lise's strength is not weaker than her. You too. I want to take my things back first. See you another day. In the end, Agatha decided to take a long-term plan and left with a bag of desserts. Lee, do you think Aunt Agnes is a bit weird? Wanda stared at Agatha's back and did not look back until the back disappeared. With a slightly complicated expression, she thought for a moment and said slowly, What's weird? Lise was a little surprised. Wanda found a problem? I can't tell, but she seems like a nice person. Wanda shook, a little weirdly, and there was no problem with it. Imaging crazy things. Lise squeezed her cheek viciously. Go. Take a picture over there, and go to other places later. Wanda touched the pinched face and didn't think about Agatha anymore. Maybe she was worrying too much. Aunt Agnes is such a good person. When she was in Westview town, she would come to chat with her every day. It is a rare good neighbor. Hey Lee, don't go so fast. Wanda was thinking about it, when Lise next to her pulled her to run over there. Hurry up. Wait until the sun is about to rise overhead. For the next morning, the two visited almost all the scenic spots in Berlin, ranging from the Brandenburg Gate to the Wanghong Bridge. The camera also recorded the itinerary of the two. It was obviously just a sightseeing spot, and they traveled around by car, but they didn't feel bored or tired, and they were very happy. I even feel that time flies by and flies by quickly. This feeling always makes people feel subtle. until the sun climbed to the top of the head. The scorching sun shone brightly on the earth. Lise and Wanda were willing to stop at a cold drink shop. So tired. Lise leaned back on the chair, took a sip of the cold Coke. Feeling the pleasure of the cold tongue, he had the urge to pour the Coke on his head. When you pulled me before, why didn't you think you were tired? Wanda was speechless. She didn't know who was dragging her to keep walking. How can the process of being with you be tiring? Otherwise I would have let go. Lise wiped off the sweat from his forehead, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Can you stop talking like that?" Wanda quickly picked up the cold drink cup to cover her face. Although she listened to it a lot and felt warm in her heart, she still felt uncomfortable every time she heard it. "I'm talking from the bottom of my heart, okay?" Lise looked at her cute behavior, and it turned out that the witch's face was too thin. "I can't bear a word. Take out your heart and show me if it's true." Wanda wanted to say this, but her heart softened when she said it. "This is so unlucky. Let's go back. I want to take a nap." Wanda stretched her waist. Her face was tanned red under the scorching sun, showing tiredness. "Okay, I have something more fun to go back to the hotel." Hearing this, Lise instantly became refreshed. "What are you doing?" Wanda shrank her neck, looked at the man's sunny and handsome face. Why did she feel that there were evil thoughts in this face? If Lise knew what she was thinking, she would definitely say that this is not an evil thought. This is the true nature of a man. 038. After returning to the hotel, it was past 12:30 noon. The two had a quick meal in the restaurant downstairs before returning to their room. "It's all your fault. It made me sweat all over." Wanda took off the windbreaker, and the clothes she was wearing inside were already soaked and sticky, which made people feel uncomfortable. "Then what should I do? How about I wash it for you?" Lise swallowed, but never took his eyes off Wanda. Because the clothes the witch is wearing are very thin, and after being wet with sweat, they cling to her skin, perfectly showing her mature and charming figure. And after being exposed to the sun for a long time, the witch's white and tender skin was slightly rosy, and her pair of clear and beautiful eyes made her look both clean and charming. Thinking about it, Lise added another sentence. "I really don't want to. If we work together, we can save water resources, and it can be considered as a curve to protect the world." "Go away." Wanda saw the heat in his eyes and rolled her eyes speechlessly. Since being with this guy for the past 2 days, he has become more and more indecisive, and he dare not think about what will happen in the future. "Okay, then hurry up." Lise is not disappointed. Anyway, there are still many opportunities in the future. But not disappointed is not disappointed. Crash. When the sound of running water in the bathroom sounded, it made people a little restless. After a while, the bathroom door opened. Wanda walked out wearing her pajamas and bathed in the mist. As soon as she came out, she met Lise's fiery gaze head-on, and she subconsciously hugged her pajamas tightly. She asked slowly, "Aren't you going to wash? Let's watch a movie together after washing." "Uh-huh." Lise picked up the clothes on the bed and walked towards the bathroom in some embarrassment. Weird guy. Wanda blinked her eyes in confusion, not knowing what happened to Lise at all. Obviously, Wanda, who has only been in love with robots since she was a child, has no idea how seductive the water lotus is to men. Lise was really afraid that if he stayed for a while longer, he couldn't help breaking the previous agreement with the witch. But in the end, he chose to respect the witch. Did not break your own principles. After more than half an hour, the bathroom door just opened. "Why did you take so long to wash?" Wanda lay on the bed and rummaged through movies for a long time, and finally waited until Lise came out. Her pretty face was full of doubts. "I thought only women would wash for such a long time. This time it's your fault. You have to make it up to me tonight." Lise looked at her speechlessly, wondering if the witch did it on purpose, whether she was innocent or really didn't know. Wanda had a question mark on her face. She didn't seem to do anything. However, she was used to Lise's weirdness, so she reached out and patted the empty seat beside her. "Hurry up, we haven't seen a movie together yet." Lise could see that the witch was really innocent. "Forget it, there will be time to teach later." He was quite helpless and lay down next to Wanda. "What movie did you pick?" "Titanic." "Well, I heard people say that this movie is very suitable for couples to watch together." Wanda nodded. "Haven't you seen it with anyone else?" Lise asked casually. "No, because of my living environment and the fact that I smuggled to the United States at a very young age. I rarely watch movies. The most memorable ones are the sitcoms I watched when I was a child." Wanda shook her head, held Lise's hand, and said slowly, "I really haven't watched a movie with a man other than my brother and father. You are the first one." She was telling the truth. She grew up in a war-torn area, and when she was a teenager she smuggled to the United States with her younger brother, so she had no time for entertainment. Not to mention going to the movies with someone you care about. Which, it's my pleasure. Even though Lise asked casually, he felt very warm when he heard this. In today's society, many people feel that it doesn't matter for the first time, but the fact is that even watching a movie together for the first time can make people feel happy. In many cases, the most nostalgic moment is often the first time. Perhaps everyone has a possessive desire in their hearts. It's just that some people don't have strong desires in this regard. Titanic is a love movie, and it is also a great work in the history of movies. It tells a story that makes no one shed tears. It also makes people yearn for that kind of love. Wanda watched this kind of movie for the first time, and she watched it very seriously. Lise didn't bother, and he was also engrossed in watching. Exactly. He spends most of his time admiring Wanda's long legs. For him who has watched Titanic several times, the appeal of this movie is far less attractive than the witch's slender and greasy legs. Not to mention, the witch not only has slender legs, white and beautiful. Her feet on the snow-white quilt also made people unable to take their eyes off. Especially the snow-white sheets, which make the skin whiter and greasy, and the exposed toes are pink and tender, which is extraordinarily beautiful. If it is paired with black silk, white silk, knee socks. At this time, Meizu curled up slightly shyly, and a shy voice interrupted his why. Does it look good? Cough, 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 not bad. Lise raised his head to meet Wanda's beautiful pink pupils, and coughed slightly in embarrassment. Lee, do you like my feet very much? Wanda had been concentrating on watching a movie just now, and only when she lowered her head did she realize that this guy's eyes were on her slender legs and Ryu's feet the whole time. For a moment, she was a little overwhelmed, shyly put her feet back under the quilt. Well, as long as it's yours, I like it. Lise is not a foot controller. He has to admit that the witch's feet have reached food grade, and he can step on the old sauerkraut. I just wonder why you men like legs and feet, but you can't use them to have children. Wanda didn't expect him to be so direct. She didn't know what to say for a while, and asked this sentence out of nowhere. Actually, they are very useful. Speaking of this, Lise's eyes lit up, and he immediately became more energetic. I'll teach you. Wanda, wow, why does it feel like I've been tricked again? 039. No, I want to watch a movie. Wanda noticed that the man's expression was suddenly full of energy, and immediately knew that it must be something bad, so she wouldn't be hooked. I didn't say now. I just wanted to prepare for the future. Lise touched Wanda's white legs. They were so delicate and tender that one couldn't put them down. He is like a child who has dug up a treasure. When he became interested, he took the tablet of the bedside table and looked down at the content. What are you doing? Wanda glanced curiously from the corner of her eye, as if she saw the interface of the shopping app. What is this man doing with the shopping app? Is he going to buy something weird? Wanda suddenly remembered that I accidentally saw it in an adult magazine before. Some people like to use some tools to increase their interest when they are there. Should he also buy those things? Think about it. The witch tightened the quilt covering her body, poked Lise with her tender white feet, and asked softly vigilantly, I don't agree with what you want to buy, so don't mess around. Dear Wanda, I'm just buying a few pairs of socks and clothes. Why are you so nervous? Lise put the tablet in front of her speechlessly, and it showed some socks. Cole, I thought you were going to buy something weird. Wanda glanced over and breathed a sigh of relief. What's weird? A smirk formed at the corner of Lise's mouth, and he pinched her tender face. Comrade Witch, your thoughts are a bit dirty, and you always like to think wildly. I didn't. I was led astray by you. Wanda argued. I obviously don't know much, but I was led astray after a short time with him. Whose thoughts are the dirtiest? You can tell at a glance, okay? Well, Comrade Witch is a pure child. Lise smiled and flipped through a few pages of the search page, handed the tablet back to Wanda's arms, and said softly, Come, pick some socks and clothes. Wanda lost her temper when she heard his sudden gentle voice, and took the tablet obediently. I have to say, the gentle Lise is really hard to resist. Especially the deep and magnetic voice. Sometimes it really makes one's legs weak. However, when Wanda just took the tablet and was about to choose a few obediently, her smiling face froze. Lise, what are you buying me for? Within a few words, the witch's fair cheeks were as red as boiled lobsters, revealing her shyness. Socks and clothes. Lise came over, hugged her, and planned to choose a few together. You sure? Wanda turned a few pages, and found that one page was turned down. It is indeed socks and clothes, but the socks are precisely stockings. And they are all styles that I have never seen before, each with different patterns and colors, polka dots, stripes, black silk, white silk. As for clothes, Wanda turned a few more pages, her slightly wrinkled brow tightened even more. The clothes are all professional performances, especially a nurse outfit. over-the-knee suspender stockings, with 2 suspender lines on each side hooked to the lace-trimmed stockings. Paired with a pure white skirt, it looks looming and full of seductive charm. I don't buy it. Wanda couldn't stand it anymore. She turned the tablet over on the bed and curled up under the quilt with a blushing face. She knew that every time Lee showed that expression, nothing good would happen. She really can't wear such shameful clothes, mainly because those styles of clothes are no different from not wearing them. Sure enough, men are all lustful. Why? Lise looked at the bulging quilt and was not surprised. The education the witch received made her not used to it. From her Avengers trench coat-style battle suit, it can be seen that revealing clothes are unacceptable in her heart. Lise, I'm asleep. Wanda curled up under the blanket and didn't plan to go out for the time being. Lise didn't do what she wanted, so he stretched out his hand and pulled her out, hugged her in his arms, and said softly, Wanda, just pick a few. Lee, don't try to seduce me with this kind of voice. Wanda felt the sound of pregnancy attached to her ear. She was a little overwhelmed, her body limp in her strong embrace. Anyway, you only show me this dress. If there is anything to be shy about, just treat it as a reward for me. Lise knew that the witch would definitely soften her heart, and if she missed this opportunity, she would be gone. So she turned all her firepower, adjusted her voice, and continued to persuade softly. Okay, just buy a few, and I won't wear too much. Not half a minute. Wanda relented and gave in. Anyway, she only wears it for Lise to see, as a reward. Give. As soon as he finished speaking, Lise couldn't wait to hand over the tablet. The next few minutes, Wanda felt that this was the most embarrassing moment in her life. Her cheeks were hot all the time. She couldn't remember the last time she felt this way. Maybe not, because there is no one like Lise, a prodigal son. Choose it. Wanda struggled to pick a few clothes that were barely bearable. Then he quickly dropped the tablet, as if afraid of being exposed to the plague. Good taste, Lise commented solemnly. These sets of stockings, coupled with the witch's slender, white, and smooth long legs, will definitely be a beautiful picture of prosperity. Don't talk. I'm too lazy to talk to you now. Wanda's mind is full of what she will look like after wearing those clothes when the time comes. Thinking of her toes couldn't help tightening, wishing to find a crack to get in and never come out for the rest of her life. Fill in Shijing Town as the address, and you should be there in 2 days when you go back. Lise glanced at the shopping list, and after filling in the address, he lowered his head and kissed the hot woman in his arms, which, you are so kind. I'm so sleepy and want to sleep. Wanda nestled in Lise's arms in a daze, with her eyes closed and drowsy. She is really sleepy. Unlike other Avengers who possess supernatural abilities, she was very weak, and she was tired after walking all morning, and she had tossed and tossed for more than an hour when she came back, and now she was half asleep. Good afternoon. Lise didn't toss about anymore, and stroked the witch until she felt that she was falling asleep, then slowly got up and turned off the TV, adjusted the temperature of the air conditioner, turned around, and walked out of the room into the study next door. Nick Fury had a poisonous mouth, but the welfare did not fall. They were arranged in a hotel suite, with the bedrooms separated from the dining room and study room. Come to the study. Spiritualization, it's time to finish. In the past 2 days, Lise didn't use creation magic, and had a pleasant vacation with Wanda, making him forget about it. After seeing Agatha this morning, he realized that he had to deal with this guy quickly, because according to system settings, once the person who knows his true strength chooses to expose him directly, or to expose his strength to others, that is, if a third person knows, then the hidden mission will be judged to be a failure. And if you want to reopen it, you must let all those who know the truth forget about themselves, so that you can reopen the hidden mission. Call. Thinking about it, Lise took a deep breath and waved an ocean of stars over his head. Only then did Agatha gradually become suspicious of the protagonist, and Nick Fury, Wanda, Little Spider-Man, and Mysterio all think that Sombra is aimed at the elements. 040. Call. Lise put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, took a deep breath, and immersed himself in the work of creation. At the moment, the doors and windows of the study room are closed. The ceiling is covered by a sea of stars, and the bright stars are all over the head, and every point of light is full of power. Any one of them can change reality, and they follow Lise's thought fluctuations to construct new concepts. After several months, Lise discovered that the so-called creative magic is actually the ability to create and distort reality. But at present, it is limited to the single universe. It's not like eternity, one of the 5 great gods, who can tamper with cosmic events at will, or even control the direction of the multi-universe. In reaching the level of eternity, the The single universe can no longer bear the body. Because a single universe cannot carry the energy of a multi-universe, if a multi-universe level existence appears in a single universe, it may cause the universe to collapse or even be annihilated from this world. This is why there are countless eternities in the single universe, but in fact they are all just duplications of eternities, and there is only one real eternity. Time passed. More than an hour later, the sea of stars above his head formed a vortex, condensing into a ball of light. The ball of light radiated bursts of power, hovered over the ceiling for a moment, and fell down tremblingly. It's done. Lise was overjoyed, because it was almost perfected before, and now it was just the final perfection, so it didn't take much time. He looked at the ball of light hovering above his head, reached out, and took it off, and the words spiritualization technique appeared on it. In fact, what he created can no longer be called the technique of spiritualization. It is a completely different technique. After all, there are a lot of similar techniques in Wuxia mythology. Soul astral, killing people and invisible. As for the name linguazishu, Lise is simply too lazy to name it. For him, it is the top 10 most difficult things in the world. Naming is undoubtedly one of them. You can struggle with several names for a long time, and at a glance, several choices seem to be okay, but none of them seem to work. I don't know if I can deal with Agatha. Lise pondered, and put away the magic illusion with a wave of his hand. Then absorbed the light ball in the palm, and then the brain has a lot of information about the spiritualization technique. Now that the art of spiritualization has taken shape, whether it can deal with Agatha remains to be verified. After all, Agatha is also an old witch who has lived for centuries. Her experience and the magic she has learned are no less than that of the former Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Both are magicians who have lived for centuries. It's just that the former specializes in dark magic, while the latter combines the two, so that black magic does not erode the mind. I don't know what level Agatha is now. Lise pondered. Magic is different from Daxia's Dongfang Xuanhuan. The former cannot be judged by the naked eye, nor can it be used to spy on the inner vision through perception. What's more, the magicians in the Marvel Universe actually absorb the power of Mephisto, transform it, and use it for themselves. In other words, the energy of many magicians is not their own, but they borrow from Mephisto with spells, which is equivalent to users of Mephisto. So is the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, which is as strong as it is. Therefore, it is even more impossible for Lise to see it with the naked eye, definitely unless it is able to see Agatha cast spells and judge through the display of spells. But it doesn't matter whether Agatha is strong or weak. Lise has to take a risk, let a time bomb stay with him. Even if he travels abroad, he has to follow closely behind. This feeling of being spied on in life is difficult for any individual to accept. Take a step and look at it. Anyway, the boat will be straight when it reaches the bridge. Lise yawned and stretched, getting ready to go out. Ding, ding, ding. At this time, the doorbell rang, followed by a call from the phone at the door. Wanda, this is Nick Fury. There is an emergency at the door. Outside the door. Nick Fury kept opening his sleeves to check the time. Sweat was all over his forehead. It was obvious that he ran over just now, and his breathing seemed a little short of breath. Crack, crack. Wanda is sleeping. What's up? The door opened. It was Lise, he wondered. Now the sun is shining brightly in broad daylight. So what's the matter with black marinated eggs? I'm looking for Wanda. It's useless for you to listen to what I have to say. Nick Fury glanced at the time and said with a strong black accent, God Fark, it's past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and you're still sleeping. You've been up since last night and didn't sleep until morning. I have better physical strength. Lise raised his eyebrows with an expression that you understand, and when he was about to continue speaking, a hand came up behind him and pulled him to the side suddenly. Lee, what are you talking about again? Wanda's beautiful face was full of helplessness. She ran over as soon as she was woken up and heard this guy slandering herself again. Damn man, I'm sharing something interesting. Lise shrugged and said innocently. Okay, Lise, stop first. I think my business is more important. It concerns the lives of many people. Nick Fury looked anxious, and now that he saw Wanda coming, he quickly pushed the two of them inside and closed the door solemnly. What's up? Wanda has psychic ability, so she is very sensitive to perceive the emotional fluctuations in Nick Fury's heart. In a hurry, nervous? New news came from the mysterious guest, and he detected a large number of magnetic field fluctuations. After investigation, it was found that it is very likely that the elements are making a comeback. Nick Fury said with a heavy tone, Aren't they all resolved? Wanda was stunned for a moment. Always feeling that something was wrong, she witnessed the collapse of the elements. Why are these guys still alive? Coincidentally, after eliminating them one by one, Let them find a chance to integrate. What we have to deal with now is the integrated body of the four elements. Nick Fury explained. He was also shocked when he first heard the news. He thought that everything was over and he could attend the meeting with peace of mind and deal with other things. Unexpectedly, the elements will make a comeback again. Just like Super Sentai, fit together? Lise was a little surprised. He thought that his appearance would disrupt the mysterious guest's plan. As a result, the mystery guest still started the last farce. It seems that the simple little Spider-Man was probably deceived by the mysterious guest to take away his glasses. Otherwise, Quentin would not take the risk of performing the script of The Last Savior in London. Sure enough, little Spider-Man is too simple. He has to be beaten severely to learn to be good. 041. According to the data detected by the mysterious guest, the strength of the combined elements will far exceed the previous individual form. When it appears in London, it will inevitably cause a terrible disaster. Nick Fury looked dignified. After seeing the destructive power brought by the individual elemental crowd before, he now fully believes in the existence of the elemental crowd. Moreover, the data detected by mysterious guest and SHIELD's equipment are too real to be faked. You came to me so that I could help you again? After listening to Wanda, she already knew the purpose of the other parties coming to find her. The initiator of the former Avengers project, after 5 years, the appeal is not as good as before, and now the only one who can find him is himself besides little Spider-Man. Well, this time it might really be the end of the world. Now that the war with Thanos is only a few months away, people can't afford to hit it twice, and Tony and Steve. Nick Fury was afraid that she would disagree, so he spit out a lot of words in one breath. Stop talking. I agree to go to London together. Seeing that he was about to move out his dead friend again, Wanda hurriedly interrupted. But even if Nick Fury doesn't say so, the witch will go to London to prevent disaster from happening. After all, she still wants to live on this planet with the people she cares about. I thank you for the people of London. You are much more reliable than Peter Parker. I have not been able to contact him until now. See you downstairs in an hour. Nick Fury glanced at the time, opened the door, and just stepped out. Then remembered something, looked back at Lise and said, Wanda, this kid can't go. The end of the world is never short of cannon fodder. Don't worry, I'm not ready to be cannon fodder. Lise looked indifferent. He knew that the elements in a combined form were just a good show prepared by the mysterious guest. Delusion to play the role of the savior in front of the world and become a superhero. He has more important things to do and has no time to worry about them. It's okay. He will obey me obediently and stay in the hotel. Wanda raised her head and kissed Lise lightly, promising, Mary Falk, all witches in the world are in love now. Nick Fury took a big mouthful of dog food and slammed the door shut. Hearing the sound of footsteps fading away outside the door, the two people in the room also returned to the bedroom. The news of the elemental crowd's comeback and the fact that they were going to participate in the mission later made Wanda feel less sleepy. She sat down on the side of the bed and looked at Lise, who was playing with her mobile phone with her head down. The man's handsome face with sharp edges and perfect lines made people unable to take their eyes off it. Different from typical Oriental people, Lise's face has a three-dimensional sense of Europe and America, and his eyes have the softness of Oriental people. He doesn't belong to the type that makes people intoxicated and fascinated at a glance, but the type that becomes more and more handsome as he looks at it, making people unable to move their eyes away. Lise noticed that the witch was staring at him all the time, and the corners of his mouth could not help but draw a curve. He put down his phone to meet her gaze. Witch, aren't you a little too brazen? You can look at me. Why don't you allow me to look at you? At worst, you just look back. Wanda met his eyes, her cheeks flushed slightly. At this time, she remembered something. Memo looked at Lise with doubts and asked, Aren't you angry that I keep running around? You are not doing bad things. Why am I angry? Lise asked back. Because of our pleasant trip, we have been participating in various Avengers missions, and I will go to London again later. Wanda looked down. With me, you may not be able to live an ordinary life like other ordinary people. She knew her own strength in her heart, and she was destined to miss out on ordinary life, from childhood to adulthood, even though she told Nick Fury several times that she would never come to her again. But when a disaster happened, the kindness in her heart made her unable to sit idly by and abandon her original mission. Wanda, real life is living a life that makes sense to you, and I feel right now that being with you makes sense. Lise held her hand and comforted her. So, no matter what happens in the future, I won't be bored. Real. Wanda's clear and beautiful eyes stared at him. Well, there is an old saying in Dacia. Those who lie to their true love will be struck by lightning. Lise nodded with certainty. Don't make such a poisonous oath. Wanda's heart was warm, and she held his hand happily. Before going to London, I'll have an afternoon tea with you. Lise looked at the witch with a smile on her face, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but draw a curve, letting herself be dragged away. There is an open-air restaurant downstairs in the hotel, under several big trees that are lush in all seasons. Lise and Wanda sat on the chairs. The afternoon breeze was blowing, and the autumn weather in northern Europe was not very cold. The breeze blowing on the face always makes people feel indescribably comfortable. Osmanthus cake, a specialty of Huaxia Guangnan. Lise took the waiter's plate, picked up one, and handed it to the witch. Osmanthus cake. Wanda looked at the snow-white pastry, decorated with a few flower petals, and smelled the scent of sweet-scented osmanthus. She was surprised. Is it made of sweet-scented osmanthus? This is the first time I have seen pastries made of flowers. Well, add some petals and try. Lise just finished speaking. Wanda, who was sitting across from him, opened his mouth and ate it in one gulp, accidentally licking his fingertips with his tongue. Ahem. Lise felt the lubricated and pink tongue slid across his fingertips and subconsciously swallowed. Sorry, I accidentally licked. Wanda's pretty face flushed, and she felt an electric shock when her tongue touched it just now. But he quickly realized that he actually touched Lise's finger. It's too shameful. He wouldn't think he was seducing him, would he? But when she noticed Lise's expression, she was stunned for a moment. She didn't know if it was an illusion. Why did she feel that this man didn't seem to dislike him at all, but rather liked him? It's fine if you like legs and feet, but how can someone like tongues? What does your look mean? Lise saw the shock and shyness in those eyes that were as clear as a lake of clear water, and realized that the witch wanted to pervert him again. It was pure surprise just now that his witch's tongue was so smooth. He swore he couldn't think of anything else. Wanda nodded desperately, but she had a face that you continued to make up. Anyway, I wouldn't believe it. Lise, Wanda, what a coincidence. Why are you here? At this time, a woman's voice interrupted the two of them. Lise's expression was slightly gloomy when he heard the sound. Without even looking, he knew it must be the old witch Agatha. Agnes. Wanda on the opposite side said in surprise. My relatives live in an apartment building nearby. I didn't expect you to live here too. With a kind smile on her face, Agatha sat next to the two of them and warmly invited. Would you like to have dinner together tonight? No, I'm going to London later. Wanda shook her head. Are you two going to London? Agatha frowned slightly upon hearing this. Are the two traveling, or traveling the world? Just arrived, now going to London again. No, just wanted to do something. I'll wait for her here. Lise explained. I see. Agatha secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time she was overjoyed. The evil in her eyes was hard to conceal when she lowered her head. She finally waited until the two separated. She had always been afraid of Lise and Wanda before, because they stayed together, and it was difficult for her to attack. After all, she couldn't deal with two top magicians at once. But now, only Lise is in Germany, just as she wanted. As long as the only competitor is eliminated, the origin magic power in Wanda's body will be her own. Agatha was full of evil thoughts in her heart, but she always had a smile like a good neighbor on her face. Wanda, I wish you a pleasant trip to London. 042. Wanda, have a nice trip to London. The corners of Agatha's smiling eyes raised, and she looked like a good neighbor. She picked up the handbag next to her. I have to go back beforehand. See you in Westview town. Bye. Wanda was infected by her smile, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but draw an arc. I really know how to pretend. Lise looked at the fading back and sneered in his heart. If the old witch becomes an actress, the Academy will award her an Oscar winner. Lee, don't you think Aunt Agnes is a nice person? She is the second warmest person I've ever met. Wanda took a sip of tea, recalling the time she spent with Agnes. The other side is always very kind and friendly. She is really warm-hearted. Lise didn't speak out of conscience. The old witch was really warm-hearted towards Wanda, and she wished she could take her home and imprison her. He didn't think about the old witch anymore, but stared at Wanda to continue the topic just now. She is the second. Who is the first? You. When I first came to Shijing Town to get along with you, you gave me the feeling that I have known you for a long time. Wanda replied seriously. Lee, you are really careful, and you know and understand my situation and my heart at that time. Because we were meant to be a couple. Lise was not shy, holding her white and greasy little hand, and said, although he knew everything about Wanda in advance as a time traveler, if fate didn't arrange Wanda to his apartment building, nor will it develop into the relationship it is today. Go away, glib. Wanda blushed and looked away when she heard the earthy love words, but her heart was very warm. Sure enough, I heard a sentence before. No matter how silly the words of the person I like, it will make people fall. Dee. At this time, the mobile phone on her waist rang. She looked down at the message and said reluctantly, "The people from SHILD are here." "Well, let's go, come on." Lise rubbed her head with tenderness in her eyes. "See you tomorrow." Wanda didn't stop too much. It takes more than 2 hours to fly from Germany to London even by Quinjet, so there is no time to waste. And she was afraid that she would leave reluctantly. For some reason, people in love always want to be with their partners. The two seem to be connected by a wire, and they are inseparable. Now Wanda wants to finish the task quickly, and then go back to Westview town with Lise. Before she knew it, she seemed to be looking forward to putting on those clothes and stockings. What Lise's expression would be when she saw it. However, she didn't know that after she left, she was on the balcony of a tall building far away. Agatha's eyes were glowing with black aura, and she was staring at this side after traveling 1,000 meters. Those eyes that usually looked kindly revealed fierceness. The clothes have also changed from casual clothes to black patterned robes, which are very medieval. "Mr. Strachey, our chance has come." The old witch stroked the scarlet-eyed rabbit in her arms, talking to herself in a very gloomy tone. The green plants on the surrounding balconies gradually withered, and the green leaves gradually turned yellow and fell off, as if their anger had been evacuated for a moment. In the living room behind her, several dull people sat on the sofa, motionless. Judging from the clothes, those few are the real owners of the house. "Lise, I will let you know what happens to those who want to take my stuff." The words fell. Groups of black aura emerged from behind Agatha, swallowing her body like a whirlpool. In the end, as the black aura dissipated, her figure also disappeared. Next second, the people in the living room suddenly came back to their senses, panting in fear. "Witches, demons. My God, this demon is finally gone. No, what happened to my body?" The few people who thought they were getting out of the predicament at first found that their bodies were losing weight at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their muscles atrophied, and their skin tightened. In just a few seconds, everyone turned into Skinny. In the end, he completely lost the breath of life and fell to the ground motionless. Even so, the weird phenomenon didn't disappear until they turned into a pile of dust. On the other side, among the high-altitude clouds, Quinjet shuttled through the sea of clouds at high speed, bursting into bursts of cyclone waves as it accelerated. Inside the cabin, Wanda. At the table, Nick Fury stretched out his hand and waved in front of the dazed Wanda. "Huh? What's the matter?" Wanda's voice is cold. She has always been indifferent to outsiders, especially someone like Nick Fury. "Now is a special moment. I need you to concentrate. Your little boyfriend can't escape in Germany. Except for the bad water quality, everything else is good," Nick Fury reminded. "Yes, Scarlet Witch, the situation is serious, and we all need to focus." The mysterious guest Quentin was also in the plane. With a nervous expression, he said again, "This time we must not give the elementals any more chances, otherwise they may recover." This is the data detected by the instrument. On the side, Nick Fury has a tablet on the ground, which shows that London's magnetic field is getting more and more chaotic. Why is this? Wanda looked at the contents of the tablet with a more serious expression. Quentin racked his brains to make things look more real, compiling a lot of information files on the elemental crowd. To make it look more real, coupled with real test data, this is why Nick Fury is convinced. Wanda took a deep breath, put away the tablet, and asked, "Fury, have you found Sombra? It will be easier with him here." "No." Nick Fury shook his head, and then added, "It would have been 5 years ago, and now Sombra is sitting next to us. Wait for the next 2. Hearing this, the mysterious guest interrupted the two of them, turned to look at Wanda, and said angrily, "Wanda, this is a critical moment. We are all on our own. Don't count on anyone else." The huge cabin was filled with his excited roars. "You're in a weird mood." Wanda's pupils glowed scarlet, and anyone who knew her well knew that the witch was angry. And the temperature in the cabin dropped suddenly. "Mr. Baker, calm down." Nick Fury was a little confused by the sudden rage just now. Seeing the scarlet light in Wanda's eyes and bursts of cold air at this moment, he hurriedly stopped her. He didn't want to be forced to crash the plane. "Sorry, I was too impulsive just now." The mysterious guest Quentin felt oppressed, and when he met his beautiful eyes glowing scarlet, he was so frightened that his back was covered in cold sweat. Just now I heard Sombra, the person who had previously destroyed his 2 plans. In a moment of excitement, he forgot to face Scarlet Witch, one of the strongest Avengers, and yelled out, "Now that I come back to my senses, my palms are full of sweat. This is not an example. I'm just here to stop the end of the world, and I'm not a subordinate of any of you. What I do or say has nothing to do with any of you." Wanda put away the scarlet light, turned and left domineeringly without saying a word. Call. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief seeing that no conflict broke out. Fortunately, the witch is generous. The mysterious guest's eyes were full of dark light, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. 043. London, England. An ancient and magnificent bridge stands on the Thames River. The bridge connects the two sides of the river and promotes the development of the bustling city. In the tallest tower closest to the Thames, the top-floor office just overlooks the bustling scene through the window. There is a constant stream of traffic. A set of detection equipment was placed in the office, and several SHIELD agents turned and left after checking. Wanda stands by the window, admiring the view below. She arrived here more than 10 minutes ago, preparing for the appearance of the elements. She looked away for a moment, looked at Nick Fury sitting on the chair and asked, "What do I need to do?" "Just wait until those beasts show up." Nick Fury's expression was relatively indifferent. After all, as one of the most qualified agents on the planet, he had never seen such a big storm. Even if it is the end of the world, it will not lose its composure. Where did the mystery guest go? Wanda stood by the window waiting, feeling uncomfortable all over, not in the mood to appreciate the bustling beauty of London, especially thinking that Lise had nothing to see. She was even less in the mood. Just after finishing speaking, a green figure circled the tower above the sky, and finally floated and stopped outside the glass window. The mysterious guest wore a helmet that looked like a fish tank, and said slowly, "I am patrolling nearby, and I will let you know as soon as I have news." After dropping a sentence, he flew into the deep space and disappeared from everyone's sight. However, he didn't notice that Scarlet Witch's eyes in the tower glowed with a scarlet gleam, as if he had perceived something, and his expression was slightly startled. "What's wrong?" Nick Fury was keenly aware of Wanda's micro-expression and asked in confusion, "Where did you know Quentin?" Wanda frowned slightly, with some hesitation, before speaking for a moment. "I didn't perceive any sign of life from Quentin, and the person floating outside just now is like a phantom, not a soulless person." "How can it be?" "Hear this." Nick Fury's face was full of disbelief. He didn't think Wanda would deceive himself. Although Wanda loathes being in power a little bit, she will never joke about such a juncture. "I'm a little dizzy today, maybe it's my illusion." Wanda held her forehead. A little dizzy, maybe it was her mistake. Nick Fury didn't answer, but a seed of doubt had already been planted in his heart. And at the same time, near the tower, there is a glass corridor hanging between the buildings. A figure was walking back and forth anxiously. If Nick Fury was here, he would definitely be surprised, because this person is Quentin Baker, also known as Mysterio. However, at the moment, he is not wearing a green combat uniform, but a special effects costume. It's not a helmet, it's a microphone and earphones. Drones follow on both sides. "Quentin, Scarlet Witch may have suspected you. Just now, the signal from the tower office went offline for a short time, and I haven't heard it for 10 seconds. Wilhelm's reminder sounded in Quentin's ear. "There will be no problem for the time being. I have already poisoned her on the plane." The reason why Quentin is sure to come to London for the final decisive battle is naturally because he is sure to avoid Scarlet Witch. Before Tony Stark was alive, he had studied a set of countermeasures for each Avenger, all of which were stored in the Stark Group file curry. Among them, according to the Stark file curry, the special gas can temporarily affect her neurons, making telepathy ineffective. "I'm just worried." Wilhelm's voice came again. "Shut up. I won't tolerate any failure in the last scene. If necessary, I will blow up that tower, and no one will survive." Quentin's eyes were full of fierceness, and his tone was extremely gloomy. He had read the archives of Scarlet Witch, so he naturally knew that witches were physically weak, no different from ordinary people. There is no way to withstand the bombing. Thinking, Quentin looked at the world-famous London Bridge above the Thames River, with a cracked smile at the corner of his mouth, and his handsome face looked sick. "In 10 minutes, it's time for a good show." And at the same time, Berlin, Germany, an international 5-star hotel. The huge room seemed empty. Lise came to the study alone, and closed the curtains with a flick of his hand to block out the sunlight coming in from outside. "Get rid of the old hag Agatha while Wanda is away." Lise rubbed his neck, and the clothes on his body changed. An all-black dress covered his whole body, and a mask appeared in his hand. "The thing mentioned earlier is to deal with Agatha." Wanda left so that he can handle things and avoid being disturbed. He has endured the old witch for a long time. Even if he knows his identity, the old witch still covets his wife. "Before Agatha comes to me." Lise is a bit confused about how the system defines the exposure. Therefore, it is best to use the technique of spiritualization to quietly take Agatha away before she comes to the door. However, just as Lise was about to sit down and use the soul astral. Boom, boom, boom. A knock on the door interrupted him. Who is this point? Lise looked at the time. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. He was sure that he didn't order any service, and he didn't have any friends in Germany. Wait until you walk up to the cat and look at it. He was stunned for a moment, and the mask and black clothes in his hand faded instantly, and he returned to his usual casual clothes. Because the person outside the door was Agatha Honnix. She knocked on the door again and shouted in a kind tone. Lee, are you there? I'm Aunt Agnes. I suddenly remembered that Josh asked me to bring you something. The tone is very kind. But Lise clearly felt that the black magic had already accumulated in the other party's body, ready to move, and it seemed that it might explode at any time. Apparently, the old hag was all for him. 044. Outside the door. Lee, I know you're home. I heard footsteps. Agatha narrowed her eyes slightly and looked down at a shadow appearing in the crack of the door. It was obvious that there was someone behind the door, but she did not open the door in hesitation. Seeing this, her expression gradually became fierce. The fingers of her left hand hidden behind her back were slightly bent, and a black magic ball condensed in the palm of her hand. She knocked on the door again with her empty hand. Lee, are you sure you don't want to open the door? But the story is not over yet. Next second. Boom. The closed door suddenly blurred, and a black shadow, like a vicious cheetah, suddenly passed through the heavy iron door and rushed towards Agatha. The speed is so fast that it only takes a moment. The black shadow had already hit Agatha's body, and then the black shadow emitted black aura, devouring all the women in front of him, and took her to disappear into the corridor in an instant. The service boy passing by at the end heard the movement and came over, but found that the corridor was empty. Then turn around and leave. At the same time, over Berlin Park, under the deep blue sky, a black vortex emerged. Look, what is that? My God, is that a black hole? It's a bit like the aliens portal during the Great War in New York. Aliens again. In the park, countless people raised their heads and stared at the black vortex. Having seen a similar vortex, many backed away with fear on their faces. The police patrolling around came over vigilantly with their guns in hand, but there were also some brave passers-by who, with the spirit of not fearing death, stayed where they were and raised their mobile phones to take pictures. Sudden, boom, the black vortex turned rapidly, and a figure wearing a medieval European-style robe suddenly fell from it, like a cannonball crashing to the ground. When it passed through the air, it caused bursts of neighing, created a cyclone visible to the naked eye, and smashed hard into the flower beds in the park. In an instant, the ground trembled violently, and the floor tiles rose from the sky. The huge flower bed collapsed, and several extremely deep cracks cracked and spread around it. With the strong wind caused by the moment it landed, dust and mist filled the air. My God, what is that? Is it a meteorite? The onlookers felt the biting wind and the flying stone fragments, and they all retreated in horror. Before the patrolling police officers called for backup, in the black vortex, another black shadow descended from the sky, swooping down and swooping towards the figure below. Boom. Next second, the bombardment like an anti-aircraft gun directly caused a cloud of dust to soar into the sky. In the thick dust and fog, one can vaguely see the black shadow leaning over and grabbing a woman on the ground, grabbing her neck and lifting her up. Cough, cough, cough. Agatha felt the pain of tearing all over her body, and the defensive runes cast by black magic on her body shone with faint white light. She opened her eyes in a trance, looking at the masked man in front of her. You really don't talk. Shut up. Seeing that she was about to speak, Lise quickly swung it up and smashed it to the ground again. The spell that emerged from the arm gave infinite power, unreasonably treating Agatha as a hammer, and blasted it to the ground. Boom. Suddenly, the rock layer under his feet cracked suddenly, and the huge amounts of momentum caused the rock layer to rise into the sky, surrounding Lise and the two of them. Cough, cough, cough. Agatha couldn't help coughing and bleeding from the corner of her mouth. Her expression was no longer in a trance. After the second blast, she became much more conscious. What's the situation? 10 seconds ago, he was clearly still knocking on the hotel door. In the next second, she experienced a high-altitude fall. It wasn't that Agatha was weak. Everything happened so fast that there was no chance to react. The defense hasn't been broken yet. Lise was surprised, worthy of being one of the oldest magicians on Earth. In the face of such a terrifying force bombardment, there was no shattering. Seeing this, Agatha gathered black energy in her palm and was about to fight back. Don't talk. Lise threw it out without saying a word. The huge force emanating from the arm caused the surrounding air to surge when Agatha flew out, forming huge amounts of cyclone surges. In the blink of an eye, she rushed straight into a forest, and the dust and mist billowed into the sky. Call. Lise took a long breath. The reason why he did this was entirely because of the hidden mission. The system had previously suggested that as long as the other party did not expose it, then it doesn't count as exposure. So if he made Agatha unable to speak out, wouldn't that happen? But apparently, Lise thought wrong, and just threw Agatha out, and a reminder sounded in his head. Warn, warn, warn. The current strength of the host is known by one person. Please use any means to make the other party forget you within 30 minutes. Otherwise, the hidden mission will fail. 30 minutes limit. Sure enough, he was wrong. As long as he was confronted face to face, he would be judged to have failed the hidden mission, but fortunately, he knew that only one person knew his identity at the moment. Boom. Lee, I underestimated you. Agatha stood up staggeringly. She changed from her usual kindness and peace. At the moment, her face was full of ferocity, and bursts of black aura emanated from her body, and the surrounding vegetation was eroded and withered. Coincidentally, I think highly of you. I originally thought that the longer I lived, the higher my attainments would be, but I forgot that trash is trash after all. A genius would have become famous all at once. Lise originally thought that the old witch would be difficult to deal with. After all, there are very few necromancers on the earth who have lived for hundreds of years, but looking at it now, her only advantage is age and experience. Think about it too. If it is a genius, it will not come to snatch chaos force. Shut up, heard the words. Agatha's expression was ferocious, and terrifying black aura erupted from her hands. The deep space above the head suddenly changed, and a black line on the horizon was stained with white clouds at the speed of the naked eye. The originally clear deep space was covered by black clouds in the blink of an eye. The entire city of Berlin was immersed in darkness, and the surrounding air also became oppressive. Got windy. The wind was raging, and the black clouds rolled like waves. Between heaven and earth, the oppressive atmosphere has gone one step further, as if the end of the world is coming. Lee, don't blame me, just blame you for touching what I want. At the moment, Agatha's eyes were completely filled with black, and the black aura emanating from her hands rose to the sky one by one, blending with the black clouds. Boom! It was only during the thunder and lightning that black aura could clearly see that a black dragon had condensed above his head before he knew it. The moment the black dragon appeared, everyone noticed the scene. Fear appeared on their faces, and this atmosphere quickly spread to everyone like an infectious disease. Because dragons are evil creatures of the West. It overlooks the head of the earth, as if it will devour everything in the next second. The old witch will magnify her tricks when she comes up. Lise looked up into the deep space, with a solemn look on his brows. It seems that the old witch was determined to kill him, but she turned on the big gun directly when she came up. From his point of view, the black dragon looks vast and majestic, and the innate coercion of the dragon race is rising steadily to exert pressure on the world. At this moment, everything looks so small. Roar! While thinking, the black dragon has spread its wings covering the sky, blowing a terrifying gust of wind, and it swooped down towards Lise. It opened its huge dragon mouth, and it was bound to devour the people below. 045. Rumble. The dark clouds in the deep space rolled like tides, suppressing a vast and majestic black dragon under the sky, swooping down with bursts of black aura. Its huge body occupied the sky above Berlin Park. The shadowy park was plunged into total darkness, and the wind caused by the black dragon raged across the land. Pieces of trees swayed violently, unable to withstand the sudden collapse and flying. The grassland has long been eroded by black aura, turning it into a withered yellow shape, worthy of being the most evil magician on earth, showing people's lives like nothing. Below, Lise looked directly at the black dragon that swooped down. As a magician, he could clearly feel that the black dragon contained infinite resentment. For centuries, the old witch has been plundering others and absorbing magical power to strengthen herself. The dark magic she uses naturally contains endless resentment. It was the painful groan of the deceased. If you look carefully, you can even see hideous grimaces in the huge body of the black dragon. Old witch, today I will act for the heavens. Lise's tone was gloomy, and he said that he wanted to kill Agatha before because of himself. But feeling those screams of losing his soul, he couldn't help being angry. He was not a saint, but he would not kill innocent people indiscriminately. The old witch was far more evil than he had imagined, and the black dragon gathered at least tens of thousands of souls. Thinking about it, driven by anger, white light glowed in his palm and gathered a vortex. The surrounding space was affected and trembled violently. Hum. Amidst bursts of humming, the earth shook and rolled up the soil under his feet. Above the sky, Agatha felt the change in space and looked down at her feet. Found a powerful force, penetrated into the earth, and runes surfaced on the soil. Before she could react. At the moment, with the black dragon descending on the top of the head, Lise raised his hands vigorously. I saw that in an instant, the surrounding earth was torn apart, and a mountain peak suddenly surged up, rising and overlapping, like raging waves rushing straight into the sky, and endless rock layers lifted the sky. What kind of spell is this? Seeing this, Agatha manipulated the black dragon to dodge with her mind. But it was too late. The protruding mountain peak has already pierced through the body of the black dragon, and with a roar of the dragon, the condensed figure of black aura turned into gas gathering and dispersing. The black dragon that covered the sky disappeared, and above the Berlin Park, there was a majestic mountain that soared into the sky, splash earth into rivers. In the bustling city, this scene looks extremely fantastic. Countless passers-by looked at this scene with emotion. Most of them have not recovered, because everything happened so fast just now, and the appearance of the mountain only took a few seconds. Cough, cough, cough. Agatha looked down, and the gathering and parting of the black dragon also brought her backlash. Blood oozes from the corner of his mouth under a severe cough. Wheeze. Old witch, I overestimated you. At this time, a black shadow appeared in front of him. It was Lise wearing a mask and wearing black clothes. The moment he appeared, he suddenly raised his hand and slammed at Agatha unreasonably. Boom. When punching, it causes huge amounts of sonic boom and creates a cyclone visible to the naked eye. Damn it. Facing the sudden attack, Agatha gathered the magic barrier with her hands. However, the barrier that Black Aura had just assembled was smashed by fists in the next second. The terrifying punch landed on her body, and Agatha lost control immediately like a cannonball, falling backward at high speed, skimming through the deep space and smashing hard on the empty street. The strong inertia made her drag more than 10 meters, drawing deep ditches on the road. Cough, cough, cough. In the ditch, Agatha staggered to her feet. The necromancer robe she wore was already in tatters, and her messy hair made her look like a beggar on the street. But now her heart is gradually occupied by fear, and she has no mood to care about it at all. If it wasn't for the defensive runes prepared in advance, Lise's punch would have almost killed her. Boom. Before she could breathe a sigh of relief, Lise's figure descended from the sky and landed in front of him again. Seeing the old witch who could still stand up, he was a little surprised. Your life is really hard. You must know that the punch just now could have collapsed the Tokyo building. The old witch can still stand up. It seems that the magic level the other party has learned is not low, and her own attainments are also very high. Lee, I think there is a misunderstanding between us. Instead of hurting both sides, it's better to sit down and talk. Agatha compromised and chose to give in. She knew that if she continued to fight, she would win. There is a high probability that both sides will suffer. Who will hurt you both? Lise smiled. A mocking arc was drawn on his handsome face. You really think I dare not? Hear this. Agatha was burning with anger. Her expression turned completely gloomy. Lee, when I was learning magic. Boom. But that's only half the story. Lise on the opposite side has already raised his foot suddenly, and with the rune imprint appearing on his foot, the powerful force condenses and explodes. Kicked directly on her stomach. Then Agatha flew backwards at high speed, passing over the city, fell into the clouds and clouds in the sky, and flew straight to the North Pole at the end of the world. This kick directly regarded Agatha as an intercontinental missile. I'm not a talker. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Lise took a deep breath, but no reminders sounded in his mind. The old hag is probably not dead, or still flying thinking about it. A black vortex appeared behind him and swallowed him, and the whole person disappeared in midair. All that remains is a mountain that soars into the sky, and the terrified citizens. At the same time, London, England, tower near the Thames, inside the office. Dee. Nick Fury sat on the chair, took out the ringing mobile phone, and connected the call. I'm Nick Fury. What? Are you sure? Just a few seconds after connecting, his face suddenly became serious. What's wrong? By the window, Wanda wondered when she heard the movement. A dark shadow appeared. Nick Fury called decisively, holding the phone and answering. Isn't that a good thing? Wanda looked at him puzzled. It's not very good. Sombra clashed with others in Berlin and destroyed the entire Berlin Park, and the battle between the two sides was extremely destructive. Nick Fury had a headache for a while. The matter of the elements had not been resolved, and there was another conflict on the other side. Now the council is on the phone, hoping that SHIELD can intervene in Sombra's affairs to avoid mass casualties. He is helpless about this. What can he do as an ordinary person? Moreover, since the return of Shuamia, what happened on the Earth has exceeded the scope of human cognition. It's simply not something ordinary people can solve. Berlin. Wanda's expression suddenly became tense. Lise is also in Berlin, and she is still near the park. Isn't he very dangerous now? Don't be nervous. The information was sent over there just now, and Haiying and the others have already come this way. So we just got together, and we will deal with it together. As Nick Fury said, he clicked on a live video from Berlin, projected on a big screen. In the picture, Haiying punched a woman into the air. The blurry picture flickered a few times, and then jumped to another section, where Haiying held up a mountain peak and pierced through the black dragon. Gift crab, is this still Earth? Nick Fury was dumbfounded. The Earth is so strange recently. Every ability is like a god. Wait, you rewind the video. Wanda next to her didn't express any emotion, but frowned eagerly. What's wrong? Nick Fury turned back to the original screen in doubt and pressed the pause button. This picture is a little blurry, but it still captures the woman's facial contours and facial features. Looking at the picture, Wanda always felt familiar. After a few seconds, she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "It's Aunt Agnes." 046. It's Aunt Agnes. Wanda saw the woman in the picture clearly. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "You know her?" Nick Fury looked at the woman in the picture and asked, "Well, she is the aunt of one of Lee's tenants. We met today. I didn't expect her to have such a side." Wanda stared at the screen, her pretty face full of disbelief. "She is a very kind woman and treats me very well." "Wanda, there are no strangers in the world who will treat you well for no reason," Nick Fury said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Wanda frowned slightly and fell silent. She carefully recalled that when she got along with Agnes, she didn't find anything abnormal, and the other party was very warm and friendly to her. Rumble. Just then, a deafening thunderclap resounded through the sky, and the blue sky over the Thames suddenly became dark. Here they come. Nick Fury heard the movement, got up and went to the window to look. Is it the elements? Wanda also felt that the air gradually became oppressive. It's really a crowd of elements. Hill Agent pushed the door in, and the tablet in his hand displayed the current data. All are consistent with the data of the previous elements. It's just that the data of the elements detected now is a huge combination, and the energy contained in it is dozens of times more than any element before. At the moment, outside the window, a black line on the horizon swept towards this side at a speed visible to the naked eye, and everything it went was stained black. Boom. In just a few seconds, the entire sky over the Thames River was completely shrouded in black clouds, and under the turbulent and raging winds, a sharp black vortex formed. It looks like a ferocious Shura mask. The river is also raging under the strong wind, rolling up the torrential waves. Above the river, the London Bridge spanning the two banks swayed violently like a ship swaying in a storm. Boom. Next second, a mass of huge monsters suddenly gathered on the river surface. The whole body was composed of storms, and the turbid incarnate body sometimes flashed fire and sometimes flashed blue light. When it appeared, the burst of energy washed over the surroundings, overturned countless vehicles, and knocked down all the passers-by who had no time to dodge on the road. Run, everyone, run, the driver is gone. Bewitched, it's these things again. Everyone get out of the car. In a sightseeing car on London Bridge, Mr. Linton, Peter's teacher, looked at the huge monster in the distance. His face was pale, and he didn't care about other things. The other black teacher was turning pale with fright. He was a materialist before he came on vacation, but now he felt that the whole class was cursed. Wherever you go, you will encounter disaster. The gift crab, although it's fake, it's a bit too realistic. Ned followed him out of the car, muttering, "Don't worry, it's all fake." MJ Michelle comforted himself. Boom. Just finished. The street lamps on the bridge collapsed. I'm kind of sure he's fake after all. Ned was still in a state of shock and looked a little dizzy with fright. If I had walked a few more steps just now, I'm afraid I would have been smashed into meat sauce. Stop talking nonsense. The children quickly follow me and get out of here. Mr. Clinton wiped his sweat, ran in the front, and shouted. Everyone didn't dare to delay and ran out of the bridge, and the bridge at the foot of it at the moment was swaying in the strong wind, as if it might collapse at any time. At the same time, in the corridor between the buildings not far away. That's right, that's it. This is an Avenger-level disaster. The more people die and the more serious the casualties, the more people will remember me. The mysterious guest Quentin stood in the glass corridor, overlooking the tragedy on the Thames. Numerous objects were rolled up, and people fled in terror. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth cracked into a satisfied smile, and his emotions gradually became excited. "Mum Wilhelm, you can let me appear on stage." "No problem." On the other end, Wilhelm sighed deeply and mobilized the drone. Then a green light appeared in the deep space above the heads of the huge group of elements. And then the green figure swooped down, fearlessly killing the behemoth. Endless energy rays suddenly spewed out from his fists, constantly bombarding the muddy bodies of the elements. "I want to avenge my family and my world," above the sky. The mysterious guest Yukon flight blasted out rays angrily. The realistic and terrifying rays full of power flashed, with dazzling green light every time, reflected on the passers-by who fled at the scene. "MJ, it's the mystery guest." Ned looked at the green figure, stopped, and reminded. "It's indeed him. A good man finally came. Let's stop being dumbfounded and get out of here quickly." Teacher Clinton saw this and pulled him to continue running. As a teacher, he doesn't want his students to have accidents. The office on the top floor of the tower. "I'll help him." Wanda looked at the miserable situation over there, turned around, and walked out the door. "Dee, wait." At this moment, Nick Fury's phone rang again, and he looked down and said in a deep voice, "It's Happy." As he spoke, he pressed the answer button. Immediately, Harpy's incoherent voice came from the other end of the phone. "Fury, do you still remember that time? Tony said before that there was a man surfing in the sea, but in fact he was not in the sea. What the hell are you trying to say? Hear this passage." Nick Fury frowned suddenly. His expression became unclear. "I mean, don't trust appearances so easily." Harpy said hastily. "Happy, don't make this call in the future. I'm busy." Finished. Nick Fury made the phone call decisively, glanced at Wanda and Hill, and shook his head helplessly. "I got it right." Beside, Wanda heard the conversation between the two of them clearly just now, and a faint scarlet light glowed in her eyes. "That's right, don't trust appearances easily." Nick Fury nodded forcefully. He didn't want to admit it, but it was true. The dignified world's super agent, as the most golden person on Earth, was tricked by a little-known little guy. If Lizzie can laugh at us all day here, after working so hard for so long, the result is all fake. Wanda's expression became increasingly angry. The scarlet light in her pupils became brighter, and her tone was cold. "Let me deal with this guy who wasted my time." "Wanda, wait a minute." Nick Fury stopped her again, then pointed to the horizon. "That's the shadow?" Wanda narrowed her eyes slightly and saw clearly for a moment. Two figures from the sky were flying towards this side at high speed, and when one of them was approaching the London Bridge, it suddenly kicked the figure in front of it. Next second, the figure fell straight towards the London Bridge due to inertia, piercing through the middle of the bridge like an anti-aircraft gun. The ruined bridge collapsed, and countless vehicles sank into the bottom of the sea together. 047. Boom. Under the influence of the elements, the London Bridge had already become devastated. Now, after being violently impacted, the middle part of the bridge collapsed. Countless broken stones fell to the bottom of the river, and Agatha also fell together due to inertia, causing a huge splash. Not far away, the turbid bodies of the elemental crowd composed of strong winds suddenly flickered, and the black clouds that covered the sky and the sun disappeared for a short time, and then recovered instantly. "Wilhelm, what's going on?" In the promenade, the mysterious man looked out the window, and his angle of view was just right enough to see the collapse of the London Bridge. Naturally, I also noticed that there was a problem with the drone formation. As a result, the projected images of the elements become flickering. "Quentin, it's the shadows." Quentin was stunned by Wilhelm's words in his ear, and he asked back, "Are you sure? Why didn't you tell me before? But now tell me." "Sorry, Edith didn't intercept the message before." "Shut up. If something happens to me, everything we've done will be over, and now the control of the drone is all over to me." Quentin roared with a haze on his face and dispatched the control of the drone. "Edith, lock the shadow, lock Nick Fury and Scarlet Witch, wait for my order, and destroy them immediately." "Yes, sir." After letting the drones lock on the targets separately, the elements returned to normal. Damn it. Quentin's eyes were full of viciousness. He called out the camera angle of the drone responsible for surveillance. And sure enough, a familiar figure appeared in the camera. It was the black shadow that destroyed his plan earlier. At the moment, over the dilapidated London Bridge, black clouds and lightning flashed across the top. Not dead yet. High in the sky, Lizzie's eyes exposed under the mask revealed both surprise and coldness. But it's probably disabled. He looked down at the turbulent river below and could feel the breath of the old witch still there. It's just that it looks extremely weak, and it may die at any time. "Hey, why are you here?" Just as he was about to go down and finish off Agatha, a familiar voice came from behind. Don't look at the deliberately low and magnetic voice. Except for the actor Mysterio, no one will deliberately use a strong accent. Guys, go away. Superhero drama is not for you. Lise didn't bother to pay attention to him and swooped down. On the other side, when Quentin heard this in the corridor, his face turned blue with anger. He pressed the microphone and gritted his teeth. What are you talking about? Too much nonsense. Lise turned his head and saw the image of the mysterious guest following him. He grabbed the air with his bare hands, and a drone emerged and was firmly grasped in his hand. Next second, boom, he squeezed it violently with a little force, and then said in a cold tone, "Quentin, I'll give you a few minutes to run first. You'd better hurry up. It will be your turn later." In the corridor between buildings in the distance, boom, Quentin raised his head, just looking at the figure on the bridge, and suddenly felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. At the moment, he knew that he had already been exposed, and the other party didn't expose it, it was just disdain. Or, the other party has always used him as a pawn, using his means to plan to become famous. Oh, that's how it is. Quentin's face became more and more gloomy, and these words almost gnashed his teeth. He knew in his heart that it was meaningless to do anything now, and there was no need to continue the scene of the final battle. Because the opponent is a real magician, unless he can kill Sombra. A thought came to his mind, and he said almost submissively, "Edith, eliminate the target shadow." Receive. Whoosh. Thames. The violent wind created by the drone in the surrounding phantom still raging on the river's surface, setting off torrential waves and churning, constantly stirring up the wreckage that fell into the water. Cough, cough, cough. Among the sinking debris, Agatha used her last bit of strength to surface. There was no trace of blood on her face now. In this contest with the young junior, she has no power to fight back, and there is no room for counterattack. Not long after she surfaced, an invisible hand grabbed her neck. In the next second, the big hand suddenly lifted it up in front of the young Oriental man. Lise's eyes were filled with amazement, and he looked at Agatha, who was already covered in injuries. "Your life is really tough. No wonder you can live for centuries." Cough, cough, cough. "Lee, you will regret it." Agatha replied weakly. "Kill the person who deserves to be killed, and you will never regret it." While Lise was talking, there was the sound of an engine behind him, accompanied by the sound of machinery turning. Ka ka ka. Next second, with the flames soaring into the sky, a dense hail of bullets shot towards Lise's position. If you look from a distance, you can see a group of drones covering the sky, and all the muzzles covering the sky are pointing towards the place below. Figure. The strong fire light caused by the muzzle almost instantly overwhelms the dimness created by the image, completely submerged the figure in the sky. The citizens and tourists hiding in the building houses witnessed the drones appearing out of thin air, shooting the shadows mercilessly, with fear on their faces. Gift Crab, where's Peter? The shadows have already arrived. Under the firepower of Mysterio, can he stand it? Ned hid in the museum, witnessed all this, and spoke incoherently. "I don't know, but this kind of firepower can't even catch a tank." MJ Michelle next to her swallowed. She had survived so many times, her face was pale, and she was still in shock for a long time. At the same time, in the glass corridor. "Sombra, don't blame me. People need a hero worth remembering." Quentin looked at the figure submerged in the flames, with an extremely evil smile on his lips. Now there is only one thing on his mind, killing Sombra. Get everything back on track, and then he will still be the superhero that everyone is looking forward to. The world will always remember Mysterio. He is the real superhero. However, the next second, the scene outside the window made Quentin's expression suddenly stiff. On the bridge, the black shadow was still in the air, but the bullets fired by the drones seemed to be blocked, and all of them were suspended in the air. And the hundreds of drones also stopped moving forward, and clusters of scarlet light wrapped around the fuselage. Signal sources are isolated so that they are separated from the host. And the real culprit who caused all of this, at the moment, was standing on the defective bridge, spreading his arms and fingertips emitting endless scarlet light, interweaving into a net to envelop hundreds of drones. Then the scarlet net suddenly tightened, crushing the drone abruptly. Boom. Under the tremendous pressure, the drones were like bombs, bursting one after another, emitting endless sparks to disperse. Damn it, it's Scarlet Witch. Quentin noticed the beautiful figure and punched the wall angrily. At this time, Wilhelm's reminder sounded in his ears. "Quentin, leave first, we can't deal with them." Boom. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and crashed into the glass wall from the side. It was the late Peter Parker, who had arrived before. But when he was about to jump off the plane, he saw that the London Bridge was destroyed and destroyed. Happy drove the plane around for safety before little Spider-Man found a chance to jump out and found the location of the mysterious guest. Little Spider-Man looked angry and strode towards Quentin. "Sorry, sir. You can't leave today." "Peter? You came just in time." Seeing him appear, Quentin didn't feel scared, but smiled instead. The other side. Over London Bridge. Endless gunpowder smoke filled the air, and bullet casings were scattered all over the place. As far as the eye can see, there are fragments of drones everywhere, and at the moment cannot be reorganized due to the lack of more than 100 drones. The black cloud that covered the Thames River has long since disappeared. The violent wind also stopped. Quentin is really courting death. Lise looked at the wreckage of shell casings all over the place. His face under the mask was covered with haze. Although these could not harm him, no one wanted to be provoked. Wanda, however, when he saw the familiar figure at Quoto, his eyes suddenly softened a lot, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curved. "Lee, I told you that I will make you regret it. If Wanda knows that you are approaching her for origin magic power, what will she think?" Agatha, who was caught in her hands and was dying, said in a deep voice, "You think I'm doing it for origin magic power?" Lise sneered. "Lee, no one will care if you are really for origin magic power." Agatha laughed. "Deceit is often the deadliest thing, and you will regret everything you have done." Tongue dry, Lise stopped talking nonsense, tightened his wrists, and felt the sound of bones breaking in his palms. Agatha without defensive runes is just an ordinary person. Then a reminder sounded. Ding. The host crisis has been resolved. The current number of known people, 0. After he was sure that the person was dead, he let go and threw it away. Boom. Agatha's body fell to the ground. I don't know if it was an illusion. She landed on her back, facing the sky with her eyes wide open and full of fear of death, staring straight at Lise. The atmosphere is particularly eerie. Death is not a pity. Lise didn't care to look away, took a deep breath, and was about to say hello to his witch. But the next second, whoosh, he felt a fragrance rushing from behind him, and then a pair of hands glowing scarlet light stretched out like ghosts, and the white and greasy hands grabbed onto his mask. Lise was slightly taken aback. It was Wanda's hand. 048. Over the broken London Bridge. At the moment, Lise floated behind a scarlet shadow, a pair of beautiful eyes glowing with a strange red light, and a beautiful face revealing a cold charm. Her greasy white hand was already on Lise's mask. Followed by a tug, however, the mask did not move at all, and the power of runes glowed on it, making it impossible for people to move even half a cent. Whoosh. Next second, Lise in front of him turned into a ball of black aura, floated a few meters away, and then condensed into a human form again, and said in a teasing tone, "Scarlet Witch, it's very impolite to steal other people's masks secretly. Who the hell are you? Why did you kill Agnes?" Wanda's eyes were icy cold. She didn't choose to do it directly. It was because she had a hunch that the reason why Agnes approached her might be for some purpose. What Nick Fury said earlier reminded her that no stranger would be nice to someone for no reason, recalling the time when she was with Agnes. The other party seemed to be paying attention to his movements everywhere, especially when he thought of meeting her in Germany today. Originally nothing, but combined with the current situation. There is clearly something wrong with all of this. You mean her? Her name is not Agnes. Agatha Nix is her real name. Lise was taken aback for a moment. He didn't expect the witch to ask such a question. He thought the witch would do it directly. After all, the witch had a good impression of Agatha and thought the old witch was a friendly neighbor. But that's good. Otherwise it would appear that his witch is easy to deceive. How do I know if you're lying? Wanda said slowly. I think you know how to prove it. After speaking, Lise looked at her with a smile without saying a word. Origin magic power has the attribute of mind, which can capture some thoughts left by the decedent during his lifetime. But before that, he had already cleared Agatha's memory about himself, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered by Wanda. Chaos Force. Wanda muttered to herself. She did have a way to prove the truth, thinking that she fell to the ground, looking at the dead body with wide-eyed eyes on the ground. After hesitation for a while, she stretched out her hand to close Agatha's eyes. Her fingertips emitted scarlet light and kept searching for the soul of the corpse owner. For a moment, Wanda's eyes dimmed. Obviously, she already knew the answer. Are you okay? Lise was sensitive to the witch's mood swings and asked a bit distressed. It's okay, thank you, Sombra. Wanda said it was fine, but felt wronged in her heart. The so-called good neighbors, kindness and friendliness are all for the purpose of capturing the origin magic power in one's body. Even if you are prepared in your heart, It is a lie to say that you are not sad when you learn the truth. Nobody wants to be lied to. No thanks. Lise knows that Wanda must be very sad, but she never confides in others. Always look nonchalant. But looking at the depressed Wanda, he made a mistake, and Agatha can make a witch so sad. Then what should he do in the future? How will he explain his identity and strength? Hey, the commotion you caused is really big. People from the World Security Council have already blown up my phone. It was Nick Fury. He had just come down from the tower. He was still panting. His face was full of displeasure. Because Sombra fought all the way from Germany to London. The Security Council was all over the place, and they called every now and then to urge them. What they meant was not to let the shadows destroy London. I thought they wouldn't be looking for SHIELD to do things with the Heavenly Sword Bureau. Seeing him coming, Lise joked. What? Come on, the Heavenly Sword Bureau is just a baby in front of us. As long as it is still on the earth, SHIELD will never be replaced. When Nick Fury heard this, his face darkened a lot. As soon as he came, he was poked at the pain point. Haying was the same as Lise. I don't know if it was intentional or not. Then he noticed Agatha's body on the ground, and couldn't help complaining. In this day and age, you really can't believe appearances. Yeah, I didn't expect that the dignified SHIELD leader would be tricked by an unknown person. Lise kicked the drone and just landed on Nick Fury's feet. Actually, you already knew he was a fake, right? Nick Fury wasn't angry. After all, it was a fact that he was being tricked. But he thought of Sombra's previous actions, and it was obvious that he had already known about the mysterious guest situation. I've always seen the details. Just as Lise was halfway through speaking, he saw Wanda, who had been silent beside him, with a strange red light in his pupils, looking at him quietly. As if to say that you wasted my time with my boyfriend? Lise caught the witch's gaze and quickly changed his words. Actually, I just found out not too long ago. He didn't want to fight with the witch here. It would be bad if he inadvertently injured the witch. Fury, where's Spider-Man? Wanda was too tired to ask any more questions. She turned her eyes away and looked around. Isn't he already here? Boom. At this time, a figure in the distance swung over vigorously and landed not far away. He took off his headgear vigorously, revealing a face full of scars, panting tiredly, and limping over. I am here. I may have done something bad. Peter's mood was very unstable. He waved his hands incoherently. What did you do again? Nick Fury wondered. I did nothing but Quentin Baker, and he died. Peter Parker took a deep breath and said slowly, he was accidentally injured by a drone and bled profusely. Peter, that's not your fault. Nick Fury heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the words, thinking it was a big deal. Mysterious guest's death is at most an early relief. If it is handed over to a super agent, he will not die so easily. Besides, his death is not your fault. Everything is what he deserved. Lise stepped forward and patted Peter's shoulder meaningfully, and the face under the mask frowned slightly. It seems that his appearance did not prevent the final battle between little Spider-Man and Mysterio. You must know that this decisive battle directly led to the occurrence of the incident of the 3 insects in the same frame. Because Quentin Baker used the final decisive battle with little Spider-Man to fake the video of Peter Parker shooting Mysterio to death because of envy. As a result, Peter Parker's identity was exposed, and he was spurned by countless people. Life was completely disrupted. In desperation, Peter Parker had no choice but to find Doctor Strange, trying to make the world forget about him, and finally caused chaos in the multi-universe. Peter Parker from the other 2 universes came to the 199999 universe by chance. But Quentin and I should be friends. Peter Parker lost his way. I understand your feelings, but you are a superhero. There are still many such things to go through in the future. You have to learn to adapt to growth, and you can't be easily defeated. Lise knew that there was a high probability that the 3 bugs would be in the same frame and could not be avoided. So he could only enlighten little Spider-Man, so as to prevent the young people from thinking wildly and making things worse. He remembered that little Spider-Man was obviously influenced by the mysterious guest when he was in the same frame as the 3 insects. Sombra, thank you. After listening, Peter nodded, feeling much better. He couldn't be beaten easily. Mr. Stark handed the glasses to himself, having said that a crown bears its weight. He can't be easily defeated, not to mention that Quentin has been lying to himself from beginning to end. Are you good at comforting people? In the back, Wanda, who had been silent all the time, looked at the figure of the black figure comforting Peter and always felt a little familiar, which reminded her of Lise. This is all chicken soup from seniors. Lise heard the witch's words, turned to meet her gaze, and was taken aback. Why do I always feel that the witch sees something? It seems that he has to leave quickly, and if he stays for a long time, there may be real problems. Thinking about it, he glanced at the horizon where Liang had already sunk into the horizon and found an excuse to slip away. Since the matter is over, everyone has a chance to see you again. Hey, Sombra, what I said before. Seeing that he was leaving, Nick Fury hurried over and wanted to mention joining S.H.I.E.L.D. However, Lizzie didn't give it a chance at all, snapped his fingers, and a black vortex formed behind him, swallowing his body completely in the blink of an eye. Disappeared in place in an instant. Merfolk, there are more and more freaks on the earth now. Nick Fury's face turned black when he saw this. He really didn't give himself this super agent face. Mr. Fury, Happy is still waiting for me. I'll go back first. Peter Parker saw that it was getting late, and he didn't wait for Nick Fury to answer. He had already put on the hood, stretched out his hand, and shot the cobweb, jumped up on the spot, swinging on the swing and flying towards the bridge. Okay, another one. Nick Fury was speechless, as the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. himself was completely ignored. Fury, I'm going back to Germany. Wanda saw that everyone was gone, and it was still early, so she rushed back to Germany and could arrive at 8 p.m. at the most, so she could still have dinner with Lizzie. Faced with this request, Nick Fury did not refuse. He knew that this mission was completely a personal mistake and wasted too much time. Don't talk about superiors, colleagues are probably watching jokes not for a while. Quinjet flew in to pick up Wanda, but Nick Fury didn't get on the plane. He had other things to attend to. He and Hill got into the car and left London. In the car. Terry, did you tell him? In the passenger seat, Hill agent looked at Nick Fury who was driving and shook his head angrily. Next second, a surprising scene appeared, and I saw that Hill's appearance changed unexpectedly, turning into a Skrull with green skin like a lizard. No need, this matter has been settled. At this time, Nick Fury in the driver's seat also turned into a Skrull. It's the same as Lizzie thought. Now Nick Fury and Hill on Earth are both shape-shifted by Skrulls. You have to tell him. The female Skrull was speechless. Okay, can you blame me for this? Those data, images, destructive power, acting skills, and how realistic the costume is. I don't even have the face to say that I have shape-shifting ability. With embarrassment on his face, Terry yelled and picked up his mobile phone to make a call, which showed Nick Fury's famous minister. International Hotel, Berlin, Germany. Click. The door opens. Lee, are you there? Full of expectation, Wanda pushed the door open and entered the cold environment of the room, which made her frown slightly. Although it was confirmed at Hill before coming here that Lizzie hadn't gone out since this afternoon, but the overly cold atmosphere always made people feel uncomfortable. Plum, she called out again, but still no one answered. When I entered the room, I found that the room was empty. The quilt on the bed was placed neatly, the heating was turned off, and the autumn air filled the space. Not here. Wanda touched the TV. It was extremely cold, and she felt a little lost. Boom. Gee, which is that you? I'm playing CS in the study. The door of the study at the other end opened, and Lishi leaned out halfway to look into the room. In fact, he just arrived, and when he came back, he saw that the house was too cold to turn on the heating, and he didn't think there was enough time. So he went back to the study and pretended to be playing games. Lee, I thought you weren't here. Wanda's heart warmed when she heard the familiar voice, and she ran over excitedly to hug Lizzie. What's wrong? Lizzie stroked her back and wondered. Aunt Agnes is a liar. Wanda recounted the matter aggrievedly. Her brows were full of sadness. Obviously, what happened to Agatha was really heartbreaking. After all, the friends who thought they were sincere to each other turned out to get their origin magic power. See yourself as a tool from beginning to end. It's okay, it's all over. Lizzie looked at the witch in his arms and didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, he himself was a liar, so it wasn't much better. He sighed and said softly, I made a reservation at the restaurant. Do you want to go out for a meal together? We will go back to Westview town tomorrow. If you don't try German food, you will be wrong pass. Wanda rubbed her stomach and gurgled. Hotels near Central Park. In the past, the number of people in this restaurant was not the highest at 8 o'clock, but today it is different. In particular, many people are scrambling to reserve a seat by the window. The reason is simple. Good, because the location of the hotel just happens to be able to see the majestic mountain peak standing in the Central Park, the mountain peak soaring into the sky, standing in the middle of the bustling city. It looks extremely fantastic. To be precise, the mountain has replaced Central Park. Lee, why did you pick this place? Wanda is leaning against the window, looking up at the entrance of Fat Shing's tomb. I didn't expect Central Park to turn out like this either. Lizzie swears he really doesn't know. The location of the hotel has been booked in the morning. I originally wanted to sit in this location and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Central Park. He ended up destroying Central Park by accident this afternoon. Actually, that's pretty good. It's the first time I've seen such a high mountain. Wanda propped her white chin with one hand, admiring the majestic mountain peak, which seemed to be made by a black shadow. Well, that's what I read on the news. Lise was slightly stunned and nodded, then asked casually, "What do you think of Sombra?" "Why do you ask?" Wanda is puzzled. "I see that many people admire him and think that Sombra will become a qualified superhero," Lise said unhurriedly. He was curious what the witch thought of his other image. I don't know him well. But he exposed Agatha today, otherwise I will always be kept in the dark. Speaking of which, Wanda has pure eyes like a lake of clean water, revealing melancholy. Lise, who was sitting across from her, saw the hesitation. Sure enough, deception hit the witch hard, and anyone would be hit hard. He looked at Wanda hesitation for a while, and said in a deep voice, "There is something I want to tell you." "What's up?" "Wanda, actually 049. What do you want to say?" At night, the hotel lights are slightly orange, as if covered with a layer of tulle. It shines on Wanda's face, and she looks at Lise with beautiful eyes like a lake of clean water. Actually, Lise's heart softened when he met the witch's clear eyes. The eyes of the witch are as sweet as she is. After what happened to Agatha, the witch looks extremely clear and cherished, especially her eyes are different from other women. For other people who have experienced so many things, their eyes look a little cloudy. But the witch's eyes are like a baby's, crystal clear and flickering with the lights on the table, making people want to hold it in their hands. "Why are you so smudged today? Just tell me if you have something to say." Wanda looked at him strangely. The sunny guy who used to be so carefree. Why is he hemming and hawing today? This is the first time I have seen him after being together for so long. Actually, I'm not an ordinary person. I also have superpowers. To be precise, it's magic. Lise took a deep breath and went straight to the showdown. At worst, he would hide and start all over again. Anyway, it's just another year of salty fish lying flat again. After speaking, he directly lowered his head slightly, not wanting to see Wanda's reaction. However, after waiting for a long time, the air seemed to be still. The woman on the opposite side didn't make a sound, and he slowly raised his head to realize that Nan Wang was actually dipping bread with butter. Wanda felt the eyes look up, looking at him. "I told you you didn't respond." Lise couldn't hold back his face, but the witch didn't respond at all. "I'm really..." "Lee, stop talking." Before he finished speaking, Wanda stretched out her small white hand, covered his mouth directly, and looked around in embarrassment. I was relieved to find that no one was looking. "What are you doing?" Lise looked around in confusion. "Well, I believe you, but don't say any more. I'm afraid of dying in vain." Wanda nodded vigorously. She was really worried that for a while Lise said something like, "I am a superhero," out loud, and then they became the most eye-catching couple in the audience. Thinking of that scene, she felt like she was going to die. But the reason why Lise said this must be to comfort herself. She couldn't help feeling warm in her heart, and said softly, "Lee, I know you are trying to please me. I am already in a much better mood, but I don't want to die. I'm telling the truth." Lise stared blankly at the woman for a long time, then came to his senses and fumbled for a long time to tell the truth. The witch didn't believe it. If she believed it, the system would have given a reminder by now, but there was no sound at all. "This is simply an insult. You must show her your hands." "Sir, ma'am, this is lobster for two." 090, just when he was about to show off, the waiter in charge of their table came over with the dishes. "Thanks." Smelling the aroma, Wanda couldn't wait to open the small pot lid, and the bursts of scallion-flavored freshness filled the nostrils, which whetted the appetite. "Thanks." Lise also took the tableware politely and waited for the waiter to leave. He looked at the witch who was eager to try the lobster again. "Wanda, listen to me." "Lee, will you listen to me about makeup first?" When Wanda heard his words, there was distress in her brows. "Okay." Although Lise couldn't understand why the witch's face showed distress, but he wanted to hear what the witch had to say. "I understand your feelings, but Lee, you really don't need to care about your own identity. You feel that super abilities or magic will become a gap between the two of us. No matter what, we will never be separated." As Wanda said, she couldn't help stretching out her hand, stroking Lise's face distressfully. "I'm sorry. It's my fault that I have been participating in the Avengers mission recently and didn't care about you." "Witch, you." Hear the words. Lise was stunned when he felt the witch's sudden tenderness. So his witch thought he was worried about this problem? "Lee, you are already excellent. You are humorous, optimistic, helpful, and always handle everything well." Seeing him in a daze, Wanda stretched out her little hand to hold the minister tightly in distress. Lise felt the warmth of the witch's palm, and the corners of his mouth could not help but draw an arc. "So don't talk about what happened just now, and eat the lobster first." Wanda let go and stroked his head. Then I couldn't wait to look at the delicious big lobster on the plate. The tender and smooth white meat was naked to seduce myself. The witch licked her lips with her pink tongue, inserted a piece of meat into her mouth, and ate it with relish. But you, Lise still wanted to show his hand, but seeing the ghostly gaze from the opposite witch, he put this idea aside for now. Let's talk about it later. Anyway, as I said just now, the witch has already made preparations in her heart. Besides, he didn't come here for Chaos Force. He just really cared about witches, and he wasn't interested in anything else. It is completely different from that old hag of Agatha. You too. Here are the sausage salad and big sausage you ordered. The waiter came over again with the dishes. The younger brother is German, but he speaks fluent English. Off. He put down 2 plates of sausages of different styles and turned away. It's ugly. Wanda poked at the 2 large charcoal-grilled sausages on the plate, showing disgust between her brows. I think it's not bad. I heard that the Germans make good sausages. Lise said slowly. I suddenly remembered a joke about the German team in the World Cup. What a joke? Wanda asked curiously. The Germans brought a full month's worth of sausages to participate in the World Cup, but they were hastily eliminated in the group stage. Out of the group stage of 2 consecutive World Cups, angry fans and many passers-by teased the German players, stop playing football, and go to the roadside to sell sausages. This is how I got to know German sausages. After Lise finished eating the lobster on the plate, smelling the delicious seafood, he added helplessly, it's time for those guys from Definitely Huaxiao Football to sell seafood. He hasn't been able to see it in his lifetime. Bah, it's because he didn't have the opportunity to see the national football team break into the World Cup before time travel. Hush, Lee, this is a German restaurant. Wanda gave him a blank stare when she heard this, because this guy doesn't care about the occasion when he speaks. After speaking, the witch took a bite of the thick sausage, and her eyes lit up. It doesn't look good, but it's delicious. Really? I'll try it too. Lise said so, but he didn't take those uncut, thick wooden sausages. Instead, insert the salad sausage that has been sliced. Because the picture of the witch eating sausage was so powerful that it reminded him of some strange things, and he couldn't get them out of his mind. What's wrong with you? Wanda looked at him purely with clear eyes and asked in doubt. Lise met the witch's eyes that were as clear as a baby's, and looked at her small cherry mouth gnawing on the big roast sausage. Such a discordant but reminiscent picture. Lise swallowed involuntarily and said in a mysterious way, Actually, I also have experience in making sausages. Real. When Wanda heard it, her eyes lit up. As expected of my man, he can actually cook sausages. Then I'll try it when I go back tomorrow, she said quickly. Cough, 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 it's okay. Lise couldn't help coughing when he heard that. Why did he have the illusion of coaxing the little girl? Wrong. My wife, what are you afraid of? Don't be dazed. Eat quickly, or it will get cold. Wanda didn't notice the difference. She ate until her mouth was full of oil stains. But she is very gluttonous and doesn't eat much. After eating the sausage, he was basically full. He sat on the chair with a satisfied face, admiring the night view of the bustling city outside. In particular, a mountain towering straight into the sky stands between the cities, adding fantasy to the city. Do you think the mayor will dig up the mountain? Wanda said. Maybe there is this idea, but the mountain is so high, he probably has no power. Lise reached out and wiped the grease stains around her mouth with a paper towel and looked up at the majestic mountains outside together, with some emotion in his eyes. Sure enough, as expected of me, I can create such a majestic mountain with a wave of my hand. Handsome. It seems to be the case. Wanda nodded. Unless the mountain is a threat, no one wants to spend money on it, and the mountain has gone viral on Instagram. Lise explained. Because it is a mountain made by the shadow, many netizens call it the Black Shadow Mountain. In the future, it is estimated that many people will come here to travel and watch, and then it will drive a wave of economy. Human beings have always been weird creatures. Although they are just seemingly useless things, they can attract countless people to watch. Yeah, I got it. The witch nodded along with the rhythm of his speech, with a half-understanding look. Are you full? It's getting late. It's time to go back. Lise rubbed her head and asked. The two went downstairs, and since the hotel was nearby, they walked back on foot, digesting along the way, and feeling the German street culture by the way. Same as other big football nations. On the way back, I often saw people playing football on the street. Even if there was no court, I could still see a few children playing the rim game in football. Boom. While Lise and Wanda were waiting for the traffic lights on the side of the road, a football rolled over under their feet, and it was a mistake made by a few children in the distance when they were grabbing the lap. Hey, kick me back. Among them, the little boy stood not far away and shouted. Hittel, he is a Huxiao person who can't understand. We shouldn't go there by ourselves. The other boy spoke German, but he meant something. Lee, they underestimated you. Wanda laughed. Wanda, do you understand German? Lise can also understand German, and he taught himself by creating magic before, but he didn't care about what the children said, and he was more concerned that the witch could do it. When I was a child, I met a German friend on the stowaway's boat, and I learned a little fur from her when I got along with her, recalls Wanda. You're a genius. Lise seems to have discovered that witches actually have abilities in many other aspects besides magic. Is talking. The boy had already trotted over, and was just about to pick up the ball when a voice stopped him. Hey, let me teach you how to kick. It's Lise. He didn't bother to pay attention to a group of brats, but they all came forward to provoke him. How could he show weakness? Give the Huxiao people a name up and down. It's not that Daxiao doesn't know how to play football. Think about it. There are so many geniuses in Europe with only 700 to 800 million people. There are more than 1 billion people in my great Daxiao. How could there not be 11 people? It's just that the genius has been buried. Coming narration. Wanda smiled helplessly. She knew this guy would not leave easily. Although a bit naive, she didn't feel bored. Instead, she leaned on the telephone pole and looked at him expectantly. You can't. Doubts were written on the boy's face. Few Huxiao people can play football. When they went to the World Cup and saw yellow-skinned people playing football, many people thought they were islanders. Is he mistaken? This is an islander? The young man doesn't know. If Lise knows his inner thoughts, he will definitely be strangled by the neck and yelled, "Talk carefully. Why are you insulting people all of a sudden?" Definitely. Lise is confident. He was also the leader of the school team back then. If it weren't for the exam, I don't know what it would have become. If you can kick the ball to the opposite trash can, you win. The boy pointed to a trash can across the road and said, "No problem." As Lise said, he picked up the ball on the ground and put it at his feet. Several friends of the boy ran over, and the children sat on the steps of a shop full of anticipation. I want to see what this Huxiao man is going to do. The boy stood behind Lise. He didn't believe that the big brother in front of him could kick the ball in. Although this road is about 10 meters wide, it is almost the distance from the penalty area to the goal, and it is not very far. But the difficulty lies in kicking the ball into the trash can of file size at the mouth of the basin. Even professional football players, very few people can do it all at once. Look, I'll teach you once. Lise didn't make any extra moves and took a few good steps back. Then he ran over with a few strides, kicked the ball directly below the ball lightly, and then the ball flew upwards. Under the radiance of orange street lamps, the ball drew a perfect arc in midair, drawing a full moon scimitar. Whoosh! Bang! Next second, the ball fell steadily into the trash can, and when it fell, it touched the lid of the trash can and brought the lid to cover it together. Oh shit! Daxiao's version of Beckham. Seeing this, several children sitting on the steps couldn't help but stood up and raised their arms high and exclaimed. For them, the coolest thing in the world is to kick a wonderful world wave goal. The boy couldn't help exclaiming when he saw this scene. His mouth was so wide open that he could stuff an egg. Kids study hard. Lise patted the boy on the shoulder like an old man. Wanda next to him was also stunned. She doesn't watch the ball, but she can see how powerful the ball is. Green light is gone. At this time, Lise glanced at the traffic light and found that it was already green, pulled Wanda, and walked across the road, leaving behind a shocked teenager. When a few children wanted to chase, they found that the road was blocked by a car at a red light. They felt a little sorry and let a great God go. Not for a while. In the hotel corridor. I thought you'd teach him a few more words. Wanda couldn't help laughing when she remembered what happened just now. It's just a child, it's not necessary, and the ball just now is the best lesson. Lise replied. Maybe he will plant a dream of becoming a football superstar in his heart. Wanda is thoughtful. One thing may really affect a person's life. At this time, a hand beside her has already reached out and hugged her waist. Don't think about it. It's not too late, I think. Lee, no. But didn't you say that you would reward me? Go back to Shijing Town tomorrow, and let's talk about it. The clothes should arrive tomorrow. Good. 050. The next afternoon, New York International Airport. On weekends, the airport is full of people, and all kinds of people pass through the security gate. In a fast-paced city, not many people will slow down. On the bus stop sign outside the gate, two figures, one tall and one short, each pulling a suitcase, stood under the sun visor and waited for the bus. Go out to save the world, go round and come back. Looking at the bustling city, Lise stretched his body and took a deep breath. Obviously only went out for 3 days, but I always feel that it has been a long time, and what happened in these 3 days is too much. That's not saving the world, it's all a hoax. Wanda heard this and thought of the so-called end-of-the-world mission that she participated in, and it turned out to be all a drama. That's not to blame. You. It's the black marinated egg. Lise comforted with a smile. Besides, stopping the mystery man is also a memorable thing if he doesn't stop him. I can't imagine how many people will be deceived in the future. Hey, Mysterio is right. Most people are only willing to believe appearances, and a few people care about the truth. Wanda sighed deeply. After going through these 3 days, she will not trust anyone easily in the future. No one is wrong. People just want to believe what they see. Lise thought to himself, what can ordinary people do in this age of chaos? You can only sit in front of the TV and watch the daily news. Who can verify whether it is true or not? The number 11 bus has arrived. At this moment, a bus stopped in front of him, and Wanda dragged him onto the bus. Since there were not many people taking the bus at this point, there were still many empty seats on the bus. The two got in the car, and Lise sat down by the window. He is not used to riding in a bus and always gets motion sickness, so he usually sits by the window. The scenery outside the window can relieve the feeling of motion sickness. The destination of the bus is the train station. Lise and Wanda plan to take the train back to Westview town. The train is much faster than the car. The car looks like it's going through Brooklyn. Wanda next to her raised her head, looked at the road map, and said, "Well, what's the matter?" Lise wondered. "Nothing, just thinking of an old friend." Wanda said slowly, "Captain America?" Lise guessed that it must be one of the big three without thinking too much. Steve Rogers. In the previous world, there was a controversial Chow-Ying. Some people thought he was a villain with double standards, while others thought he was democratic, had a big picture, and always treated things with justice. In any case, Captain America is indeed one of the big three and one of the most indispensable souls. He's a nice guy, and I wish you two could meet, but he's gone now. Wanda is talking. She froze suddenly, frowning and looking towards the front of the army. Wanda. Lise noticed her gaze, and then felt a sense of crisis. Before he could sound a warning to the driver. Next second, bang. When the bus was approaching the intersection, a black commercial van driving at high speed suddenly rushed out from the road on the right. Fact. The uncle driver's face changed drastically when he saw this, and he turned the steering wheel violently while cursing. The entire car tilted instantly, and the cabin flicked sharply as the steering wheel turned, and the people in the car grabbed the nearest object to stabilize their bodies. Even if the driver reacted quickly, the front of the car still rubbed against the van, shook violently a few times, and the sun hit the sidewalk guardrail. Cheap bursts of black smoke rose from the front of the car, and all the passengers sat in their chairs in shock. "Wardfa, how did you drive the car? You really want to die." The uncle driver cursed, took off his seatbelt, and was about to get out of the car to teach the owner of the van. Bang. However, I didn't expect a group of robbers with guns and masks to get out of the car first. The big man in the head immediately pointed his gun at the driver. "If you don't want to die, open the door." The big man's voice was not loud, but it was as cold as the muzzle of the gun in his hand. No one can refuse. It's over. This damn country has human troops in urban areas. A bunch of lunatics. They will definitely not let anyone go. Looking at a group of desperados outside, the passengers in the car were suddenly shrouded in fear and sat on the chairs with pale faces. "Which, you seem to have the ability to attract criminals." But Lise was not nervous. He whispered into Wanda's ear with a smile. "Nonsense. Every time we meet a gangster, we can always stay together. It's not sure who attracts us." Wanda stuck out her pink tongue at him, and then looked helplessly at the group of desperados outside the car, finally ending the matter of the mysterious guest. As a result, he was hijacked as soon as he got off the plane. This country is America, but a group of desperados hijacking a car on the street is also a small probability event, and she can actually run into it. Is it true that what Lise said? She has the attribute of attracting criminals? "Don't shoot. I'll open the door." At this moment, the uncle driver had already opened the door, and he was trembling on the steering wheel with his head in his hands. "You made the right choice, a smart decision." The leader, the big man, walked into the car with a gun in his hand, and his fierce eyes swept over the panicked passengers, with jokes in his eyes. He yelled, "Guys, please cooperate with us. No one will be hurt." As soon as the boss finished speaking, he noticed the seat behind him. A woman in a scarlet windbreaker stood up, and the passengers around her noticed her, especially her beautiful fair face, which was extremely eye-catching. "Little beauty, I know that you have an advantage in some aspects, but the gun in my hand has no eyes. Please sit down obediently." When the leader saw Wanda, his eyes straightened instantly, and he kept looking at the witch's mature and charming figure, and the face under the mask gradually became obscene. Court death. In the back seat, Lise was still waiting for his own witch to show her magic, but saw the greed in the eyes of the kidnapper leader and scrupulous lightning. His mood was suddenly cold, and there was a chill in his eyes. Boy, pay attention to your eyes. Even if she is your girlfriend, you have to be obedient to me. The younger brother who got into the car just happened to see Li Zay's fierce gaze, and he cut his neck as he spoke, threatening. Otherwise, huh? But that's not all. His face suddenly became stiff, and his breathing became rapid, as if there was an invisible hand. He strangled his neck tightly, unable to breathe. Third, the leader turned his head when he heard the movement, and saw that the younger brother's neck was wrapped in scarlet light. Looking back at Wanda again, he bumped into a pair of icy eyes glowing scarlet, and suddenly he felt a chill from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The hand that gripped the gun tightly could not move even a little bit. You don't deserve to live in this world. Wanda's tone was extremely cold, especially when she thought of Li Zay being threatened just now. While speaking, the entire compartment was covered in cold air, and the temperature dropped sharply. Boss, what's the matter? At this time, a younger brother who didn't know why got into the car. Shoot, the leader hurriedly shouted. Boom. Unrepentant. With a wave of her hand, Wanda directly threw the leader out of the window. With a flick of the other fingertip, the other two fell out of the car instantly under a huge impact. What happened? The three people who were carrying goods in the van outside the car rushed over when they heard the movement and saw that they all fell to the ground. And at the front door of the bus, a figure glowing scarlet came out. Without waiting for a few people to react, they only felt their eyes turn red, and then they lost control of their bodies and threw them backwards, falling to the wall abruptly and feeling tearing pain all over their bodies. Ahem. On the opposite road, the leader who was thrown out just now stood up staggeringly and saw that all the younger brothers fell to the ground, with an extremely gloomy expression. Damn be ***ch. He shook his splitting head and locked on to the scarlet figure whose back was facing him. Immediately, he took out a special lightning grenade from his arms, pressed the start button, and the grenade charged instantly. Buzz. This grenade from the start group has a small explosion range, but the lightning it bursts out is 1,000 volts of electricity, far superior to high-voltage cables. However, just as the leader was about to throw the grenade out, a black hand behind him firmly grasped his hand, holding the grenade tightly. Hiss! The leader turned his head to look, and his heart suddenly tightened. I saw a few figures in black clothes standing behind me like black shadows, looking at him with cold eyes. Open! The leader struggled, trying to drop the grenade. But those men in black stared at him coldly, not moving at all. Boom! Next second, the moment the grenade exploded, thousands of volts of lightning gushed out and spread to the leader's body. Ah! He screamed in pain, and just before his eyes went dark, he suddenly saw the Oriental man who was leaning against the window on the back seat of the bus staring at him. Wanda heard the heart-piercing screams and turned around to see several people in ancient black clothes surrounding a charred corpse. Seeing her, the man in black turned around and walked into the shadow of the street corner, blending with the shadow and disappearing. Another member of the Shadow Organization, she said in surprise. Which, are you all right? At this time Li Zay got out of the car, looked around at the robbers lying on the ground, stepped forward and pinched the witch's tender cheek. Witch, you are amazing. They are just a few ordinary people, they can't hurt me. As she spoke, Wanda thought of the men in black she saw just now. Did you see those men in black just now? They seemed to be members of the Black Shadow Organization. She was a little confused, because the person in the ancient black clothes just now looked different from the previous members of the organization. This time it was a few tall, thin guys with sharp feet. I see, it seems to be. Li Zay touched his nose guiltily, but those were actually members of the Shadow Corps. The boss insulted Wanda, and he couldn't help but let the Sombra do it. He admits it might be a bit naive, but as a man he can't stand his own woman being insulted and teased. The scope of activities of the Sombra organization is very large, and there are many types. Wanda next to him didn't see anything strange in him, but frowned and began to reason seriously. The Sombra organization may be in a different area with different types of troops. The ones I met in Venice and Westview town before were all different. One class. Which, your analysis makes sense. Li Zay patted his head. Why didn't he expect to have such an explanation? 0. Seeking flowers. A truly powerful organization is to cover the whole world. Different regions, and arms can naturally be different. As long as the black shadows don't appear at the same time, it's hard for anyone to suspect him. No, he admitted it himself yesterday. The witch didn't believe it either. Drop. At this moment, the police car finally arrived at the scene, and there were onlookers nearby who called the police. Definitely the police had already been chasing this group of people before. It's just that they temporarily escaped the pursuit, and then tried to hijack a carload of hostages and escape from the city as a cover. didn't expect to meet Wanda. In the end, because Wanda has the identity of an Avenger, the police simply asked a few questions and did not make a record. So the two quickly headed to the train station and caught the train to the vicinity of Westview town. Taking the train together is a good experience for couples. There are many things you can do in the scenery along the way and in the private box. But Lise and Wanda didn't do anything excessive. At the moment, the witch is sleeping on the table, and it's easy to feel tired after a day of driving. Wanda didn't wake up in a daze until she almost reached the terminal. "Lee, what are you doing?" Wanda stretched her waist and glanced at Lise, who was flipping through her phone. "I'm looking to see when those clothes arrive." Lise replied unabashedly. "Where are the clothes? How can they arrive so fast? We just bought them yesterday." Seeing that this guy has been thinking about those revealing clothes, Wanda couldn't help but blushed, gritted her teeth, and said, "Then my reward is gone again." Lise remembered what the witch said before going to bed yesterday, and immediately hugged her and questioned her. "You let go first." Wanda struggled speechlessly. "Don't let go." Feeling the soft woman in his arms, Lise was reluctant to let go. "Why don't we go to the store and buy a few? They may also be sold on the street." "What? What are you talking about? Why would someone sell this kind of thing on the street? Even if there was, I wouldn't buy it." Wanda was ashamed and angry. She was thin-skinned and thought of going offline to buy. And with Lise's personality, she would probably buy a lot at once. Don't even think about knowing what people around you think of them. Just stay where you are. Who says no? Some people like to go to the woods to play games. Lise said seriously. What game? When Wanda heard something new, she had never heard of it before, and suddenly became interested and curious. Ahem, cough, nothing. Lise coughed a few times in embarrassment. I don't know why he didn't say such things casually before, but recently after getting along with the witch, he always blurted out. He swears he never thought of doing such a thing. It's definitely not a good thing. Wanda noticed his expression and pursed her lips. "Everyone, you are about to arrive in Shijing Town. Please get off in an orderly manner." At this time, a reminder came from the train radio, and then the train gradually slowed down, and the scenery outside the window became familiar. Finally reached. Lise looked at the familiar scene, opened the window, and took a deep breath of fresh air. Went out for a few laps, and finally came back. The train stopped. "Let's go. I'm going back to take a shower. I'm so dirty." Narration: Wanda can't wait to pull him out of the car. The two returned to the community apartment in a short time by taxi. The corridor on the top floor. "Lee, see me later, and I'm going to sleep after taking a shower." Wanda opened the door with tiredness on her face, not forgetting to turn her head and say something to Lise. "Aren't you coming to live with me? The bed in my room is quite big." Lise has gotten used to falling asleep with the witch's embrace these days, so she doesn't want to lie alone in the cold bedroom tonight. Wanda pretended to be undecided about hesitation, but seeing Lise across the way who looked like a widow who was alone in the vacant room, she couldn't help laughing. "Okay, I'll move in later. I'll take a shower first." "Okay." Seeing that the witch agreed, Lise was in a good mood. It just so happened that he took advantage of this time to do something. Wait until Wanda enters the house. After packing up his luggage, he went to Agatha's room, looked around the cold living room, and said to himself, "Agatha, where did you put the Book of Darkness?" The words fell. Lise closed his eyes slightly. His body exuded golden light and gathered magic runes. Next second, whoosh, a hole appeared on the blank wall in front of him. He opened his eyes and saw the familiar cave, and walked in without any hesitation. In the original book, Agatha hid the Book of Darkness in an underground cave. After walking in, as expected, on an altar in the cave, there is a magic book that exudes black aura. The black aura seems to contain evil spirits, and sometimes there are bursts of roars. This is the Book of Darkness. It comes from the black magic spell written by the ancient god Sithorn and recorded in the book. If you understand it thoroughly, you can become a godlike existence in all dimensions.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.